Who was it that just said I was getting my coffee? You are right, Lee. I just saw that chat, that comment. Hold on, I'll turn my camera on just a second. Hold on. I'm getting a swig of coffee. Just made it. It is super fresh and hot. And look. Oh, how cute is that? How cute is that, right? Oh, it's the cutest. So, hi guys. Good morning. Hey, Steph. Hey. Let me see who else here. I've got a handful of people here this morning. Good morning, Cal. She says, good morning, sunshines. Lee comes in and sets up the buffet. He put out the coffee, the scrambled eggs, the pancakes, all the different syrups. Yummy. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Hey, good morning, Henny. Or good afternoon. Let's see. Kel's grabbed some eggs and pancakes. Yeah, how's your computer working today, Lee? Did you get things figured out with it? Hey, good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Steph. Good morning, Gail. Good morning. Let's see. Okay, I got everybody coming in. There are currently 2 different trials going on, but we have, let me get over here and look, 2 trials that are starting today. One of them I did not know about. Just turned it on and already starting to, what, Lee, act up? Is that what you said? Sucky. I don't know why I have this ponytail holder on my arm or on my wrist. I felt a hair. So there is, first of all, this is going to be interesting, because anybody in here remember the Daryl Brooks case from the Waukesha parade? Steph says, Jenny and Lee both need to go fund me for a functional computer, right? Mine functions. I don't really have too much trouble with it until I'm trying to do 15 things at once, and then it wants to squat down on me and not do what it's supposed to do and act right. But who in here remembers Daryl Brooks from the Waukesha parade trial? He's the dude that like plowed through that crowd of people during a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, a few years ago. So if you don't remember him, he, how could we forget, says Dawn, right? I know, right? So he did the whole like pro se thing where he like represents himself in this trial, and it was a hoot and holler to watch, right? That was the trial where I fell in love with and no, Joanna, he's in jail. But where was I going with that? Hold on, lost my train of thought. Oh, that was where I fell in love with Jennifer Darrow, the judge. I love her so much. Good morning, though, Joanna. Good morning. Good morning. So we have another pro sayer, if that's the term we want to use, this morning. This dude from Florida. Lee, what is it with you Floridians? I'm kidding. I'm so kidding right now. But you guys, it's the Treehouse murder trial. So apparently this guy named Franklin Tyrone Tucker is on trial and accused of murdering Matthew Bonnet from Florida back in November of 2017. And hold on. Tucker allegedly stabbed this man inside of a treehouse. I don't know what kind of treehouse. I have no idea. It just says tree. It says inside his Stock Island treehouse. What does that even mean? But he is one of 3 people that was arrested for this and charged with murder. Now he is saying that this allegedly stemmed from a drug deal, I guess, apparently, according to this little informational thing from sorry. I'm getting messages on my phone and it's messing with me. What was I saying just now? What was I just now saying? You guys, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. But anyway, yeah, this dude is on trial. Okay. And I know what I was going to say. He said it was that he is being framed for this. And lawyers are too expensive, and so he's going to represent himself. Trial started today. He's already went through Joanna, your ADHD brain took over and it's making my ADHD brain go So anyway, yeah, he is representing himself. They've already been through opening statements, and so there's that one. I figured we could like watch a little bit of it, and then head over to the hey Morgana, good morning, and head over to the Michelle Troconis trial that's currently going on, and um, um, see how their opening statements are going. So, what say you? What do you guys think? And then, when and if the other trial gets started today, which is the um, murder or the pizza delivery murder, um, Ashley Biggs was killed by her husband or ex-husband at the time, and his girlfriend slash current at that time wife um, was a co-conspirator, co-defendant, co-something or other. So they're all three really like crazy pants stories, right? So I thought that it would be cool. Joanna's like, I was going to order pizza tonight. Not now, huh? Oh, goodness gracious. I will say the pizza murder one, the pizza delivery murder story, isn't what you think it is. It's not like some random um, murderer delivered a pizza or some random pizza delivery got murdered delivering a random pizza. This was a setup. So, yeah, this was a setup. But, yeah, what do you guys think if we just kind of fiddle fart around and watch a little bit of them, the different ones that are going on? We'll skedaddle, skip through like the boring things, get to the good things as they happen, um, and kind of like decide maybe at the end of the day if there's any one particular trial that we want to like cover, top to bottom. Um, Let me know how that sounds to you guys. Mm-hmm. Let me know what you guys think. I've been keeping tabs on the pizza delivery one, but they have not started yet. So Joanna says, I'm with you, babes. Whatever you want to do. Dawn and Morgana say, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So we will start with the treehouse murder dude. And I've got it pulled up here. Let me X out of some of these other things so that it doesn't slow me down. Yeah, don't want it to slow me down. I got a bunch of tabs open. I know, I'm closing them out. Closing them out. Alrighty then. So, let's go to the opening statements on this treehouse murder. And we'll get the lowdown on this story. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dawn. Yes, give the video a thumbs up. Please give us a thumbs up. It helps a lot. Do you know why giving a thumbs up helps? It don't only give us like a morale boost, right? But when you give the video a thumbs up and even a thumbs down, doesn't matter. It like tells the little YouTubey brain stuff that you like it, and then it kind of helps push it out to other people's like recommended to watch on YouTube. And so it helps other people find the video, find the channel, that kind of thing. So it really helps a lot, a lot, a lot. And I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to present this screen. Yeah, algorithm, elves, the little YouTubey spider webbies, you know, that mix and mash and moosh around and do all the like robotic-y things too. Yeah, and if you're watching the replay, definitely leave a comment. That helps too. Hashtag replay. I need to get me one of those. Have you seen those cute little like neon lit up signs that people hang like on the behind them when they're doing like live streams? Those are so fun. I need to get me something. I need to get me something like that. But the coffee thing, that was in my kitchen. And I was like, I'm going to bring this in here. I think it'd be cute, you know, crime, cafe, blah, 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 blah. Share the screen. Watch the treehouse murder. Share. And let's make this full screen. Make sure the volume's up. And yeah, I'm gonna hit play. So this is the judge, right? Obviously, he's on the bench. But so we have him up here. I don't know what his name is off the top of my head. And a lot of times they'll have like their little name bracket plate thingy or whatever, but I don't see that. So I don't know what this judge's name is at the moment. But I will say I don't like the color of their wall. It looks like sinus infection yellow. I don't like their wall color. They need to paint that wall. Okay. Let's click the play button and we will listen. And I've got it set to where the judge is like giving the very last few couple minutes of the jury like law instruction, not like jury instruction, just the instruction of the law and that kind of thing. But then the state has their opening statements. So, and then we'll hear from the pro se, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, give his own opening statement. And it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. And when I hear it, I'll stop and we'll talk about it here in a little bit whenever we get to that part. But all right, let's boogie on down. Let's hit the play button. I'll shut up now.
Notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. And I want to fortify this point. I do jury trials quite routinely, regularly. We handle jury notes. We have a standard operating procedure. So we respect the confidences of jury notes. So once the trial is over, they're collected. Any page that has any kind of markings on it whatsoever is simply separated from the spiral binding and fed into the shredder that's in believe me, I have enough to read, so I'm not going to be looking at jury notes, and we all respect that. Not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. So, with those preliminary instructions, we will now go on to open statements. So, counsel for the state, would you like to make an opening at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Tucker. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Assistant State Attorney David Alvarez, and along with my colleague, Chief Assistant State Attorney Joseph Mansfield, will be conducting the presentation of the evidence on behalf of the state this morning and throughout the course of the trial. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for your participation in this process. It's very important, not only to the state, but to Mr. Tucker as well. So we thank you. And as the judge has already told you, the defendant is charged with a series of crimes. I'm not going to go over them again. We believe the evidence in this case will show that on or about November 17th of 2017, at 5650 Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, Florida, a place commonly known as the Treehouse, the defendant in this case, Mr. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, along with co-defendants Rory Wilson and Travis Johnson, planned and effectuated a robbery at that location, which at the time was the residence of Paula Belmonte. On said date, at approximately 7:45 or a little bit before there, these three individuals, and you'll hear testimony of this, the evidence will show this, that they actually spoke about how they were going to effectuate and pull off this robbery. They drove past the Treehouse once just to stake it out, came back. Defendants Wilson and Tucker put on their dark clothing and grabbed their weapons and their mask, and then got back into Mr. Travis Johnson's truck and drove to the Treehouse. The plan was, as you'll hear and the evidence will show, that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson were going to go up the Treehouse, and the reason it's referred to as the Treehouse, it's a series of
Good
stairs
morning,
that
Sherry.
I don't really want to say, I don't want to describe
to
it
see
as an
you,
apartment,
doll.
but it's a place where people could sleep. It had tarps over it. It really didn't even have
It really is
rooms.
bad.
And I believe the victims in the case, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett, will explain that in detail, as well as some of the deputies that you'll hear from. But in the commission of committing this robbery, defendants Tucker, this actual defendant, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson, went up into the Treehouse and held Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett at knife point. Ms. Belmonte was held at knife point with a knife to her throat. During the commission of this robbery, her throat was slashed, and you will see pictures of her injuries during the course of this case. The state is going to be introducing photos of that. Mr. Raggett was also held at knife point. He was beaten, punched several times. He'll actually testify that he was knocked back into a tarp. At this time of the year, I believe in November, it wasn't quite fully dark yet. It was dusk, the sun was setting, but they were able to discern that the alleged perpetrators were coming up the stairs, and eventually what happened. In the process of committing this alleged crime, obviously in fear of their lives, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett were screaming in fear for their lives, and unfortunately, the crimes didn't stop there. A neighbor, Mr. Matthew Bonnet, heard the screams and decided to render aid, or at least try to assist in somehow. As he was coming up the stairs, the evidence will show that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson confronted him. There was a struggle that ensued, and Mr. Bonnet was stabbed numerous times and eventually died from these injuries. The defendants then fled the scene, Defendant Johnson, who was waiting in his dark-colored pickup truck, the getaway driver, noticing that there was a commotion going on, decided to leave his two accomplices and drives away. They ultimately meet up at a warehouse where they were all residing together, probably about, I want to say about 500 or 600 feet from the actual treehouse, where an argument ensued, and Mr. Johnson decided to walk down to the Tom Tom to get some cigarettes, where he met up with Mr. Detroit Wilson, Mr. Rory Wilson. You're going to hear from numerous witnesses during the state's presentation and shall be presented with numerous exhibits of evidence for your review and consideration in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is absolutely confident that at the conclusion of this matter, you will find that the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, is guilty as charged in the indictment and the amended information. Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Tucker, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may do so.
Okay. That was a presentation by the state. By the way, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That was quite the story. But the problem is nothing in that story tells you what evidence they have, what evidence they're going to show. You know, how are they going to actually tie me into that story? Anyway, you know, the prosecution, you know, tells that story, but the problem is very little of that story is true. That's the bottom line. And, you know, yes, about the only thing that was true in that story is, yes, John Travis Johnson was there. That's a fact, right? This state witness, you know, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence...
Object argumentative.
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
sustain the objection.
Is it my
Again,
turn?
this is an opportunity to talk about what the
Okay.
evidence you expect will show.
Oh, but that's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there.
Okay, that section right there. Holy no. Neon puke green is just a horrid, horrid color for anywhere, let alone a courtroom, right? It's just gross. Anyway, did you just hear what he just... Okay, so the prosecution just objected and said argumentative. And Mr. Tucker, whatever his name is here, says, what, Judge? Was it my tone? Not even 5 minutes in, and he's already... I just thought that was cute, but I feel bad if he's already yeah. I just thought that was so funny. The first time when I watched that earlier today, this morning, I was like, oh my God, here we go. This is going to be fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to seem, I know that I just literally came off as, this is someone, more than one person, right, lost their life. Whether this man is guilty or not, I guess is yet to be seen. But anyway, I don't want to take away from that someone lost their life, right? And I don't want to say the word but, because the word but negates everything I've just said, correct? This guy, though, is he is what's going to be entertaining about it. Not that the trial is entertaining, you know what I'm saying? This guy is going to be entertaining. Yes, representing himself, Lee. Yes, yes, yes. He's representing himself. Steph says, I feel bad for judges in cases like this. They have to have endless patience. That's how it was with Jennifer Doro in the Daryl Brooks case. She had the patience of a saint. I don't know how she did it. I really don't know how she did it. He says attorneys are too expensive. Yes. He said he was being framed and that attorneys are too expensive. So he's representing himself. Yes. Okay. So back to this. Here we go. I just thought it was funny. I'm going to rewind it a couple seconds and re-listen to that over again so that you can appreciate it now. You know? All right. Here we go.
I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the state witness, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence.
Object argumentative.
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
sustain the objection.
Is it my
Again,
turn?
this is an opportunity to talk about what the evidence you expect will show.
That's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there. I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the evidence they show, all the witnesses they bring, where are they going to show he's the getaway driver? That's what you need to look at, right? Because the defense, we can show all day there is no evidence saying he was the getaway driver. We can also show that there's evidence that says otherwise. And that's what we do intend to prove. As far as the evidence we intend to put on, we're going to, put on the surviving victim, Miss Paula Bellamont, who says, 100% sure it wasn't me that night. 100%. Now, just as Mr. Alvarez said, this is a woman who was brutally beaten, robbed, had her throat slit, literally sat there and watched her friend get murdered viciously. But yet she is testifying on my side. Now, don't get me wrong, what motivation could she have? Anyway, going down the line here, we're also intent on going ahead and...
Okay, so, right, I know, Steph, he keeps saying we, because, I seems and feels lonely, right? But yeah, he keeps saying we can show all day. We can show you all this, blah, 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 blah. Now, he was just talking about how one of the people that was there is actually going to be testifying on his side. So I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I don't know, I don't know this case, the story well enough to know but yeah, I'm eager to see what that's about. So anyway, okay, back to it.
Calling a few other witnesses here. The next one after that's probably going to be Mrs. Angela Oslowski. Again, talking about evidence, right? Well, this is the woman who did the FDLE reports, the forensic evidence that that they submitted, right? All the evidence comes back. None of my DNA, none of my my blood, none of my fingerprints, none of that stuff. Okay? So, no forensic evidence, right? Okay? Surviving victim says it wasn't me. Okay, so we'll go on down from there. The next one, Mr. Tom Walker from Internal Affairs, right? Now, Mr. Tom Walker goes ahead and investigates the investigation because of a complaint I made, right? A complaint that comes back sustained, right? Comes back as sustained for an investigation that was so poorly executed, 208 pieces of evidence were found to be mishandled by the MCSO, including DNA, including physical evidence, including video. 208 pieces of evidence. Now, he also goes ahead and goes beyond that. He goes on to show that, that the original affidavit that was used to arrest me, the one that actually everybody relies on as far as what the police say happened, right? He goes ahead and investigates that. Unfortunately, guess what? That's not accurate either, according to him. That he actually goes ahead and investigates this and finds out that the original affidavit that was used to indict me, used to give me these charges and put me in front of you people, right? Not that I don't like you, but
Objection, argumentative, again, Your
Well, I'll overrule that objection.
no, but yes, it put me here. And so he'll go ahead and show that that isn't exactly accurate. That it's filled with inaccuracies. It also has what they call material omissions. Stuff that would be an exculpatory evidence to suggest that I wasn't there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and interview Mr. Tom Walker. We'll go ahead and put him on the stand. Then after that, we have Lieutenant Colonel Chad Scabilia, right? He's actually one of the higher ups in the MCSO. I don't know how familiar the jury is with that, right? I know we all know Rick Ramsey, but do we know Mr. Scabilia? Probably not. But he is one of the higher ups in the MCSO. He's in charge of their operations. He decides, as of January of 2019, he's going to go ahead and do an investigation of the entire major crimes unit, right? He's afraid that they're not living up to par. That's a good supervisor.
Object and ask for sidebar.
Okay.
He's looking at them when they said that request a sidebar. He's looking at them like, what? Wait, what? What's that mean? Ooh. We had audio there for a minute, and then somebody got smart and cut the mic. I love when that happens, right? Love when that happens. Poor guy standing back ways a little bit, like, I feel like I'm like not a part of the group here. Cute green Stanley Cup to match. Not that I don't like you. Attempting to manipulate the jury already. Right. Wow. Wow. You guys, I made they call it a ticker here on StreamYard, but a banner. The tickers are the ones that scroll across the bottom of the screen, I made one that says getting kiddo off the bus, BRB. Be right back. So whenever I have to go get him off the bus, that way all I got to do is just throw it up there and I don't have to explain it, So it's time for me to start watching.
But I do want to remind you that this is opening statement. It's not evidence in the case, and it may or may not reflect what ultimately is evidence, and it will be up to you to decide the case based on the evidence. So keep that in mind, that this, what I told you, the statements of the attorneys, is not evidence. So with that, let the defendant proceed with his opening.
Thanks. I'd also like to apologize for my tone. Obviously, I'm a little upset. You might understand. I don't know if you do, but you might understand. Anyway, continuing forward.
Okay, there again, because they said the argumentative comment again, the objection argumentative.
His report, he goes ahead and he finds that there are a number of investigations in the Major Crimes Unit that have not been sufficiently investigated, according to him. One of them, well, not one of them, out of the many that he finds. And Miss Danielle Malone, who we intend on putting on the stand, and to go ahead with this investigation. Yes, she's found to have, out of 17 active cases, 11 of them come up as insufficient, which we would argue mine is one of those. So we, we have quite a bit of evidence. We have quite a bit of evidence. I know that Mr. Mansfield asked you if you could convict me on one piece of evidence. Maybe. That's true. I could see that, depending on what the evidence is. You got a video of me doing something, or, I could see that. But what he failed to say is, okay, could you convict me on one piece of evidence when there's a lot of evidence that says something else? That's the question.
I have the volume all the way up, Kel.
Right? We're going to bring up witnesses. We're going to bring up evidence.
I can't really hear him great either.
Challenge everything that the state is saying here, because I know it's not true. So, in the end, that's what we're looking for here, right? We're looking for the truth. And they can present their case. I'll present mine, and we'll see what comes out as true. And then you guys can decide. And I know from looking at all of you and from going through our voir dire, yes, we'll decide correctly. Thank you.
Well, the judge and the other lawyers, I can hear them okay. It's just him, that guy that I don't get to hear very well.
Jury, you've now heard opening statements.
I think he just talks low. Low, anyway.
We start with the evidentiary portion of the proceedings, and the state has the opportunity to go first. So, you prepared to call your first witness in your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Deputy Jenna Muller from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
All right, Deputy Jenna Muller.
Yeah, the volume's all the way up on the screen.
Okay.
Wherever the podium suits you, a broad range is fine. As long as comfortable, as long as the other side's able to have a clear view of the witness stand and hear, that's fine.
I wonder if part of it doesn't have to do with that one lawyer saying something about him being argumentative. Like he objected to him being argumentative. And I think that the dude literally means that he's like screaming. And he said, sorry about my tone. If my tone comes off, I'm angry. I'm this and that, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe that's why he kind of like hushed his voice a little bit more. Possibly.
Ma'am, if you please step forward right through the gate there and approach the deputy who's in front of the witness stand here. That's good. Would you stop right there, turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now and here shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand, loudly and clearly, so everyone is able to hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and for the jury, please.
Jenna Muller,
And where are you currently employed?
Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity are you employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
I am the Road Patrol Sergeant in District 1.
How long have you been doing that, Mr. Deputy Muller?
As a sergeant
Yes,
since July, I believe.
ma'am. And in total with the Sheriff's Department?
I got hired in January of 2016.
2016, okay. I'd like to direct your attention to November 17th of 2017. Were you employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office on that date?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working with them at that time?
I was the deputy on Road Patrol in District 1.
And at some point on that date, I want to say approximately 7:45, 8 o'clock, did you have an opportunity to respond to 5650 Laurel Avenue, commonly known as the Treehouse?
Yes, I believe the original call was for me to go to the CVS right in front of that address.
Okay, and the CVS, how far is it away from the 5650 Laurel Avenue?
Across the street,
Literally across the street?
yes.
Okay, and could you please describe for the jury what happened? What happened when you got there?
So I responded to the CVS. The call was that there was a man there making excited statements, something along the lines of maybe his friends were hurt. I don't remember the exact dispatch. So I arrived there, made contact with a male who was shirtless, and he began telling me that of this incident, a stabbing that occurred, and that it occurred at the treehouse.
Okay, and did you ultimately respond to the treehouse?
I did.
Were you the first surviving officer on the scene?
I was.
Could you please describe for the jury what you observed when you arrived?
So on arrival, I could hear, I parked my patrol vehicle out front of the property, and I could hear someone screaming from what ended up being the top of the treehouse. I made my way onto the property, up the stairs, and that's where I encountered the first victim laying face down on the stairs, unresponsive. I went past him to the victim that was yelling, and she was at the very top of the treehouse with a large wound to her neck, and I believe her hand as well.
Now, a lot of people are interested, including myself. Could you describe why do they call this residence the treehouse?
So it was legit a treehouse. It was almost like a outdoor platform tower. I believe there was 2 levels and stairs going up all the way to the top, and it was essentially a treehouse. It was just two platforms.
Did it have a roof or anything of that nature?
I think maybe part of it sort of had some sort of makeshift roof, but I don't remember exactly.
Running electricity?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, very well. You indicated the first victim you encountered was non-responsive.
Correct.
Did you call for medical assistance?
Yes.
And did they ultimately arrive there?
Yes.
Okay, and then you proceeded upstairs, and who did you come into contact with upstairs? Do you remember?
Yes, that was Miss Paula Belmonte.
And what was her condition like?
She was very excitable, yelling, screaming, and she had the large wound on her neck. I believe I found a towel nearby or something and applied pressure, had her hold on that while I went back to try to assist the first victim I had encountered.
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
This is what I'd like to show you is in Creeps and Mark, it states Exhibit A3 for identification. And actually take a look at it. You had a chance to review this?
Yes.
Did they accurately and correctly reflect the entrance and the stairs of the treehouse?
Yes.
Permission to introduce this evidence that they're only using.
Any objection? Mr. Tucker, any objection to
No, sir,
this
I'm fine.
exhibit?
Let me pull the microphone down. No, sir.
All right, so we'll admit it as states 1, it's a composite. 1A through C. We just need the clerk to mark it, please. What, Mr. Alvarez, we can bring it up to the clerk so we can get it marked as states 1A, C composite.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Tammy. Good morning. Good morning.
Deputy Mullen, while the jury is looking at the photos, could you kind of describe what they're looking at? Is that the steps leading into the treehouse?
Yes, so if I remember correctly, it was essentially like one flight of stairs and then almost like a landing platform and then another flight. And then I don't recall if there was a turn at the very end up to the top, but there may have been.
And just so I'm clear, you indicated that you encountered the first victim, which was non-responsive on the first landing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
All right?
I know the jurors are reviewing the state's first exhibit, but the state has no further questions for Deputy Muller at this time.
All right, so before we have cross-examination, we'll let the jurors, each of them have an opportunity to review the exhibit, and then we'll give cross-examination opportunity.
I heard somebody say, I know. Hmm. Sorry, guys, I'm multitasking back here. Multitasking, and I'm not the best at that. Plus watching for a school bus to go by so I can run and grab kiddo. How are you this morning, Tammy? How are you this morning?
Appears as though all the jurors have now had an opportunity to review the exhibits. We can return them, the exhibit, we can return them to the clerk. State's completed direct examination. Mr. Tucker, did you care to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
Deputy Mueller, thank you for coming. It's been a while. But, okay, that night, do you remember approximately what time? You know, what time you arrived on scene, what time you got to the treehouse?
I don't recall the exact time, no.
Just, how about approximately? You got anything in there?
Want to say maybe it was like, I'd be guessing. I think it's like, 8 p.m., something like that. But,
Okay, we can always look at it.
yeah.
You both need to keep your voices up, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Okay, so you get to the treehouse, and Paul is the second victim that you come across, correct? It's if you come across Matt first.
Correct.
Okay. And how long before backup shows up? Approximately.
Approximately like 20 minutes or maybe 30 minutes. Another deputy showed up to assist me with clearing the property.
Okay. And did you guys actually clear the property, check, make sure there's no more suspects, anything like that?
I had done that prior to the deputy arriving on scene.
Okay, would that be on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, check that. Okay, so now you're at the property, you've done your sweep, you've got backup, correct? And I would assume the ambulance shows up before or after that?
Yes, sir. The ambulance showed up minutes after I got there.
Minutes after you got there. I seem to remember that too. Okay. Now, let's see, after that, what did you do after that? After you went ahead and cleared the property, after the ambulance came, they took Paul to the hospital, if I remember correctly, right?
Correct.
So what was your duty after that?
I remained on scene. I started a crime scene log. I believe I taped off the immediate structure of the treehouse itself, and then also the entrance to the property.
Okay.
I asked anybody who was in the property to come outside of the property. I tried to identify everybody that was on scene or that I came into contact with. That was essentially,
Right. You secured the scene, basically,
Yeah.
right? Now, and what does securing the scene, what does that actually entail? What is it, why do we do that?
to not contaminate the scene, to not have people in and out, stuff like that.
Okay, just to make sure that the evidence stays there, it stays, doesn't get
Scene
walked away with
safety.
or tainted, right?
Correct,
You
scene
know.
safety, make sure everything's.
Right, and safety, obviously, right? Okay, and now, was there evidence just found on property?
No, I believe, no, there was evidence found on the street itself.
Okay, was that ever blocked off? Was it ever roped off so that the evidence would stay secure?
Yes, once other units detectives got to the scene, at one point, they did block off most of the street, from what I recall.
And about how long did that take
For them to arrive, or
for them to block off the street?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you remember anybody walking away with evidence?
Walking away with the
Like
evidence?
picking up evidence off the street and walking away with it?
The only person I saw that handled evidence would be the crime scene tech from Key West.
Okay, that would be
Detective Mitchell.
Yeah, if I remember right, okay.
Yes.
And so he was the one who handled the evidence once he got there, right?
In my presence, yes.
Okay, and, and then after that, what did you do after that? I know you started a crime scene log, you secured the scene, at least the immediate scene, right? The
Correct.
treehouse itself.
Correct.
And then, what'd you do after that?
I believe I, assisted the detectives on scene with what they needed. We walked the street, Laurel Avenue, looking for any additional evidence.
Okay.
I did locate a $100 bill on the street. That's what Detective Mitchell came and photographed and collected. And I believe there was other individual pieces that were located. I didn't locate them directly.
But they're basically all the way down the street, right?
From what I recall, it was, yes, going down the street.
Sure. Okay, so you're looking for evidence after that. That's, you're basically searching for evidence, checking the scene, making sure you guys are covering the whole street now, looking for the evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we get to the scene, okay, and, was I there? Correct. Just we'll go for that right there. Was I present when you got there?
I did not see you, no.
Yeah, okay. And, is there any evidence that I was there?
I did
That
not
means
see
that
you there. So,
you know of, right? Okay. All right, so nothing there. Now, okay, and you said other people started showing up, other detectives, other officers started showing up. Was it Detective Mitchell from Key West PD? He shows up for the forensics, correct?
he did show up, yes.
Okay. And then who else showed up?
Let's see. At the time, Captain Phelps, Detective Pitcher, Detective Malone, Lieutenant Kellenberger, Detective Fernandez, possibly Captain Smith.
It's quite a few officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Most of them major ranking officers, if I remember correctly,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Now, you said your first encounter was with Todd O'Quinn, correct? With the skinny white guy who ran out.
I believe his name was Todd O'Quinn.
Todd
yes.
O'Quinn,
Yeah.
Todd Sumner O'Quinn is his name, that's his full name. So he's the one who approached you first, but he's not the one who called 911, but he's the one who approached you, correct?
Correct. I believe he was yelling in front of CVS, and some other bystanders contacted 911.
Okay. And what was he saying to you? Do you remember?
For the exact verbatim, I would have to refer to my
No,
body
I'm sure.
cam.
You know, it's been a long time, I
has
understand.
been.
Believe me, I understand.
But he told me that there was some sort of altercation. I believe he said he saw Mr. Bonnet being stabbed, and he saw a white suspect and a black suspect.
Do you remember the circumstances being, for the white suspect, the white suspect? Do you remember any of what he said about him?
Again, I would have to refer to the body cam because that would give an exact recording.
Right, yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah.
And we may do that, we'll see. Now, prior to all this happening, before you even got to the treehouse, before you even got the call, what were you doing before that?
I believe I was patrolling the trap yard in an area called La Curva prior to.
An area called what? I'm sorry.
It's called La Curva. It's a trap yard.
Oh,
on
La Curva?
Fifth
Yeah, I
Avenue.
know La Curva,
Yeah.
okay.
I believe I was patrolling there prior to getting the call.
Okay. Okay, and how long would you say you were doing that?
Again, it would be a guess, but approximately 15, 20 minutes.
Were you ever in the CVS parking lot that night?
I could have been prior to.
Do you know approximately how long?
No.
What if I told you maybe hours? Maybe an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours? Just prior to the crime?
But I could be, yeah.
Just checking. Okay. And did you go into CVS that night at all?
But I don't have a direct recollection, but if I was there, I probably went in and maybe got snacks or,
Yeah,
you know.
see, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Okay. All right, so we know where you were before. We know where you went afterwards. And, okay, so you're searching and everybody else shows up and they start searching, right? What about, the other investigators? What are they doing? Because, were they all searching on Laurel or did they, go other places? I mean, did they do anything else that you know of?
I know some units responded to a property on Second, but I wasn't there. I don't know who responded.
Was it the warehouse property?
Yes.
Okay, so it was the warehouse property. Now, when I say the warehouse property, you and I know what that means. I'm not sure the jury knows what that means. It's on Second Street. Could you please just describe it for them just so that they have an understanding of it?
Yes, it's on Second Street in Stock Island. It's essentially a big warehouse. It's like an aluminum or metal sided building, pretty large, and I believe there's it's sectioned off, or at least it is now, into separate areas.
Now, was the interest at Second Street, or the Second Street warehouse? Do you know?
I believe at the time, the information that I was able to put out and receive from the victim was that there was a suspect that possibly resided there.
Ended up being true, didn't it?
I actually don't know if they found him. I don't know the results.
Did you show up for was it they brought Rory Wilson in? Were you there for that?
No,
I
sir.
know that people were masked, so it was hard to decide. I don't know whether you were there or not, so I'm just asking.
Yes, I was not.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so you got, there are units at the Second Street warehouse, but you're not one of them. You're still back at the.
I stayed at the scene the whole time.
Okay, you're at the scene. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Okay, is there any other involvement you had in the investigation beyond, that initial night?
The very next night, I was on patrol again, and I got called again, by dispatch to a residence at the end of the road because they had found a knife in their yard.
Okay, and where was, do you remember, where, what, was it in the mobile home park, or was it,
Yes, at the time, there was a mobile home park there called Ocean's Edge,
okay,
Water's Edge.
Water's
One
Edge?
of the-
Yeah,
Water's Edge.
you're right, absolutely correct, I'm sorry.
And it was one of the trailers that was on, I guess, is that Second Street? Right at the end of Laurel Avenue there.
Yeah, I seem to remember which one. Now, did you stay there and collect the knife, or did somebody else come and do that?
No, I responded, I saw the knife, and I contacted Detective Pitcher, at the time I believe was the lead detective, and then Key West Detective Mitchell came and collected the knife.
Now, at the crime scene, who would you say was actually in charge of the crime scene? Who was actually running the show?
I know that Key West PD Detective Mitchell was doing the collection, but
For the
beyond
forensics
that,
part, yeah.
yeah, beyond that, I don't know who
I
was
mean,
running.
normally it would have been Sergeant Kellenberger's job, correct? I mean, I know a little bit about MCS protocol, MCSO protocol, I don't
He would
know.
be
And
the
I don't know nearly as much as you, obviously. so.
He would be the supervisor of the.
He would have been the supervisor, right? Okay, and, but there were people there above him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did people from the state attorney's office show up at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how about, did they ever have a suspect at the crime scene?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember Anathea Clay?
I believe she showed up on a bicycle at one point.
Okay. Was she a suspect in the crime?
Not that I'm aware of. I know she was mentioned by Miss Belmonte that she knew the suspect.
Okay.
And
But that's I'm not trying to tell you what to say or, anything like that. I'm just trying to see if we can both remember here, because I remember correctly, didn't Paula come out of the treehouse when she's holding her neck and screaming? Isn't that the first name that comes out of her?
I'm going to sustain it.
Okay.
That's not an evidence.
Okay. Anyway, you do remember the Anathea, that she was mentioned by Paula?
yes,
Okay. And she was eventually brought to the crime scene, correct?
I remember her showing up on a bicycle.
Okay. And did anybody get a statement?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I'm not saying you do, I'm just, because I don't know which officers did everything, so I just trying to get my knowledge here. So you don't know whether anybody took a statement from her?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
That was just rhetorical, I'm sorry. But she wasn't arrested, correct? Or that you know of?
Not that I know of on the scene, no.
And did you have any other parts in this investigation beyond those initial days?
Yes. A few days later,
Okay, a few days later, and...
I was on shift again, and I got called to assist with arresting you.
Oh, thanks. Whatever. I'm not going to hold it against you.
I appreciate it.
Now, and then well beyond that, was there anything else you did for this investigation?
Yes, it was much later in the investigation. I was actually a detective at the time, and I was a plainclothes detective. My partner and I at the time were asked to locate Miss Anathea Clay. And then separately, my partner and I, at one time, went to Miami to pair up with, our whole unit did,
Right.
to pair up with Miami-Dade detectives in an attempt to locate another person to serve a subpoena. My involvement with that, though, was literally show up, and then we were dismissed, so we
Right, gotcha.
went home.
So just go there, go home.
Yeah, I didn't have
I'm
much.
sorry about
involvement
that.
with
I'm sure it wasn't fun. Okay, but the Anathea Clay thing, back to that one. So what was the intention of when you went to go, engage Anathea on this time?
At the time, Captain Phelps was the boss of the unit I was in, like higher ranking,
Right, yeah.
and she asked my partner and I for assistance with locating Miss Anathea Clay, and she knew, or she had an idea of where she lived, or would be seen. So we were plainclothes, so we set up and we watched, and when we located her, the captain made contact with her, and I believe she brought her in for interview.
Right. Did she act surprised or anything like that to see you guys, or?
I don't recall.
And you remember being brought in for the interview? Were you there for any of it, or?
I did not. I waited outside.
Okay. So that's the extent of your involvement, though, that I know of, correct?
As best as I can recall right now, yes.
And that you know of. Okay, great. No further questions, John. Thank you, Miss Detective, sorry, Detective. I want to call you Detective because I remember you being a detective before,
Yes, sir.
too. Deputy Mueller. Thank you.
Is there a redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Mueller, good morning again. Mr. Tucker asked you about the actual time that you arrived on scene and were dispatched. And I know at this point it's been, 6 years. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection, if you take a look at it, maybe your report?
Either my report or my body cam would very much refresh my recollection.
Just give me a second. You're fine.
Commissioner Prochon?
Yes.
Let me show you a copy of the report. See if that refreshes your recollection regarding at what time you were dispatched and arrived.
Yes, sir.
When you've had your
I'm back,
recollection
guys.
refreshed,
I'm back.
say so, and then the prosecutor can retrieve the report, and you can testify from your refreshed recollection.
Yes, sir. I'm refreshed.
Could you please describe to the jury exactly what time you were dispatched and arrived?
I was dispatched at 2018.
Okay, and name is
What
Sharon.
did I
That is
miss? Did I miss
8:18
anything
p.m.
good?
Mr. Tucker asked you if he
Did I
was
miss anything
on the
good?
scene when you arrived. Was Rory Wolfen there?
Not that I recall, no.
Was Travis Johnson there?
No, sir.
Were any of the alleged perpetrators there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You indicated that on the second night you were on duty, correct?
Correct.
And you dispatched, I guess, to a mobile home that was referred to as Water's Edge?
The trailer park itself is, yeah.
Was it
And
worth
that's
watching,
where the
Steph?
knife.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge. I have nothing.
Right. So, may this witness be excused, or is she held subject to recall?
She may be excused, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would
Under
agree.
your-
I would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. Be
Thank you, sir.
excused.
Was it worth watching?
So, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for our morning break.
Okay, so they're gonna
So
go on a
let's
morning
talk about the
break.
basic ground
So I
rules
guess we
for the
can
break.
go over to the other.
You don't have to stay in the jury room. If you want to walk around a little bit, stretch outside the jury room, you may do so. Just let the bailiff
see.
know who wants to go outside the jury room. They will escort you through the secure portion of the courthouse. You can then, when it's time, be back in the jury assembly room, and the bailiffs will bring you back. During the break, whether you stay in the jury room or whether you go outside, the rules, the instructions that I've given you about, exposure to information, discussions, conversations, all those things that you've heard so often, they remain in effect. So we're going to break until 10:55. You can leave your notepads right there on the chairs, and we'll be back, and the state will have the opportunity to call their next witness.
No worries, Kel, honey. I'm just glad you're here when you can be here. Prosecution objected at one point, and the judge said overruled, and then the defendant apologized like he didn't know what overruled and sustained means. Oh, great. Great. That does mean it's going to be a long one. Yay. Watch him as the other judges are talking and him standing there by himself. He's like, feels like the last kid picked. You know what I mean? In school. Wow. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that later. So he's going over there and talking to the other lawyers here. He was probably like, "Psst, what did that sustain and overruled mean? What did that mean?" Hey. Kelson, I hate how he comments on every answer. Defendant was cutting the witness off. He was like telling a story, asking her questions she didn't answer. It's his own doing. He should have taken an attorney that was court appointed. Well, I don't know why he didn't. Don't know why he didn't. All right, I'm going to pause this one. And let me scooch it over to where the next person comes in. And then I'll pause it and we'll have our starting point. Okay. All right. I'll stop that one there. And then let me go find the other one. I did have the tab open, but yeah, I had to close it out so I didn't have multiple things open at the same time, you know. Nah, I mean. Missing. Is it? Here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me rewind this back. Because when I was watching this Jennifer Dulos the Michelle Troconis one earlier, they were not live. I mean, they were live. The stream, the feed was on and live, but there was nothing going on. It was like they hadn't started anything just yet. I have not seen JC at all. Tammy. At all. Okay, so it looks like the judge is taking the bench here on this one. Jolie, you need to stay off of that, baby girl. Yeah. Okay. Let me share this tab. Make it big.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, would you approach, please?
Okay. So this is the Michelle Troconis murder trial here. This is the woman.
This is the matter of State of Connecticut versus Michelle Troconis. May the court have the appearances of the parties, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle Manning for the state.
Your Honor, good morning. May it please the court, Sean McGinnis for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Schoenhorn representing Michelle Troconis, who is seated to my left. Michelle. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Audrey Felsen for Michelle Troconis.
Thank you. There were a number of motions filed
Ooh.
yesterday, and there were a number of motions filed today by the defense. What the court intends to do is just indicate what those motions are. The court will not act on all of those motions today. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion for sequestration of witnesses. Now, the court will act on that motion today. So what the court will do is just hear from Attorney Schoenhorn on that motion.
Oh, I like his tie.
The court grant that motion as a matter of course.
I like his tie.
Does the state
I'm
wish
gonna have
be
to
heard?
move my little thing because
morning.
it's covering them up. Hold on a minute.
Well, Your Honor, the part of my issue with the defense's motion has been alleviated by Attorney Schoenhorn's representation that it would apply to both sides. So with that, obviously, we don't have any objection to the law enforcement personnel and most of the witnesses being sequestered. However, there are members of the Farber family, Your Honor, who wish to be present that are potential witnesses in this case. And I'll just direct the court to State versus Swinton, which is 268 Con 781. It's a 2004 case in which the trial court.
What did the
indicated
husband say about the peanut
there was
butter?
a request
that
for the
yesterday?
victim's family to remain,
Oh,
that it
Kel.
balance the
It was
interests
so
of both
cute.
parties. Specifically,
She,
I believe that a fair reading of Swinton
nothing
is
really.
that
He just
court
laughed about it, but he was like
identified
informing
specifically
me
which
that
members of the victim's
Jolie
family
had been in the
belong
peanut
to,
butter.
And I think the court needs to balance whether or not. they're
And
present
she had
for
made her own
portions
peanut
of
butter
testimony,
sandwich.
could
Yeah,
potentially
she did.
Influence their,
Tammy
trial.
said I was looking for her on
So,
Facebook
I
or
think
through
following
Messenger, but
suit,
wasn't
Your
sure
Honor,
of the
it's
last name.
incumbent
Yeah, I
upon
don't
the
know.
identify specifically who from the victim's family they want excluded, and then I think they need to make a proffer as to how their testimony can be influenced. So we
I'm
would ask
sorry,
that the court grant
Steph.
the motion with the caveat that the victim's family be allowed to remain in the courtroom.
You
Wish
love
to be
me.
heard, counsel.
Yes, twofold. The first is, I do not know what the family is going to testify to. So it's incumbent upon the state to make a proffer. How am I to make a proffer as to how it will be influenced by other people's testimony unless I know that? So I think that he's put the cart before the horse. If the court were going to, however, consider that a request by the state, which is it's discretionary, but it also goes to the issue of a fair trial and due process. They would ask the same for my client's family. As the court is aware, the court has already heard during pretrial hearings from my client's mother, who's present in the courtroom. And if something arises where she might have to testify to some of the matters that she was actually present for, I would ask for that same consideration. But until
Oh,
the
Lord.
state indicates the nature of the testimony, if in fact it does not involve any evidence that would be influenced by someone else, that's a little bit different but the normal procedure is that all witnesses that are going to be called are sequestered, and that was what we would do if we were going to call any of the members of the family ourselves. Thank you.
Counsel.
So just briefly on that, Judge, that's incongruent with Swinton, which I've cited to the court. I think it's incumbent upon the defense to indicate why they think a victim's family needs to be excluded from the courtroom. And the difference, of course, here is that the defendant's family and the victim's family are not similarly situated. Article 8 of the Connecticut Constitution specifically delineates certain victims' rights, including the right to attend court proceedings. And so therein lies the
Okay.
difference
Well, we're
between
gonna have to get through this stuff because this stuff is the
Farber family and the defendant's
Nah,
family. So
not-
I agree the defendant defense witnesses should
This
be
is
excluded,
boring me.
but the Farber family alleged victim is different than the term victim.
Who's this chick? She's swearing someone in. Oh, I wonder if she's swearing the jury in.
This time when the jury is brought in and the attendance is taken, no identifying information will be disclosed of any juror.
Sounds like jury's coming in.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, we will take the attendance, and then you will be sworn in. Madam.
Where did the audio go? Oh, she may be calling them by name, right? They asked the family not to be there in court. I have to be honest, I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on. The humdrum stuff, that just kind of goes right over my head, in one ear and out the other, and none of it absorbs into the brain. To be honest, yes, yes. Yes. La. Okay, come on, let's get with the program. But that's Michelle Troconis right there. Right there. Okay, yeah, she's swearing them in right now. Swearing them in. The jurors. The jurors. You guys, the jurors. All right. Oh, and do you remember yesterday how whenever Jeff was on here with me and we were chit-chatting and all of a sudden we hear that music starts coming from out of nowhere. We can't figure out where it's at. Yeah. Guess what I got after my live was over? I got a copyright claim notification. So, and it was on that music. It specifically was said for that music. So, I had to go in and edit that chunk out. But I think that it missed another little chunk later when I did play like a smidge of it again later. Didn't say anything about that. I left it alone. I'm like, I ain't gonna fix what ain't broke. But yeah, they did. So I had to go in there and cut that chunk out. I tried to just mute the music and still hear me and her talking. But it said that feature was in beta. So it may not work well. And it didn't, apparently. It wouldn't do. So, oh, nothing, Tammy. Nothing's wrong with my channel. It's just, YouTube don't like well, not YouTube. I mean, YouTube too, but the person that has the rights to that music don't like it whenever you put it on YouTube without
What the court is going to do is talk to you about some of the instructions that
paying for it,
guide
basically.
your deliberations. It will also include a reading of the information again, which you have already heard. The court must read it again. This is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Michelle Troconis, and the court will now read that information. Paul J. Forensic, State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, charges count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. At various times and in various locations, including but not limited to the town of New Canaan on or about the 24th day of May 2019. In the
You
area
can
of
sometimes get
69 Wells
penalized,
Lane,
Tammy. Yeah.
Michelle Troconis,
Sometimes if
with
you don't
intent
fix it or
that conduct constituting the crime of murder
do what
be
they,
performed, did agree with Fotis
ask.
Dulos and other persons to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. To wit, Fotis Dulos did assault Jennifer Farber Dulos in her home on the 24th day of May 2019 with the intent to restrain and kill her in violation of sections 53A-48A and 53A-54A subsection A of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 2, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019 in the city of Hartford in the area of Albany Avenue.
Mine
The
too,
defendant,
Steph.
Michelle Troconis, with the intent that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos to engage
5/24.
in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy, to wit, the defendant,
Not
Michelle
mine, but my
Troconis,
son's,
traveled with Fotis Dulos to the Hartford area for the purpose of disposal of physical evidence relating to the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos in the city of Hartford on the 24th
Now,
day
you
of
guys
May
keep in mind
2019,
this
in
Jennifer
violation
Dulos
of
is
section 53A-48 and 53A-155A1 of the Connecticut
Hold
General
on.
Statute. Count 3, tampering with physical evidence.
I was just gonna say, keep in mind, not my birthday, Steph, but my son's birthday. Whenever you said my son's birthday, that's why I said mine too. I meant my son's too. My son's birthday also. But what I was going to say is this Jennifer Dulos that they're talking about here, the victim in this case here, this is, this victim is, the niece of Liz Claiborne. You guys know who Liz Claiborne is, the like fashion brand chick, right? Yep. So, yeah, that's who this is. All right.
And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or
No, right,
about the
Steph?
24th day of May 2019. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019 within the city of Hartford in the area of Albany Avenue, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with the purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding. In violation of section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 4, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 in the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, with the intent that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct, and one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy, to wit, Fotis Dulos did transport a 2001 Toyota Tacoma used in the commission of the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos to Russell Speeder's Car Wash in Avon on the 29th day of May 2019 for the purpose of having evidence relating to that murder concealed and destroyed in violation of sections 53A-48A and 53A-155A1 of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 5, tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 within the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with the purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding, in violation of section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A of the Connecticut General Statute, and finally count 6, hindering prosecution in the second degree. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of hindering prosecution in the second degree and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 in the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, did render criminal assistance to another person when, with intent to prevent, hinder, and delay the discovery and apprehension of, and the lodging of a criminal charge against Fotis Dulos, whom she knew and believed had committed a Class A felony, to wit murder, did provide Fotis Dulos with transportation and other means of avoiding discovery and apprehension in support of Fotis Dulos' effort to conceal, alter, and destroy evidence of the murder contained within a 2001 Toyota Tacoma in violation of sections 53A-165A3 and 53A-166 of the Connecticut General Statute. Now, as mentioned before, the information that the court has just read is not evidence. It is only the formal means of bringing charges, and you may not consider the information as evidence. You may not draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and charged. Each charge is set forth in the information as what is called a separate count. In deciding the case, you must consider each charge separately. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent, and as we explained to you earlier, the presumption of innocence works this way. If you were asked right now whether Michelle Troconis was guilty or innocent, the answer is not, I don't know. The answer is not guilty because you have heard nothing to overcome the presumption of innocence. That presumption remains unless you unanimously decide that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the offenses. The burden is on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is called the burden of proof. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. If you do not find at the conclusion of all of the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense, you must find the defendant not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find the defendant guilty. The procedure for the trial is as follows. After these instructions, the state will present its evidence. Of course, the defendant has the right to cross-examine. The defendant may, if he chooses, present evidence. As you recall, the defendant is presumed innocent. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. If the defendant chooses to present evidence, the state may have the opportunity to present what is called rebuttal evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, the lawyers will make their closing arguments. The closing arguments themselves are not evidence. You may consider the arguments in your deliberations, but those arguments do not constitute evidence. The state will argue first, this is in regard to the closing argument, according to our rules, and then the defendant will argue. The state has the opportunity to argue after the defense. The defense will not have a second opportunity to argue. However, each side receives the same amount of time for argument. The state may break its argument, however, into two parts if it chooses. When the arguments have been completed, the court will instruct you on the law which applies in this case. You must apply the law as the court instructs. After the instructions, you will be sent to the jury room to begin your deliberations. This is the first time you will discuss the case with your fellow jurors and with no one else. Once deliberations start, all deliberations are to be conducted in the jury room when all of the jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the law as the court will instruct to the facts
That's
in the
okay,
case.
Stephanie. I hope everything's
And this is
okay.
how you reach your verdict, and your verdict has to be unanimous.
Love you too, Chica.
The court's responsibility includes conducting the trial in an orderly and a fair and an efficient manner. It also includes ruling on questions of law arising during the trial and instructing you on the law as it applies in this case. It is your duty to accept the law as the court states it. During the trial, the court will have to rule on objections and make comments to counsel. The court may also ask questions of witnesses. And of course, tell you what the law is. The rulings, the questions to witnesses, the comments, and the instructions are not to be taken by you as any indication of this court's opinion concerning how you should determine the facts in this case.
I like
If
this
you come to
judge.
believe
I
that
know
this
he's
court
not
has
even really
expressed
said
or
anything
intimated
except
any
jury
opinion
stuff, like
concerning the
legal
facts, you should
mumbo
ignore
jumbo stuff.
the opinion you
But I
believe
can
the
already
court has
tell that
formed.
I like
As
him.
stated earlier,
I like his
the role
tie.
the court
I like
has
his
is to ensure a
beard.
fair trial so that
And
you may decide the case.
I like him. His voice.
As
His voice
jurors,
is
you may
amazing
disregard
sauce, too.
all comments the court makes in
I like his
arriving
voice.
at your own findings. You must not take anything the court says or does during the trial as an indication of what the court thinks of the evidence or what your verdict should be. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts, and you determine the weight of the evidence that you will hear. You determine the value and the effect of the evidence, and you determine the credibility of witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness should be believed. It is your duty to resolve any conflicts in the testimony and to determine where the truth is. You may draw any and all inferences from the evidence which reasonably and logically flow from the evidence. Now, what will the evidence consist of? The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other materials admitted as exhibits. Evidence may also consist of any facts on which the lawyers agree or which the court may instruct you to accept. The
There's that
following do not constitute
She don't
evidence.
know. I
You
don't.
may
Does she
not
ever
consider them as
smile?
evidence
I
in
mean, I know
deciding the
she's
facts
not.
of the case.
She's
Statements
on
and
trial for
arguments
murder.
by
I mean,
the
I get
attorneys
that,
are not
but
evidence.
it's like I don't. You
Questions
never
and
see this
objections
woman
of the attorneys are not
smile.
evidence.
She's like hard as a brick.
And the testimony which the court indicates to you you should disregard should not be considered. Now, there are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. And circumstantial
Right,
evidence
Gail?
is indirect
I feel like
evidence.
that too.
That is evidence from which you can infer another fact. Now, this example has been used many times. If you wake up in the morning and you see the roadway is wet, the inference that you can draw is that it rained during the night. However, the wet roadway is circumstantial evidence
Who
that
did
it
she
had rained.
unlike?
Other evidence may provide another explanation,
What do you mean?
such as a
What do you
sanitation
mean,
truck
Tammy?
hosing down the street.
Oh, unalive,
Therefore,
you
before you
mean?
decide a fact has been proven by
If that's what
circumstantial
you
evidence,
meant,
you must consider
she
all of the evidence in the light of reason, experience,
she killed.
and common sense.
Well, she
In
didn't,
deciding the
but
case, you
her.
may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law gives
Okay.
you
Okay, hold on,
permission
hold
to
on.
give equal weight
Let me-
to both direct and circumstantial evidence.
Let me stop this real quick. Pause it. So she okay. So there's three key players in this case. There's the victim who is no longer here. She was murdered. Her name is Jennifer Dulos. She is the niece of Liz Claiborne, the fashion designer. Okay. Jennifer was married to a man named Fotis Dulos. I know, Fotis, like POTUS, but it's Fotis, Fotus, I think. Dulos. They had 5 kids together, I believe, and he was charged with murdering her. She or he, when he was charged for her murder, he killed himself. Okay. But whenever he killed his wife, Jennifer Dulos, he was with this girl, this Michelle Troconis that is on trial. And she was an accomplice, allegedly. And that's what she's on trial for, is that. So, I don't know exactly what all of her charges are. I know that he was just talking about that, but I haven't looked at a list of what her actual charges are. But I can find that out and put it in the chat. So, and Jolie is not having she's being super needy right now. So that's why I have my camera off. I mean, you guys, most of you have seen her and stuff, but over here on this channel, I'm not keen on letting the kids in or on the videos or not. It's like yesterday when she popped around the corner, I was had stuck my arm up and was like, oh, get back, because I don't want them in the videos. So I'll probably keep my camera turned off a lot today. But I'll be here chitty chatty unless I say otherwise, yeah, I feel bad because I was like, I didn't want people to think like I didn't think about it until afterward because I wasn't like get back because she was all like, well, and I was like, trying to elbow her back out of the way. But it wasn't because I didn't want her on me. It was because I didn't want her in the camera. And so, um, but yeah, so, Jolee, you had it right the first time. Um, yep, that's how you do it. You understand mommy duties take priority. Yeah. Well, and it's just, over there things are easy. Over here, it's like, I don't know. This is a crimey channel, crime, crime, crime. And yeah, I don't know the people that are going to be coming in here like I know you guys. So anyway, and while it's a small channel right now, I kind of want to just keep it that way from the beginning. So there may be, I've thought about it and I hate to do it where I'm like not on camera because I'm always on camera with you guys, but mornings are probably easier, but like late morning, early afternoon into the evening, there might be more camera off than on, and I might just pop in and out as I'm able to visually, but I'll be, here talking with you guys. So I hope that makes sense. I just don't, she's too, it's too easier for her to pop in. And I actually did rearrange my stuff settings around the other day, my like desk and stuff the other day. And then it was like, it didn't work. I could not get it to work right because I was trying to get it in a situation where I could keep like the camera turn the opposite way from where she can come in. But it wasn't functioning. It was not working well. So, put yourself in a cage like you're in prison. I know. Well, I mean, you see this, like partition-y thing right there? It's one of those like foldy, like 4-panel foldy things. I've had that all over the place trying to get it. And yeah, she's just going to end up, did you know your channel pops up when you type in a court case? Mine, the Crime Cafe one does, or the Crafty Crafter one? Which one, Tammy? Oh, okay, good. Good, good, good. Well, yay. I hope it does. It should. I want it to. I want it to. Because I want it to be found, but I just want, I'm going to treat it more securely than I do, my crafty one. So, but anyway, okay, we're going to get back to that. I just wanted to explain that little nugget, so, if you see my screen be black, with my little logo, I'm here. I'm sitting here watching and talking and listening with you guys. I just don't want a kiddo popping in out of the blue. So, all right, let's get back to this. And if he don't hurry up and get through these boring bits and bobbles, then I'm going to fast forward it. Okay. And yes, Steph, was it you that came in the blonde-headed chick right here with the brown sweater? That is Michelle Troconis. She is the other woman who was the alleged accomplice in this case, trial, crime, whatever you want to call it.
You must decide how much weight to give any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose, and if the court instructs you to consider some piece of evidence for a limited purpose, you must consider it for that purpose and for no other purpose. Now, in deciding the facts of the case, you judge the credibility of the witnesses, You will have to decide which witnesses to believe or not believe and the extent to which you credit any witness's testimony. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it, or you may believe none of it. You may not credit or discredit a witness based solely on which side has called the witness. Now, police officers will testify in this trial, and you must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same and what weight you will give to that testimony. Now, the notepads that will be given to you will be collected at the end of each trial day and kept secure and confidential. No one is permitted to look at your notes. You will not be allowed to make or modify your notes outside of court. And you are not allowed to compare notes with fellow jurors during the trial. Once deliberations begin, you may discuss your notes. Now, the amount of notes that you take should not influence your personal recollection. Now, during the trial, the court will also take notes. Do not be influenced by the court's note-taking. Realistically, you cannot know what the court is writing.
Now she said something,
If
Steph,
you desire
about
to have a portion of the testimony read back, once your deliberations have begun, do not hesitate to request that.
I'm gonna mute that for a second. Hold on. So what I was gonna say. Oh wait. I know they be doing all the wildest, right? I don't know that she had a hand in actually the murder part. Her husband or the guy did that, right? But she allegedly had a part in like the cover up, the conspiring, maybe, that kind of thing. He offed himself and left all the blame at her feet. I know, right, Steph? Right? I know it. Oh, let me rewind that because I need to hear what he said just then.
To lunch break, 2 o'clock to 3:15. Evidentiary estimate, we don't intend to, or we should say it is unlikely the case will go as far as March 1st.
Ooh. Yeah, they're expecting this one to last, I think they said about 6 weeks. So we'll see.
Please do not use internet maps or Google Earth or any other program or device to search for or view any place discussed during the course of the trial. Now, we conclude with the lawyers having informed the court that the evidentiary portion of the trial will take about 6 weeks. This is an estimate. We don't intend to, or we should say it is unlikely the case will go as far as March 1st. The court
Wow.
will attempt to keep you informed of changes in the schedule. Once the evidentiary portion is over and the court directs you to deliberate, the length of the deliberations will be up to you. Again, we start every day at 10 o'clock. We take our break around 11:15. Come back in, and then take our lunch break at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2. Lunch break, 2 o'clock to 3:15. Evidentiary portion of the trial. Then we conclude at 4:45. If you wish to communicate with the court during the trial, please send it out in the form of a note. The note will be read to the parties and made a part of the record. If you have a question, please write it down and give it to the marshal, who will bring it to the court. Now it's about 11:15. The court has concluded its comments. We'll take our morning recess. And we're going to resume at 11:30. And that's when the evidentiary portion of the trial will start. So we'll stand in our recess.
Oh my Lord, did that guy right there not look like a Robert De Niro? Holy cow. Hold on a minute. I gotta rewind that again. See, look at her stink face, man. Whoa. She don't even look. Hold on. Look at that look at that guy. Hold on.
Concluded its comments.
Oh, wait.
Now it's about 11:15. The court has concluded its comments. We'll take our morning recess. And we're going to resume at 11:30. And that's when the evidentiary portion of the trial will start. So we'll stand in our recess.
Okay. Somebody put in the chat real quick because I missed it. What they said, what he said the daily schedule was going to be. Look at that guy. Does he not look like a young Robert De Niro? This guy right there. I wouldn't even do that. Nah, bro, this is your mess. I want no part of a man capable of something like that, right? Jeez. That man is on a schedule. Okay, good. I like a man on a schedule. See, look at that. He looks like Robert De Niro. Look at that face. I don't know who he is, but he does. He looks like a very young Robert De Niro. Bow chicka bow bow. Sorry. Hey, I don't know who the guy is, but he's a cutie. Cutie patootie. All right, they start at 10, break at 11:15, lunch at 1, and then I don't remember the rest. Especially when his eyes flicker towards the camera, the look in his eye. Gail, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Look at that. He's pretty. He's pretty. I don't know who he is, but he's pretty. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. All right. So, they start at 10. Okay, and this is in Connecticut. So they're on the East Coast time. So that's a 10 a.m. Thank goodness. I mean, if it's a 6-week trial, imagine them starting at 9 every morning. Which, I mean, I know that they will be. Like, the lawyers and the judge are always there, like, bright and early. Jerry says, Jenny, funny. Oh, I couldn't help it. I looked at him and I was like, he's pretty. He could have divorced his wife, but he wanted all her money. Yeah, I know. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, I'm gonna let me run over here real quick and double check on hold on, let me click this link here. Kind of play by ear and see what we've got over here. I was looking up sorry, I was just over here looking at some of the different things to see if there was anything new on the Savannah Soto and Matthew Guerra case. Children. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. So, Erica Stefanko is the chick in the pizza delivery murder case. That's still not going on. I thought that it was going to start yesterday afternoon or today. Nothing as of yet on that one. So, let me fast forward through their break here, and we will get to their opening statements. Okay, they're back. So let's listen to these opening statements. I like to listen to the opening statements because then you get the gist of the story, right? And then that can kind of help you determine, what it is, if there's a trial. Because that's what I wanted to do with you guys today, was kind of watch, piddle around on some of these different trials and see if there's one that we really want to talk about more than the others. And then let that one potentially be the one that we cover daily top to bottom, stream the entire thing. And then
Bring the jury in.
I just have a hard time picking. So it's helpful, for you guys to. It's no fun talking about a case if nobody's interested in it. You know what I mean? So. We'll listen to the opening statements on this, and then we'll go back and check out the treehouse murder dude and see what's going on over there.
State ready to proceed.
I am, Your Honor.
You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state recalls Sergeant Aaron Latourette.
Oh, well, wait. Are there no opening statements? Did he not say? Where's the opening statements? What happened there? What happened to the opening statements?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Lieutenant Aaron Latourette, spelled A-A-R-O-N, Latourette, L-A-T.
Let me go back and look, because unless they read it, or unless they did them before the judge did the this stuff. No, they haven't. Because, see, that's where she swore the jury in. So she swears the jury in. And then let me see what the judge says about maybe they're reserving their opening statements until later.
What the court is going to do is talk to you about some of the instructions that shall guide your deliberations. It will also include a reading of the information again, which you have already heard. The court must read it again. This is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Michelle Troconis, and the court will now read that information. Paul J. Forensic, State's Attorney for the...
What did he say before that? Y'all. I don't like when they throw things off kilter. I don't like it when they do that. I don't like it much at all. He said they already heard all of the information. Well, but they didn't show it unless they didn't show it. I went all the way back to the very beginning. I think he meant the charging instructions because he said, I have to read this all to you again, even though you've already heard it. So, come on. Why does things have to be so difficult?
Here, blood-like stains does not have the same force.
Okay, wait.
Police officer saying, oh, there are these drops here. Some of them, they're very small. Some of them were tested, some were not. And I'm more concerned that they're using this reagent spray, which no cases, and I'm surprised to hear the state suggesting that the appellate court overruled the Supreme Court, which in my...
See here, they're just having argument. They're just having...
But the fact that there may be some fact-specific cases where something is in a different scenario doesn't overrule it. Moody has not been overruled. And I'm more concerned that the...
And so that's what that judge was just talking about right then was... So this is where the jurors are being sworn in. And they had it on mute for a while, like they wouldn't let us hear it. I'd say because they don't want the jurors' voices to be heard, or else she's naming them each by name individually. That cameraman back there in the back corner, he's like either taking a picture of the court secretary's behind, or he's getting a straight shot to little Miss Michelle Troconis there with the stink face. She does have pretty hair. I'll say that for her. She got pretty hair. And she might be pretty if she'd smile, but she won't ever smile. They may have, Tammy, but why would they do that?
What the court is going to do is talk to you about some of the instructions that...
See, those are instructions.
...guide your deliberations. It will also include a reading of the information again, which you have already heard. The court must read it again. This is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Michelle Troconis, and the court will now read that information. Paul J. Forensic, State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, charges, count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. at various times and in various locations, including but not limited to the town of New Canaan on or about the 24th day of May 2019 in the area of 69 Wells Lane. Michelle Troconis, with intent that conduct constituting the crime of murder be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos and other persons to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. To wit, Fotis Dulos did assault Jennifer Farber Dulos in her home on the 24th day of May 2019 with the intent to restrain and kill her in violation of sections 53A-48A.
That's true, Don. I
53A
said that earlier too. I said I
subsection
probably
A
wouldn't
of
smile
the
either,
Connecticut
but
General
gee,
Statutes.
oh, I mean,
Count 2.
even like
Conspiracy
before
to
that,
commit
like you
tampering with
see
physical
a
evidence.
lot of the different like pictures
And
of
the
her
aforesaid
online
state's
and stuff,
attorney
and she
further
don't
accuses
hardly
the
ever
defendant,
smile in
Michelle
any
Troconis,
pictures.
of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019.
Okay, well,
City of Hartford in the area of Albany Avenue. The defendant, Michelle Troconis, with the intent
all right.
that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence.
We'll go
be
ahead then and
performed.
start with the cop then, since we've been through all this. We'll go ahead and start with the first dude here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
I don't
Please
know if
state your
that's
name
my
and spell it for
computer
the record.
freezing or if it's their
Lieutenant
feed
Aaron
freezing. I
Latourette,
don't know which.
spelled A-A-R-O-N, Latourette, L-A-T-O-U-R-E-T-T-E.
And your affiliation?
I'm a lieutenant at the New Canaan Police Department.
Thank you.
Maybe seated, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
May inquire, Counsel, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Latourette, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, Lieutenant, can you please, I introduced you as Sergeant, sir. Can you please tell your rank, how long have you been a lieutenant, and a little bit about yourself, please?
Yes. I'm a lieutenant at the New Canaan Police Department. I've been employed there for 23 years, 2 months. During my time at the police department, I've had several schools or training in regards to motor vehicle law, criminal law, leadership, supervision, investigations. I've had several collateral duties while at the police department. Those collateral duties included dispatcher, firearms instructor, motorcycle patrol, special response team. I'm currently the team leader for the special response team. Throughout my career at the New Canaan Police Department, I have been assigned to the patrol division. In 2015, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and this past year in 2023, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant.
Are you in a particular division or department of the New Canaan Police Department?
The patrol division, yes,
Previous to that, you indicated you were a sergeant.
I was, yes.
Were you in, or assigned, I should say, to a particular division or department as a sergeant?
311 shift, yes.
What is that?
The New Canaan Police Department has 3 different shifts. It's day shift, we work 8 hours. Day shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was a sergeant on the 3 to 11 shift.
Attorney Manning, if you could just instruct the witness that there is an interpreter, and it's fairly difficult to keep up with certain paces. So
If we
witness
can,
talk a
just-
little bit more slowly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Now, you are as a, well,
Just a
okay,
side note.
were you working as a sergeant then in 2019?
Just
I
a
was,
side
yes.
note, there's an interpreter, I
In your
think,
position as a
for
sergeant, are you in uniform?
On the patrol division, yes, I was on shift.
Michelle-
I was in uniform.
because
With
of
respect May, well, May
apparently
21st,
she speaks
2019,
English, but English is not her
drawing your
first
attention to
native
that being
language or
particular.
whatever.
What shift were you working?
The evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And again, in uniform?
In uniform, yes.
Does that uniform also include a body cam?
It does. However, that day in question, body cameras are still new, fairly new to the New Canaan Police Department. We had a limited number of cameras that were shared amongst all the patrol officers on the patrol division. One was not available for me to wear that day, that shift. Either charging a battery or downloading the information that was on the camera. So that particular day, I was not wearing a body cam.
Did you work with any other officers that day?
Yes,
Any other officers that had a body cam on?
yes. Officer Matt Blank, he was working 3 to 11 shift with me. He was wearing a body camera.
Now, did you have occasion to respond to 69 Wells in Wells Lane, I should say, in New Canaan that night?
Yes.
Why did you respond there?
The police department had a report, complaint of a missing person at that address.
Who was the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
Where were you when you heard the report of the missing person?
I was in the police department. I walked up to the dispatch center. Officer Kelly Coughlin was on the phone with a caller or complainant. It was the babysitter for Jennifer Dulos. And Officer Coughlin kind of alerted my attention and said, hey, why don't you listen in? She put the phone on speaker.
If based on what you heard from that call, what did you do?
The caller stated that Jennifer did not.
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
The question was what, and it's non-responsive.
If I may, Your Honor. It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. My question was based on the call, what did you do? It's offered to show what his next steps were in his investigation.
well, the objection was hearsay. The objection is overruled.
You can answer, sir.
The caller stated that Jennifer did not go to a doctor's appointment in New York City and that she was missing. And given the information that Kelly Coughlin, our dispatcher, got at that time, Matt Blank, Officer Matthew Blank, and myself responded to 69 Wells Lane to check that property to see if we could find Jennifer.
What type of area is 69 Wells Lane?
It's a residential area, and that street is a dead-end cul-de-sac.
Do you recall around what time you went there?
Approximately 7 p.m.
Your Honor, state has offered states one, and just for the record, if I can, I intend to show photographs with respect to witnesses. I have put them on a disc and shown copies to counsel. I am offering that to play states one at this time. I don't believe that there's an objection.
No objection. I just wanted to make sure we're talking about the same, there's all these discs. So if I could just for a moment converse with counsel. No objection.
States 1 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may, it is associated with a states 1A. 1A contains a one-page, I guess, screenshot of each of the photographs that the state intends to introduce to keep track of what is contained on states 1. So if I may. Lieutenant Latourette, if I can please draw your attention to the screen behind you. Give it one moment. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do, yes.
What is it?
Is overhead camera view of 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
Your Honor, may I ask Lieutenant Latourette to approach the screen and ask some questions at that point? Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Now, you indicated you responded to 69 Wells. Is 69 Wells Lane depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please point to it?
It's this residence here. The end of the cul-de-sac is here. The driveway comes up to the residence, which is here.
And for the record, I believe you're pointing to the middle bottom of the center, I guess, on the screen. Is that
Yes.
correct?
This residence.
Thank you. Now, with respect to, you indicated it's a cul-de-sac, does it go out to a road? Could you point to where the road is, please?
This is Wells Lane. It does travel this direction, and Frogtown Road is out here.
You may have a seat, sir. Thank you. Now,
Michelle Draconis,
when you arrived
the
at
girl, the
69
woman
Wells
on
Lane, was it
trial,
dark
Tammy
out?
has an
No,
interpreter.
not yet.
How would you describe it?
Daylight, you could see.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
We are looking for Jennifer Doulos, the missing person.
What did you do?
Officer Blank and myself went to the front door. We rang the doorbell, we knocked on the door, and there was no answer.
And again, I'm going to refer you to the screen behind you, sir. And if you can, take a look. If you can, please, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes,
Could you please describe what that is?
that is a view of 69 Wells Lane from the bottom of the driveway, looking up the driveway at the residence.
And is that what Wells Lane looked like that night when you responded?
Yes,
Now, you indicated it wasn't dark, it was still light, you could see. Is that the time of day depicted
Yes.
accurately? If I can, just on the top screen, it does, for the record, Your Honor, it indicates 1-101. So it's essentially the first picture on States 1, just for ID purposes. I'm going to show you, sir, what's marked on the top corner as 2. Picture 2, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
yes, the front of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
Now, you indicated you knocked on some doors. Is the door that you knocked on contained in that photograph?
It is, yes.
If you wouldn't mind.
Holy cow, that's a pretty house. It's a big house too, huh?
Stand up and point, please. Thank you.
This is the front door of the residence.
Okay. Did you go up to the front door of the residence that day?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were there any lights on the property?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you can't, just have a seat, sir. Thank you. Now, did anybody answer?
There was no answer at the residence.
Now, it states 3. Actually, I'm sorry. It states 1, picture 3. You can look behind you again, sir. What does that depict?
It's a picture of the front of the residence?
Okay. Is this more of a, I guess, is the same door that was on the previous picture
Yes.
depicted in this?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, just point it out briefly.
This is the front door of the residence.
Haha, Steph.
Thank you. For the record, that's in the lower.
Oh, well, I mean, you
portion.
know,
And states 1, picture 4. What is this also?
I mean,
depict?
Jennifer Doulos is a very,
That is a view of the. front of
you
the
know,
house.
has
It appears to be
a
the
very
side of the
wealthy
garage.
family.
The
I mean-
right-hand side of that picture will be the driveway and the garage doors.
Which states.
I don't
1,
know
picture
for
5.
sure that, you know,
If you can, just take a look and indicate what that.
she was wealthy, but they have a
There's
very
the
nice
driveway leading
house.
to the residence, and it depicts the garage door area of that residence.
When you arrived that day after you knocked on doors, did you go anywhere else on the property or anywhere depicted in these photographs?
Yes, Officer Blank and I did walk the perimeter of the residence to see if we could see anybody inside, to see if any looked like anybody was home. We then returned to the driveway where the garage doors were, and we were provided a code to the garage door by the complainant, the babysitter, and we used that code to enter the garage.
Okay, I'm gonna walk through, ask you a couple questions about that if I can. But first, if you can, states 1, picture 6, if you can take a look behind you. What does that show, sir?
That shows the rear of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
And by the way, this is obviously more light. Is this photograph taken that night?
It was not, no.
Okay, but does it fairly and accurately depict where you went that night?
Yes,
Are there doors on the back side of the house, please?
there is, yes.
Where are they? If you wouldn't mind getting up and pointing to them, please.
There's a door here, and there's French doors here.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Sir, did you knock on those doors?
We did not. We simply walked around the perimeter of the residence, looked inside to see if those doors were unlocked. They were secure, locked.
Did you touch any of the doorknobs?
We did, yes.
In the course of touching the doorknobs, did you wear gloves?
We were not wearing gloves, no.
Now, you indicated also that you went back to the garage area. Did you attempt to get in through the garage?
We did.
How did you do that?
We were provided a garage code from the babysitter. Officer Coughlin provided that garage code to Officer Blank and myself. We entered that garage code into the keypad, and the garage door opened.
Sir, states 1, picture 7. If you can take a look behind you, please. Thank you. What is depicted on that photograph, please?
That is a picture of the garage. It was a 3-car garage. In the center bay of that garage was a black SUV. And it also depicts the keypad that we used to open that garage door.
Did the other garage bays have keypad access?
They did not know.
Now, as you entered the garage, what did you see?
The black SUV pictured, and it had a New York registration plate.
Did you do anything next, I guess?
Yes, Officer Blank called over the radio to our dispatcher, that registration, New York registration plate, to see who the registered owner was and see, who owned that vehicle and why it was there.
Why did you do that?
An attempt to try to figure out where the missing person was.
Did you enter the garage?
We did.
And did you describe the inside of the garage for us, please?
The left garage bay was empty. The right garage bay was empty. A black SUV pictured was in the center garage bay. In front of this vehicle, in the middle of the garage, there was a door that led from the garage into the residence.
Is that door depicted on that photograph?
It is, yes.
If you can you just?
This is the door leading from the garage to the residence.
Thank you. And for the record, you're pointing to, say, the center of the photograph? Thank you. Sir, did you notice anything in the garage that drew your attention?
Officer Blank and myself entered the garage.
I wonder
We
how many
walked to the
bedrooms
left
that
of
house has in
SUV,
it.
The driver's
Did they
side of that
say?
vehicle. We walked to the front of that vehicle. I checked the doorknob from the garage, leading from the garage into the residence. The doorknob was unlocked. We
And like I
waited
said,
in
I think
front
they
of that
have 5
vehicle at the
kids.
door until the dispatcher got back that registration information to us. While we waited, I looked at the vehicle and noticed that there was what appeared to be red blood on the front of that vehicle.
Can you please describe what you saw?
A red mark on the grill area of the vehicle. And again, it drew my attention because it didn't match the color of the grill, didn't match the color of the vehicle.
Was there any damage to the vehicle?
No, we did not. We looked at the vehicle, did not observe any damage. Initially, Officer Blank and myself discussed it possibly could be a deer strike in the roadway. And again, there was no hair, there was no damage indicating any such collision with a deer.
Now, Officer Blank was with you during this time period?
Yes,
And was it your testimony that Officer Blank had a body cam on?
yes.
Oh, yay. I always love good body cam
Your Honor,
footage.
the state's intention is to offer at this time states 2, which I don't believe there's any objection, if I can just confer with counsel.
I always love a good body cam footage.
I believe there's no objection, Your Honor.
Stage 2 admitted as a full exhibit.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention just briefly, if I can, to the screen behind you, and then ask you a question if I can.
I think, yeah, it is a beautiful house, Tammy, for sure, right? Yeah, I
Do you
think
recognize, sir, what's the
step
condition
their
of the photograph?
kids were like
Or, I'm sorry, on that
stair
screen?
steps. You know what I
Appears
mean?
to be
Like
body camera footage?
boop boop
Is
boop
that
boop boop
the
boop.
body
Like
cam
they were all
from
close to the
May
same
21st,
age.
2019?
Yes,
And is that actually yourself on the screen?
it is, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the state's intention is to just play it through. I believe it is about 20 minutes. Sir, if you can direct your attention to the screen while we play it. Thank you.
Good morning, Billy. I'm sorry about the power. That's awful. It looked like a big old piano sitting there in the corner of that room. Wow. Oh wow, look at that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know, Kel. It gave me goosebumps when I saw that big like beautiful picture in the middle of that wall. Oh, gorgeous. I don't know, Kel. I don't know. You'd think they'd be wearing gloves. Also, is that house not humongous? That house is massive.
There. Text on there. No, it's an iPod, but it doesn't indicate anything. There. Mm-hmm. Got it.
God, I swear, I feel like this is the house that never ends. It's the house that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Oh, Kel, her body was never found. She's never been found. 4 years later.
No, it looks like this is. You check on?
Could they be any louder? I mean, it sounds like they're playing the drums. Like, did they find a drum set down there somewhere and they're just having fun? Good Lord, look at that massive. I guess that's like a unfinished basement?
Yeah.
Or garage or something? Maybe, Steph. It's so big, right, Kel? Ooh, those stairs. The way those stairs are right there. the way those stairs just kind of went up at that angle gave me like Letitia Stout, Gannon Stout house vibes.
All right, I got a picture of that one that was hanging there. I got a flash right back right there. You know what, this has got to be a dated picture, though. That's got to be a really dated picture. It's the pictures he boys with. Probably.
Staff 3 headquarters. 3. All right, I've located that vehicle. It is parked on the side of the road on Lapham approaching Talmadge. I have a secondary plate for you to run when you're ready. Connecticut.
I think it's still has a home, so you never know. It has a set of Chevy Solutions, and there's a Chevy set of keys.
Kale and Gail, I think that they have a lot of surveillance video.
Go with the red. Connecticut 1, Alpha Juliet, Mike Uniform, Oscar 1 AJ, and UO. Showing that on a blue Mini Cooper.
See the rings here?
Registered to a Saggers from out of the area.
What we could.
Appreciate, please send me a mark unit, check on this vehicle. It appears unoccupied at this time. That is Connecticut, Alpha Juliet 69099. That is the vehicle, correct? Affirmative, Alpha Juliet 69099, yes.
We'll just check.
That was Christian, you said you're on Lapham? Was that near the Merritt or more towards Waving? More
Yeah.
towards the Merritt.
Grab my camera from the car.
Yeah.
Take it from there.
As a lumberyard.
Take pictures. It could be a deer. But it's strange. His wife did something, but dried first. Dry edges, what's that? Yeah, when he just called in, he had a lot of stuff in
Headquarters 2-7.
There's some back here too. Is there? Yeah, down here too. Strange. Take pictures, I'll call the altitude.
Headquarters 213 or 70. 13.
What was it that they said they found?
Can I have one of your units break? Staff 3 located the vehicle on Lapham.
On the vehicle? On the Range Rover? I couldn't hear very well.
Where is it? We'll both get there momentarily. This is 2015. We on Lapham near America.
Can I verify that was a plate? On the lower portion of the car. And it looks like it's been buffed or scraped or scratched all down through the driver's side.
but it's just very strange to sit in the garage.
Oh, all right. Well, we're taking pictures and then we'll be out of here. And then we'll meet up with the captain on Lapham. Roger that. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Bye. Well, it's just strange in connection with the fact that we've got a missing person, or potentially a missing person. You know? And, yeah, scrapes on this side too, but there's no blood near them, so whatever they hit went down this side of the vehicle. Splat it all. Yeah. It's hard to get a picture of because the flash on this thing isn't working, I guess. Yeah, says unoccupied.
That's really good. Stat 3, just confirming that vehicle is unoccupied.
All right, fair enough. All right, wish some in the tire too.
Proceed. If you like, I can request the dog to do a track. I have 13 and 7.
All over there.
Proceed. I'll leave that at their discretion.
It's all blood. All right.
13 at headquarters. Affirmative. See if we can hit a K9. And before we leave here, if you want anything, we might need to track.
Her jacket's in her purse.
As long as you can make access, you'll be able to track right off the driver's seat.
Let's grab that key. Yep, good idea. I thought he said he came back to a Mini
The
Cooper.
thing is saying that there might be an extra key that's in the residence.
That's affirmative. We're grabbing the key. The residence is cleared. We're being route locked.
Received. I'll go on the hotline so we can look at the camera.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't sit well with me, especially because like it's like a pattern here. You know what I mean? It's clothing. Right, not fur, but there it's up here too.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys a couple of pictures. I just thought that it would be easier for you guys to appreciate. Let me show it to you. Let me go down here to I think it's the brand part, and do an overlay. Yeah, that'll work. That's how I do it. Okay, hold on. I have to upload a couple of these pictures real quick from what I just saved on my computer, and then I can share them with you. It's sad. This is Jennifer Dulos. She's the woman that was murdered, that they're looking for the missing person. That's her. That's the woman. And this is a picture of her with her children. So remember what I said about them being like stair steps? Yeah. Isn't that so sad? She's a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. Girl. She's not a girl. She's a woman. Beautiful woman. And look at these sweet, sweet babies. Sweet, sweet babies. All right. All right. I know, isn't she? She's absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Nope, they don't have her or their dad. I know. I don't know who the kids are with now. Um hmm, pitiful.
It's hard to get any of this. These cameras are, we should get better cameras. Hopefully this is getting it though. Right? It's hard to get any of this. These cameras are, we should get better cameras. Hopefully this is getting it though. Right? Usually if you hit a deer and it's blood in your car, you take it to the car wash and get it cleaned, especially a Range Rover.
Let's see if there's any danger. Suburban. I mean, this is grandma's car, so you never know, but switch there.
Okay. Get your camera, get your light out of here. Get my pictures out. All right.
Lieutenant Latourette, just a couple questions if I can, based on what we just saw.
No, they've never found her, Morgana.
Now, when an individual wears a body camera, where do they normally wear it?
On the center of their body to project what kind of the officer would see.
Throughout the course of your walking through 69 Wells, did you look into closets and other, I guess, cubby holes, if you will?
Yes, we checked the residence for anywhere we believed a person could be.
And there was also a photograph taken of a picture of the children on the wall. Do you recall that on the video in States 2?
Yes,
Why was that photograph taken?
just to see if we could, who lived at the residence, any possible occupants of the residence, and to see if that might help us in identifying or locating a missing person.
While you were conducting the search of 69 Wells, did you wear gloves?
Did not, no,
Did Officer Blanks wear gloves?
no.
Now, there was also a point in the video in States 2 that there was a purse in the kitchen. Do you recall that?
Yes, Officer Coughlin had relayed to Officer Blank and myself that there was Jennifer's purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen, and normally if she was not home.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, the response was the purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen. And then the court does not know what was coming next.
Well, my question for the court's knowledge, my next question was going to be, why'd you go through the purse?
That's irrelevant.
Well, overruled.
You can answer, sir.
So the babysitter, Lauren, had told Officer Coughlin that the purse would normally not be at the residence if Jennifer was not at the residence. So we looked at the purse to see if we could find any information as to where Jennifer might be, and we noticed that on top of the purse there was a spring light type jacket, and inside we noticed a notepad that Officer Blank looked at, and we also noticed there was a key fob or a set of keys for a Chevy vehicle.
With respect to that Chevy vehicle, did you, well, withdraw that if I can. Did you do anything with those keys?
Yes, those keys were taken from 69 Wells Lane, and we ultimately took them to Lapham Road where the Chevy was located by Captain Walsh.
Where is Lapham Road?
Lapham Road is in the southwestern area of New Canaan, and it borders Waveney Park.
What is Waveney Park?
Waveney Park is a large acreage area in New Canaan. It is a public park that's open to the community, and it has several walking trails, has a dog park, has a swimming pool, has playing fields. So it's a community park.
I can, I'm gonna show you and direct your attention back to the screen behind you. The state is returning to states 1. Play, place on it. I can't, states 1, picture marked 11. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph, sir?
Yes, it's an aerial photo of a portion of Waveney Park. It also includes Lapham Road.
Would you mind, sir, getting up, if it's okay with the court, if I can have him stand up and just answer a few questions about that screen? If you could, please identify Lapham Road if it's on that photograph.
Lapham Road runs here.
And there is another road, I'm sorry, just for the record, that was, I guess, well, let me ask this, is that north or south? Or,
The way I orient Lapham Road in regards to this map is it runs north and south. And this road here is the Merritt Parkway, I call, in the portion of New Canaan, Merritt Parkway runs easterly.
okay, so for the record, for Lapham Road north to south would be in the middle of states 1, picture 11, and the Merritt Parkway. Did you point to the bottom, I guess, left to right? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is Waveney, or sorry, this is the Merritt Parkway.
Okay. Is Waveney Park depicted on that photograph?
Yes, the area of Waveney Park is this area here, the open fields and wooded area. And the property also crosses Lapham Road over in here. This area here is a mulch pile. The town of New Canaan Public Works collects leaves and they mulch them in this area here.
And just for the record, the Waveney Park would be on the, I guess if you're looking at the right side of the photograph, and the mulch pile, I guess in the middle, is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is the mulch pile. Right side of the photograph is Waveney Park.
Thank you. Is there an entrance onto or into Waveney Park from Lapham Road?
Yes.
Where is that?
As you look at the picture, the entrance to Waveney Park is going to be here. You can see the roadway going up through the park.
You say roadway, is that for vehicles?
It is, yes.
Is there any entrance to Waveney Park off of Lapham Road that is for pedestrians?
Yes, there's hiking trails all throughout the wooded area surrounding the park. Along the Lapham Road, there is pull-offs on the dirt area alongside Lapham Road, both sides of the roadway.
By pull-offs, what do you mean?
It's an area on the shoulder of the road. It's just dirt where vehicles have parked, and it allows a vehicle to park fully off the travel portion of Lapham Road.
And where are there cutoffs, if you will, or pullouts off of Lapham Road are they depicted on that photograph?
You can't really see them due to the wooded area. However, they're going to be north of the Merritt Parkway. So between the mulch pile and the Merritt Parkway, this portion here will be where all those pull-offs are and vehicles can park.
Let me see if I could. If I can, Your Honor, I am zooming in. To right, the mulch pile, is that on the upper middle to the left?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you see the, I guess, some of the cutoffs on that?
It is hard to see because of the tree line and the vegetation. However, some of these open areas in the vegetation would be some of the pull-offs. Again, they're both sides of the roadway, both sides of Lapham Road.
Did you go to Lapham Road that day?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to this area here on the southern shoulder of Lapham Road.
Why did you go there?
Captain Walsh located the black Chevy Suburban that Jennifer Doulos drives.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yes, a Chevy key fob out of a purse located at 69 Wells Lane.
You could have a seat, sir, if I can. States 1, picture 12. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the area of Lapham Road that I just described, the pull-off parking spaces. That is the southbound shoulder.
Okay. When you say southbound shoulder.
Grocery
that-
day, yay,
if you-
Morgana,
well,
that's
can you
always
just explain it
fun.
With direction of the Merritt Parkway. Perhaps if you can.
And
speak
yep,
up again, I'm
yep.
sorry, But show, where would the.
Steph
direction of
said it.
Merritt Parkway
Husband,
be in relation to
yeah,
the
after he was charged with a murder, he did himself in and left his
Pointing in the direction of the Merritt
uh
Parkway. So as the.
other
Road
side
travels
chick, I
towards Merritt
guess.
Parkway, a Chevy Suburban is parked on the right-hand side of the road.
Yeah.
Did the vehicle look like that when you arrived that night?
Yes.
I don't know why the TV just went. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor, the
Yeah.
TV. Please.
Steph, I heard that whispering.
There you go. All right, sir. When you arrived, was Officer Blank with you?
We had different patrol vehicles, but we both traveled from 69 Wells Lane to Lapham Road.
Is there another cutout or pullout depicted on that photograph?
Yes.
Could you point to it, please?
Yes. This area here, the dirt pull off?
At the center middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Is there another one on the other side, like towards the Merritt Parkway side?
There is, yes.
Okay. How many cutoffs are on that side of the road?
I believe 3 or 4.
Which, there are 3 or 4. Do you recall how many were behind, I guess, facing north of the Chevy, and how many were in front going towards the Merritt Parkway?
One behind and at least one in front of.
All right.
Probably,
Yeah,
Steph.
I'm sorry.
Someone close to the camera.
And just briefly, states 1, picture 11. Do you recognize
Maybe,
that?
maybe.
Yes.
What is that, please?
It is a black Chevy Suburban.
Now, did you, what did you do when you got to Lapham Road?
We were looking for a missing person, Jennifer Doulos. Officer Blank and myself checked the trail that runs parallel to the Merritt Parkway. We walked, looked on the trail looking for anything that would lead us to the missing person.
Okay, when you say parallel to the Merritt Parkway, if I can go back to the here, states 1, picture 11. Is the area that you walked depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please just point to it?
So the Suburban was found in this area on a pull-off. Officer Blank and myself walked on a trail parallel to the parkway in this area,
Why'd you go there?
looking for any indications of a missing person.
Did you take note of anything in your walk?
No.
What did you do after you did that? You can have a seat, sir.
A police officer from Wilton Police Department arrived on scene, a canine officer. Officer Blank and I returned to Lapham Road where the Suburban was located.
What did you do next, if anything?
Officer Blank assisted the canine officer. I stayed with the vehicle and Captain Walsh on Lapham Road.
At some point, did you return to 69 Wells?
Yes.
Did you go into Waveney Park, by the way, at any point besides that walk on, that you just described?
No.
When did you return to 69 Wells?
After the canine conducted a search in the area of Lapham Road and Waveney Park, no track was able to be established. So I was instructed to go from Lapham Road with a canine handler back to Wells Lane to see if we could do a search from that location.
Did you follow the canine into Waveney Park or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So when you returned to 69 Wells, did you return with Officer Blank?
No.
And what did you do when you returned to 69 Wells?
Myself and the canine handler from Wilton Police Department arrived at 69 Wells. I used that code that was provided to open that garage door, and we entered the garage. The canine handler stated he needed a scent item in order to conduct a search for the missing person, Jennifer Doulos. I knew there was a spring jacket located on top of the purse, so we went to that location, grabbed that spring jacket.
What'd you do with the jacket?
The canine handler placed it in the middle of the driveway for his canine to get a scent.
Now, did the canine conduct a search?
It did.
Okay, did you have play any role in connection with that search?
How do you
No,
guys feel
I stayed in the
about
driveway.
canine, like the
What did you do?
canine dogs? How do you guys feel about
Did you go inside the
those,
garage
the
again?
scent
Yes.
dogs and stuff?
Did you make any further observations in the garage?
Yes.
So what did you observe?
When we entered the garage, we went on the right side of the vehicle, the black SUV or Range Rover. On the right passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, I observed what appeared to be a footprint, reddish in color, could have been a footprint of blood.
States 1, photograph 9. So I'm going to have you take a look behind you again. If you can. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Here, I'm going to scroll in. What is that?
It appears to be a toe portion of a footprint. And
Is that what you observed in the garage that night?
yes,
Did you make any other observations?
yes, to the right
Ooh,
side
that's
of
a
that
bloody-
garage, as you enter the garage door,
bloody
there was
footprint.
garbage cans.
Bloody
On
footprint.
the exterior of the garbage can near the lid, there appeared to be a red color that appeared to be blood.
And anything else?
Not that I can recall at this time.
I'm going to show you 2 more photographs if I can. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. States 1, photograph 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in that?
Yes. Appears to be drops on the rear portion, the rear left or driver's side of that vehicle, drops on the concrete floor.
And one more, please. States 10. I'm sorry, States 1, photograph 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it appears to be an area of the concrete floor that appears to be smeared, pinkish reddish in color, as if something was cleaned up.
Did you, after making these observations, did you convey them to anybody?
Yes, I notified the shift commander, Lieutenant Ogrins, and Captain Walsh, who was still on Lapham Road with the Chevy Suburban.
What did you do next, if anything?
Detective Officer Patton arrived at 69 Wells Lane. It was determined that that location was going to be a crime scene, and the shift commander notified the state police,
Why the state police?
their crime investigations.
May I ask, does New Canaan have a crime scene unit?
We have an investigative unit, but we don't have the capabilities that the state police has.
In what way?
Limited resources.
And did the state police come out to 69 Wells that night?
Yes.
Oh, I agree, Kel.
Did you
I
have
agree.
any further, did you do anything else that night?
Yes. Later on in the evening, while still at 69 Wells Lane, I believe it was around 11:30 p.m., I conducted a neighborhood canvass, which means I go door to door, just seeing if I can find any information in regards to whatever the case is we're investigating. I did speak to a few neighbors. I was also looking for any cameras that residences might have, whether it's a Ring camera by the door or security footage cameras on any houses or residences.
Did you download any video cameras or anything that night?
No.
Now, at some point, did you get your fingerprints or palm prints?
Yes.
I guess tested, is that the right word?
Yes, one of the state police investigators from the crime unit came out and they took palm prints, hand prints, fingerprints of me.
And that was in connection of this case?
Yes.
Let me just have one moment, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Oh, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got.
Plug in my USB cord that it switches, so if I may.
Let's see what they got. Right, Steph, since your hands were all over the scene, bro.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. My name is John Schoenhorn. I represent Michelle Triconis in this case. I just have a few questions. The time that was on the video body camera that we watched, was that accurate?
I don't remember what time the video camera showed.
Well, my notes said that it started at 1757. That would be about 7:57 at night. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Let me rephrase the question. If it says at some point as we're watching it, 20:00, would that be 8:00 PM?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, were the body cameras even back then synchronized so that they were at least close in time to actual time that you were there?
yes,
So is it fair to say that you were in that house at approximately 8 PM on May 24th?
yes,
You said, I think you did say that it was still light out, correct?
yes,
And you were not yourself wearing a body camera that night, is that right?
I was not, no.
Now, I noticed in your uniform today, you have a box in the center of your uniform just below your body microphone. Is that where the body camera would have been on Officer Blank that night?
Yes,
So it's center of the body, sort of view of the person who is wearing, it, correct?
correct,
And of course, you've seen that video prior to just now, correct?
correct.
As you went through the house, you looked at each and every room, right?
Yes,
You looked in closets, I think was the answer to one of the questions by the state, correct?
yes,
And in a couple of the places, there was some clothing on the floor, according to that video, correct?
yes,
Did you go through any of the items of clothing at that point, other than the jacket you mentioned?
no,
You talked about a canine. Was this a tracking dog?
I'd have to ask the Wilton canine handler.
Well, I was going to ask you, was there more than one dog that night that was sent to either to the house on Wells Lane or to the Waveney Park?
Yes, more canines were called to that area after the Wilton police canine had left.
You indicated that Officer Blank remained at that location, is that right? At the Waveney Park that night after you left?
Yes,
Do you know whether he accompanied any dog search, that is, any canine searching dog that night?
he did assist the Wilton canine that I was assisting at Wells Lane. He did assist that canine handler at Lapham Road and Waveney Park.
And just so that we're differentiating between the two, do you recall that that was a canine and a canine handler from the town of Newtown?
It was Wilton Police Department.
The one with you, what about the one at Waveney Park?
The initial one that initially responded was the Wilton canine,
All right, so same one or different one that went with you?
same one.
All right, so I'm saying, was there a separate canine dog and a handler that came there that night that you're aware of?
There very well could have been. I don't remember at this time.
That was going to be my question. So you did not observe Officer Blank accompanying a canine handler into the woods at Waveney Park, correct?
I did, yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was it the same dog that then went with you and its handler to the house at 69 Wells Lane?
Yes,
In the parking lot right outside of the garage, you recall, according to your images, that there was a basketball.
Yes, Lee, this
You
is
know,
yes.
Was the basketball hoop facing the garage? or was it
Michelle
facing the-
Traconis
Facing the garage.
trial. The chick all the
You
way over to
indicated
the
that you
left
took
in the
a
brown
key fob
sweater
with you from the
with
house, is
the
that right?
blondish brown hair and
Did
glasses.
you use that key fob to see if it connected to the
Light
Suburban
brown sweater.
at Waveney
She
Park?
I
has
did
she
not
is
know.
on trial
Who did
as
you
a
give that fob to?
Officer Blank.
Did you observe
co-conspirator
Officer Blank use that
of
fob to open up or to attempt to open
the murder of the victim.
locked door
That's
on
yeah.
the Suburban?
I did not know.
Now, if I could just go back for a moment to, there's the image, I believe, 11, states 11 on this exhibit. And I just want to clarify, if you would look behind you there, I'm not going to ask you to stand up, but this is the satellite image of Waveney Park, is that correct?
A portion of Waveney Park, yes.
All right. And I want to clarify directions. You said that the Merritt Parkway heads basically east and west through New Canaan. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
Right. So would you just indicate whether east is to the right of this image or to the left of this image?
East is to the, is going to be, rephrase the question, sir.
Yeah, you're looking at an image on a screen.
Mhm.
Is it on this side closest to the window and the jury, or is it closer to the judge where he's sitting compared to where you are?
It's going to be closer to the window, closer to the jury, the right-hand side of the picture.
All right. And I'm just going to use my mouse for a section. You indicated, did you not, if you look at the screen, that you walked along a section of the park in a easterly, you said easterly, right? Easterly direction parallel to the Merritt Parkway. Is that right?
He said easterly, right? He said
Did you
easterly,
also
right?
go across Lapham in a westerly direction, in this other direction here, across on the other side?
I did not, no.
And so that we're also clear, was you're saying Lapham in this area generally is north-south, correct?
Correct.
Would the car, according to those pictures that we saw, in the Suburban, be on the, looking at this image, on the left side of Lapham Road looking down, or on the right side from this map?
The left side of Lapham Road, looking down.
Right. And so we're clear for the record, you're talking about the side where you see the leaf piles, the mulch piles that we see on that area, correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to also orient the park. Does Waveney Park include any of the area to this area around the leaf mulch area?
I don't know exactly where the property lines are. I know north of the leaf pile, there is a Frisbee golf area that belongs to the park.
And does the park continue and then stop at the bottom at the Merritt Parkway?
That is the border of the park, the Merritt Parkway.
And if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, this area along both sides of Lapham near the parkway is raised, it's elevated above the parkway. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that if you walked along in the park, parallel to the parkway, you're looking down, and you're seeing the roofs of cars as they drive by on the Merritt Parkway.
It depends on the portion of the park. Certain portions may be elevated, but a lot of portions would be parallel to or even to as you're walking on the trail.
Well, I'm talking about the part where you were walking. That would be-
Parallel to the road, even to the road.
That side was even?
Portions of it, yes.
All right, so does Lapham Road then cross under the Merritt Parkway?
Lapham Road goes over top.
Over. So there isn't a big hill approaching the Merritt Parkway, is there?
On Lapham Road?
On Lapham Road.
No.
So in order for it to go straight across Lapham Road, it has to be elevated above the parkway, right?
In certain portions, yes.
Well, I'm talking about where Lapham Road crosses the Merritt Parkway.
Where Lapham Road crosses the parkway, there is a drop down to the parkway.
All right. And is that also true if you go in the other direction, on the other side of Lapham Road?
What was the question, sir?
Yeah, isn't it also raised up at that point?
The wooded area or the road, sir?
The wooded area.
The wooded area depends on where you are in that wooded area, sir.
How about parallel?
They just
to the
whisper
Merritt Parkway? Isn't that
easterly
elevated
again?
Well above the Merritt Parkway.
I don't recall at this time.
Fair enough.
Weird.
So in any event, this area, according to at least this map, has a lot of trees. Is that a fair statement?
Certain portions of the park, yes. As depicted in the picture, there is a wide open field as well.
Well, the field, I didn't ask you about the field. That's up, as you can see, sort of across from where the mulch field is, correct? You're referring to this area that's in a different color, sort of a lighter green and yellowish green lawn, right?
Yes.
So I'm talking about the forested area.
Okay.
These are mature trees in that area. Isn't that true?
Yes.
We're talking about really tall trees with large trunks, correct?
Most of them.
And you can walk through that area without falling over a bunch of little branches and small bushes, correct?
The trails are maintained. If you're off the trail, there's going to be bushes and shrubbery.
And if you go the park to if you continue in a westerly direction, the park is also bordered by something that we see in this picture, correct? This line here. See that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is the Metro North Railroad.
Right. So in 2019, there was an active Metro North Railroad line that paralleled the western portion of the park, correct?
Yes.
And right here by the base of, the train crosses the Merritt Parkway, that's also an elevated railroad crossing, correct?
I'm not familiar with that crossing of the parkway, sir.
Fair enough, but right below that is a train station, is it not?
Yes.
That's the Talmadge Hill Metro North Station, correct?
Yes.
It's a commuter rail station, right?
Yes.
Let me just ask you a little bit about Lapham Road. Lapham Road, I noticed, we can go back to some of those pictures that we just looked at. I think number 12. There's a double, this is, I guess, 11. There's a double yellow line.
I know,
is there
right,
not,
Kel?
on Lapham Road
I've
in this area?
apparently been playing that because I'm out of coffee at the moment.
So Lapham Road, at least in this area, is a major thoroughfare in the town of New Canaan. Is that true?
It depends on your definition of a major thoroughfare.
Yeah, down to my
So that's
last
not up the Merritt
drop.
Parkway. So I'm
It's
asking,
got
is it a
sludge.
well-traveled road?
I'm gonna go get a
Yes.
Jolie man.
It's not a remote part
Okay.
of town.
I'm gonna
where
go get a
local
refill
residents-
and see what this
Right.
child needs.
Have you ever done traffic enforcement on Lapham Road?
I have.
Sometimes the traffic on a weekday is very heavy, isn't it?
It depends on the time of day.
Sure. People use the park. This is a main access to get to the Waveney Park entrance, isn't it?
It is one of the entrances to the park.
And there is traffic from your experience back in 2019 and before, throughout the day at least, correct?
Objection.
That's funny, Steph.
Throughout the day on the date in question. What's the objection?
Relevance.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Back in 2019, that there was a well-traveled road that during the day, there would be a fair amount of traffic traveling back and forth on Waveney Road, including accessing the park, correct?
Again, it depends on what your interpretation or definition of fair amount of traffic is. I don't have any traffic statistics, but it was a traveled road by vehicles, yes.
As opposed to a remote part of New Canaan, which there also is, correct?
Yes.
By these pictures that we're looking at, including Exhibit 11, were these, do you know, taken that evening after you arrived at the scene?
The picture on the screen, sir?
Would you, if you look at the screen, please?
I don't know if that picture was taken that night, because by the time I arrived in Lapham Road, it would have been dark.
That's
Or
gonna be my
darker.
question.
Yes.
This picture appears to have been taken at least during somewhat daylight hours, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Unless somebody adjusted the lighting, but it appears not to have been taken at the time of your arrival, correct?
Correct.
But is that the exact position you found the vehicle parked in that turnout on Lapham Road?
It appears to be, yes.
By the way, when you arrived, the garage, was it open or closed at that residence at 69 Wells Lane?
The garage, all three bays of the garage were closed.
And you said, you testified that someone gave you the code so you could open it, is that right?
Yes,
And you opened the middle bay, is that correct?
yes,
And when you first walked in, you walked to the right of the vehicle, correct?
no,
You walked to the left of the vehicle?
correct.
And when you first walked in, nothing stood out to you immediately as being out of the ordinary, is that correct? When you first went in?
When I first entered the garage, no.
And then you went through the house, nothing stood out to you as being out of place, except maybe the fact that you saw a purse on the floor, right?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there a redirect?
One moment. Nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Lieutenant, you may stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. If I can, Your Honor, call my next witness as well. Scott Romano. If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor. Oh, yes, you're right. So 3A. Sorry, Your Honor, I'm smart, making sure I mark it correctly.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Scott Romano, R-O-M-A-N-O,
And your affiliation?
retired sergeant from the New Canaan Police Department.
Thank you.
And you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So you are retired from the New Canaan Police Department?
Correct.
When did you retire?
June of 2023.
And what rank were you when you retired?
Sergeant in the investigation section,
How long were you a sergeant in the investigation section?
5 years.
Could you just describe briefly, well, I'll start with this. Could you please describe some of your training and experience as a New Canaan police officer and then sergeant?
Sure. After graduating the police academy, I was assigned to the patrol division. During my time there, I functioned as a motor officer, a field training officer, an instructor, an accident reconstructionist, with a couple additional duties. And then after being promoted, I did patrol for a short time and was then assigned to the investigation section.
What kind of crimes does the investigative section investigate, I guess?
Everything from bad checks or simple frauds to stolen vehicles to murders.
Does New Canaan have a, I guess, crime scene unit?
Not specifically, no.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to May of 2019, specifically May 24th, 2019. Were you working that day?
I was not working that day.
Did you have occasion to respond to the New Canaan Police Department?
I did. I was contacted by the on-duty detective who requested assistance with a missing persons case.
Who was the on-duty detective?
Detective Tom Patton,
And the missing person?
Jennifer Doulos.
About what time or how did you get contacted?
I was contacted by phone at approximately 9 p.m. Detective Patton explained very briefly what he had been called on and asked me to come in and assist him as we started the investigation.
Where did you go?
Initially, I went to the police department to grab some equipment, and then I responded to Lapham Road outside of Waveney Park, where Jennifer's vehicle had been located.
Were you alone?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you respond in uniform?
No, I was in plain clothes.
Where on Lapham Road did you respond to?
So the vehicle was located just south of the back entrance to Waveney Park on the southbound shoulder of Lapham Road.
When you arrived, was anybody else on scene?
Officer Blank from the Patrol Division was there with the vehicle.
And could you just briefly explain what Waveney Park is, please?
It's approximately a 250-acre park located on the south side or south edge of New Canaan that's used for different passive recreation.
May I just have one moment with council, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. States 4. Okay, States 4, this is designated as picture 12 on the upper left corner, just for the record, Your Honor. Sir, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
that was Jennifer Doulos' vehicle.
When did you, what did you do when you arrived on scene?
I was briefed quickly by Officer Blank, and then I effectively took over securing that vehicle and making sure nobody had any contact with it until we decided further what was going to need to be done with it.
How did you do that?
By physically staying next to the vehicle during the course of the overnight, I did a preliminary walk around to make sure I understood what was there and what wasn't there, and then basically just secured it so it was not touched.
Could you describe the car, please?
It was a black Chevy Suburban as depicted. There was nothing initially remarkable, although looking at the passenger side, which is the side that's against the wood line, it was, I noted at my initial walk around with a flashlight that it appeared that something had been wiped on the side of the vehicle. There were streaks in it and some marks that looked, although dirt may have been brushed off it without being washed first, there were scratches. And some small amounts of what looked like, from my experience, to be a blood-like substance in different locations on the lower part of the vehicle.
I'm going to show you, sir, if you can, States 4, picture what's marked as 11. When you mentioned you did a walk around the vehicle, well, I strike that. How close was the car parked to the wood line?
It was up against the brush on the side of the road, so you really couldn't get into the passenger side of the vehicle without a little bit of effort.
Did you attempt to get into the car?
No, not at any point in time during the night.
Now, you mentioned those marks on the side of the car. Were those marks on the side of the car that is depicted in this photograph?
No, they were on the passenger side of the car that would be against the wood line.
Where on the vehicle did you see those marks?
I believe it was the right passenger door and the lower section near the running board.
Did you advise anybody of what you had found?
I mentioned to Detective Patton that I noticed it, and we just, at that point, kept note of it so that we could further look into that at a later time.
By the way, do you know when these photographs were taken?
I believe those were taken on the morning of the 25th.
So from, am I correct in saying you arrived at Lapham Road at 9 o'clock? Was that your testimony?
It was actually probably closer to 10:30 by the time I drove from home to work and then got to Lapham Road.
Could we at least have an AM versus PM? That's not been established yet, but it seems it's obvious, but I would ask that the clarification should be.
Sure.
Sure. So I was contacted at 9 p.m. on the 24th, and I arrived on scene at approximately 10:30 p.m.
Attorney Manning, before you proceed, you identified this in the packet as States 4. Was
Yes.
States 4 admitted as a full exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without objection. She may not have indicated, but she asked me and I said I had no objection.
States 4 will be admitted as a full exhibit. The record has to be complete.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And as I indicated, all the photographs are contained per witnesses, so that's why they are directed in that way. So, sir, you arrived on scene between 10:30 and do you recall around what time this photograph was taken?
Sometime after 7 a.m., but I don't recall exactly what time it was.
Did you remain on scene the whole night?
Yes, I did.
Who took the photograph?
I believe that was Detective Matt Riley from the State Police.
And did you observe him taking the photograph?
I was present when he was taking the photos, yes.
Now, at that time, when Detective Riley arrived on scene or on Lapham Road, did anything happen to the car?
So we eventually determined that to further investigate, that it should be impounded so it could be properly processed. So we did, the keys had been transferred to me when I took over, so I had the keys to the vehicle. We then determined it should be towed back to police headquarters where it could be impounded inside so that nothing was disturbed.
Could you please explain the process of how that tow would have happened, or how it did happen, I should say?
So we contacted the department's on-duty record, which was from town. They showed up on scene. I then, wearing gloves, I entered the vehicle so that we could limit any kind of exposure to anyone else. We couldn't initially start the vehicle, first because it was left in reverse, it was not actually in park. Secondly, because the battery was dead. So what we did is used a booster pack from the towing company to actually start it, which I did in the driver's seat, and then I drove it up onto the flatbed truck so it could be brought back to police headquarters.
And was it brought back to police headquarters?
It was then put inside an impound bay, of which I backed it off of the tow truck and parked it in the bay.
Did you follow the vehicle, or the tow truck, I should say, from Lapham Road back to headquarters?
Yes, I did.
Why were you the person to enter the car again?
Because I've been the only person that had been in the car, to our knowledge. So as far as police personnel went, I was the only one that entered it. Therefore, again, keeping any disturbance to a minimum. It's just it's the easiest way to take care of things.
After the vehicle was secured at headquarters, what did you do?
I then responded to Wells Lane, 69 Wells Lane, and met with Sergeant Al Bisson from the state police, did a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, and then we canvassed the area to see if we could find any security camera systems that may have picked up any activity in that area.
When you say a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, what do you mean?
I was shown the garage area and a basic look at the kitchen area, and that was all.
Did you walk through the rest of the house?
Not at that time, no.
Now, well, where did you go after that?
So we began with houses on Wells Lane, actually just walking the area and looking for any exterior cameras mounted on any of the houses that could have potentially picked up any activity the previous day.
Okay, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. States 4, upper left corner indicates 69 Wells Lane. Do you recognize what's depicted upon that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is an overhead view of Wells Lane, including 69 Wells and the other adjacent houses.
Just briefly, and if I may, Your Honor, just if you can point it out. If you can, sir, can you please stand up and direct where 69 Wells Lane is?
So I believe this should be 69 Wells Lane.
Now, when you walked the neighborhood, where did you go?
We looked at any house that had a view of the street, specifically 54 Wells Lane, that we observed cameras mounted on the exterior of the residence that did pick up the street and would have shown anybody coming in or out, or at least we hoped it would at that time.
If I can, sir, when you say 54 Wells Lane, I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit. Is that 54 Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
And why were you interested in this property?
So we noted that there were cameras on the exterior, and if I can.
If you can, please.
Specifically, we noted there were cameras on the front of the house, so the face faces Wells Lane, and on the end of the house near the garage area of the parking court. And those appeared at that time, they would pick up the street view.
And what did you do once you noticed the cameras?
We were able to make contact, specifically with this residence, we were able to make contact with the owner and asked him if we could review the system, which he agreed to. And we did actually look at it and noted that it picked up views of the street from 2 locations, both the garage end and the face of the house, and reviewed it briefly. The owner was incredibly cooperative, did give us access to the unit. It was initially brought back to police headquarters to do a download of the hard drive, which we were unsuccessful at the time because we couldn't get access and the owner wasn't sure how to access it. It was returned back to the owner's residence. It was reconnected. We were able to use his cell phone to review video from that day. At the time we targeted, based on information we had,
And it's going to
the
get
morning
snow.
section. when we were able to pick up pictures or video rather of Jennifer Doulos' vehicle leaving in the morning and returning, and then leaving for a second time and not returning.
Okay. Now, a couple questions about that. You indicated there was a time frame that you were interested in. What was that time frame?
It was in the morning from just before 8 a.m. Through, at that time, we weren't really sure, through at least noon.
Did you watch that time frame I guess, at the property of 54 Wells?
At the property initially we did, and that's when we noted her vehicle leaving, returning, and leaving again.
Now, you mentioned 2 cameras. If you wouldn't mind standing up and approaching the screen and just pointing out where those cameras were located.
So camera 3 is located on the south end of the house in the area of the driveway. And camera 7 is located on the face of the house or the front, facing out directly to Wells Lane.
And Wells Lane, is that the road in front of 54 Wells?
Yes, it is.
And if you are heading towards the, I guess, upper left-hand corner, what direction is that?
It's effectively southbound. So in other words, if you're traveling in the road from here to here, that's roughly running southbound.
Okay. And is there a road on top of that?
It intersects with Frogtown Road, which in the picture here
I'll scroll back out.
would be located up here, although you can't quite see it in the trees.
Okay. Your Honor, does Your Honor wish to break at
Yes,
this
the
time?
time is approximately 1 o'clock. We'll stand in our lunch and recess and resume at 2 o'clock.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2.
All right, guys. So they're breaking until whatever time it was they said 2, but I just forgot. They're like way behind. I'm way behind. So look at her face. She's looking to see who's there. I wonder who's there in the gallery that's there for her on her side. Who do we think is there with her on her side? Honestly, I don't know anything about, I don't know much about the victim, Jennifer Doulos, but I don't know anything about the Troconis chick. To be fair, I don't. Let's scooch. Do you guys want to stay here and keep up with this, or do you want me to go back over to the treehouse murder guy and see what's going on with him? What do you guys want? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. And hey, if anybody has popped in that I haven't said hi to, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Let me forward until we get to where that next spot is, and then I'll see what you guys are wanting to do. See what you guys want to do. Steph said fine either way, just listening while bagging drills. Dawn says check into the other one. Okay. We'll do that then. I'll scroll over to where this one restarts, so that way I've already found it, you know, and won't have to like hunt it up. Okay. All right, so I've got that one paused. Let me get the other one started. Oh, I don't want to go where it's lively. I'm just trying to stay caught up. Or, I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to be where it's live because then we'll miss stuff. We're not trying to get caught up. We're just trying to, because there's 30 minutes. You know, I don't want to miss 30 minutes worth of stuff because there's a couple people in there. Yeah. Okay. Well, so I'll leave it there. Because that's where we'll resume on this one. And then I'm gonna drop this link into my little Michelle Troconis file. Okay, I got that there, and then the Treehouse Murder. Here's that. Excuse me, Jelly May. Jelly May, ma'am. Open link. Okay. Lisa, I see you want to be able to pause when you want to, so you keep it behind. Well, we've been looking at a couple of different ones, and so yeah, I don't want to let go where it's live because then I won't be able to find where we stopped. You know, when we come back to this one. Okay. Let me share this tab here. Well, that didn't do me no good because usually it timestamps it. So next time I'm gonna have to timestamp it because it didn't do that. I paused it here, and when I went back to it, it didn't save the timestamp for me. Da, 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 da. La-di-da-di-da. Okay. Yeah. So this one's way behind. Okay, that was her. They did their little break thingy, right?
Definitely be to your benefit to speak louder or into the mic.
Does this sound better, Your Honor? Actually, is there any way to turn this up?
That sounds better. I think it's probably they're referring to when you're at the podium and questioning witnesses, and you tend to be a bit soft-spoken, so.
Okay, I'll try and speak loud.
There you go, Kel. He was talking about not being able to be heard.
In the jury room, state's got
There
their
you
next witness
go.
standing by.
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's bring the jurors back.
They're telling him, speak louder so we can understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
bum, bum, bum. I would be a nervous wreck if I were representing my own dang self in a murder trial. What the heck? Why would somebody do that? I don't understand that. No. 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 Why would you do that? I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna lie. I think it would take someone that is, I think it would take someone that's a narcissist to want to represent themselves. For real.
Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. I hope you enjoyed your break. At this particular point in time, we're back on the record. We're going to resume with presentation of the state's case in chief. So, counsel, your next witness.
I said that, and then Steph and Kel, Morgana, everybody just kind of said it at the same
Detective
time.
Marcus Del Valle.
We did. We all said the same thing, right? So funny. Mhm. We're back to the puke walls. Back to the split pea soup. Walls. I have to move my. I don't like when I put myself up there at the top. I don't like that. I either want it. You guys tell me where. Where do you like it
Please come
best?
forward through the gate, approach the deputy right in front of the witness stand there.
Do you like it better? There? Like that, where I'm over here on the left and it's
Closer
black
there.
above and below?
That's good. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Or do you like it better here,
That the testimony you will give in the cause
where it's down here in the bottom left corner?
and nothing but the truth and what you got.
Yes, ma'am. Please have a seat on the witness stand.
Well, but see, then I'll be covering up his head.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, please.
Marcus Del Valle, last name is Delvalle.
And how are you currently employed?
Excuse me?
Where are you currently employed?
City of Key West Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the City of Key West Police Department?
Since 2012, and prior to that, a year and a half as a reserve officer.
Okay, and I'd like to direct your attention to November 17th of 2017. Were you working as a detective at that time?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to respond out to alleged incident in Stock Island?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was your role out there?
I was called in, I was off that day, but I was called in by the sergeant on the unit. There had been an incident that occurred, and they needed somebody to process the scene. We already had one detective out there that worked for QS Police, and they needed a second one, so I responded to assist him in processing the scene.
Do you remember what the name of that other detective was?
Stephen Mitchell.
Okay, very well. Please describe for the jury your responsibilities and duties in processing the scene. What does that entail?
I'm one of the field evidence technicians. In processing the scene is picking up evidence, documented evidence, taking measurements and whatever needs to be done to processing, which includes also photographing the scene.
Okay, when you responded there, did you respond to what's commonly referred to as a treehouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to walk through the scene?
Briefly, I did. When I got there, I met up with Detective Mitchell, and he gave me a little tour of what was going on. There was two scenes, one outside, one inside. I took a walk through the treehouse, which was a wooden structure, and walked through. He showed me what was going on so I could get just of what was going on. And yes, I did walk through it.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
He gives him the item, and then he's looking at it like I don't know, that lawyer's standing there like, just give it back to me. You don't know what you're even looking at.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. Thank you. Appreciate that.
He's like, da-da,
All
da-da,
right. Or is that the last one? That's the last one.
da.
Yeah, we're good.
Officer approach the witness.
Yes?
Detective Devine, I'd like to show you the previously marked State Exhibit B12 for identification, and as you take the images closed, please let me know if you recognize it.
I bet so. And you know, they say some people don't care what kind of attention they get even if it's negative attention, as long as they get attention.
Yes, that's, beginning with the first photo is gonna be the, interior looking out of the property.
Okay.
And then the rest of it's gonna be going up the stairs up to the area where they had the couch, located at. We walked through that, I walked up the staircase and then back up, down, and then that was pretty much what I'd done on that portion of the treehouse itself.
Would it be safe to say that's the walkthrough portion, correct?
Yes, yeah, it was the walkthrough that I'd done.
And do they accurately and fairly depict the way the treehouse looked on the night of the incident?
Yes, absolutely.
Point at this stage, I believe, move these into evidence as states number 2. I don't believe there's an objection.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, no, let's get them marked. We'll admit the ID exhibit into evidence as the states 2A through. All right. Composite exhibit for state 2A through L. Admitted in evidence.
Detective Devalle, while the clerk is marking that, a couple of questions. Do you remember what time you responded, more or less, that evening?
To the minute I can, it was later, it was late afternoon, like maybe 7 or 8 o'clock. I can't remember exact time.
You were towards the end of the day, correct?
It was towards the end of the day, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the treehouse thing is. At first, I thought maybe they were trying to pretend like it was something else, like a public place, but I don't know for sure.
Yes.
Detective Devalle, I'd like to show you the first photograph here. Is that the entrance to the actual treehouse?
That's the entrance into the yard.
To the yard?
Yes, and this is going to be the yard here. That's going up to, that's,
I don't know. I know that the first witness that was
You gotta try to speak up, please.
I'm sorry, sir.
a police
That's
officer.
the first floor. That's the stairs going up to the first floor. That's part of the deck. I don't know exactly which part, but that's part of the deck. Stairs going up again. So it was three sets, I believe it was 3 sets. And that's the area where they were staying at.
It's like a makeshift bed.
Yeah, makeshift bed that they had, like a little common area that they were staying at. Same, this is all the same floor.
Makeshift living areas, correct?
Yes, sir. And that same thing there, the bed in the back that they were staying at.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Phelps, please fill the jar.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not positive. Is that who's humming, Steph? I thought it was the witness. Maybe it is the defendant. I don't know. But I thought it was the witness.
Does the treehouse have running water or electricity?
I don't think it had any no running water and no, I know for sure no electricity.
Okay.
Oh,
Now,
nose whistlers.
That
Oh
was your
my
first
goodness,
part of
those are
your
the
investigation,
worst.
just taking a walk through and just kind of surveying what was going on inside and make sure everything was okay and secured. You would agree with me that one of your responsibilities as a crime scene investigator is to secure the scene and make sure that the scene and the evidence, if there's any, would be safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please explain for the jury what was your next part in this investigation?
Next part, just to clarify, when I arrived on scene, the sheriff's department already had the scene secured with crime scene tape, and it was kind of isolated to that area where it happened at. I went outside there was two scenes. One was the inside of the property, which Detective Mitchell processed. The second portion of that was the outside, which was the street.
I got sleep
all the way
apnea over
down
here too, Steph.
running east on the main street. So I started picking up evidence that was laying in the street that was part of the scene. That was my primary task in that scene, was collecting the outside evidence.
Do you remember what type of evidence you collected on the outside of the scene?
Yeah, there was, prior to me getting there was Detective Mitchell collected a $100 bill that was laying outside. He showed it to me, showed me where it was at. Then I went down the street. I collected numerous amount of change, quarters, dimes, nickels. There was a lot of personal items as far as makeup that was strewn through the whole street that I started marking and photographing and collecting. But it was mainly personal items, and it appeared to be like from possibly a female's purse.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Ms. Belmonte?
I spoke to no one on the scene.
Okay. Witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective Rabbi, I'd like to show you what's been previously warranted.
Yes, that's the same property, and that's the mailbox going to the property.
Is that the outside that you showed?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately reflect the outside and exterior of the property as they were in the evening in question?
Yes, sir.
Permission to stay with, to move this map and try.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit that exhibit is states next in order, which I believe would be 3A.
What are the next things you did on this case? That evening?
That evening was collect all the items that were strung on the street. We photographed it, like I said, photographed it, documented it, collected it, packaged it, and then we passed it on to the detectives that were with Monroe County Sheriff's Office that were working the case.
And the street you referred to, what street was that?
I believe Laurel?
Laurel?
Yes,
Laurel
sir.
Avenue.
Could we get the two that's sitting on the rail, if we're finished?
Yes.
Those, we can bring those over to the clerk and, thank you. We've got 3 marked now.
Permission to focus.
Yes.
Thank you. What time did you finish on the scene that evening? Do you remember?
That evening, I believe it was like 11 o'clock at night, 11:30 at night. It was late.
Did you have an opportunity to go back the next day, or did you need to go back the next day for anything?
The next day I did go back. It was later, excuse me, later in the afternoon. I did go back. Detective Mitchell called me. He had been called out because they had found some other evidence in a yard. So I responded and assisted Detective Mitchell as he collected some evidence.
Okay, let's hold it right there and let him finish.
Okay.
Okay, you guys, I've got some different, couple different articles I'll share here in just a few minutes. Hopefully it'll help make a little bit more sense. Just give me a little bit because I've got crazy pants in here with me at the moment.
Valley, I'm sorry. The next day you went back out, because did you receive the call from Detective Mitchell?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that call?
Sheriff Department, I guess, had gotten a call from a gentleman that owned a trailer on the property, that he had found possible evidence in his yard off of Laurel Avenue. If you go down, I guess to the east, to the end of the street, there's a trailer there at the time, and he had called that he had found evidence, which was a knife.
Okay, so did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I responded there and met up with Detective Mitchell, who was already on the scene. He was in the process of taking pictures of the knife that was in a planter.
So you assisted Detective Mitchell in recovering the knife?
Yes, sir.
And do you know exactly where the knife was located on the
The
property?
knife was located on this gentleman's property. As you walk into the property, to the left of the property, there was like a planter, and the knife was sitting inside of the planter.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective Delgado, I'd like to show you in previously marked the state's D5 for identification and answer. Take a look at those photos. Hope you recognize it.
Morgana, I know. She's wearing me out. I don't. Oh crap! Hold on.
Yes, sir.
And
Hold on.
This is the knife that was inside of the planter. It's still sitting in the planter, but it's a knife that did have what appeared to have blood on it. Yeah, it's just, yes, sir.
I don't know why.
Yes, sir.
These background videos keep trying to play. If they
Absolutely.
really
Yes,
feel-
absolutely.
Move the exhibit into evidence. States, I want to say 4.
Any objection?
No.
Permission to publish.
Well, let's admit it as 4, and it's a composite with how many parts? 4, 8 through 8.
Is it gone now? It should be gone. I cut it, but I was hoping it would quit.
Public to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't understand why they keep. I don't understand why they keep like turning the volume off or whatever. Is it just the witness like going through, because you can hear like page turning? Is it just them, like the witness going through photos, or what? Or like refreshing his recollection? Whatever. There's being thorough, and there's being obnoxiously thorough. Yes, thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. Oh, am I being too quiet? Or does Steph need to put her earbuds back in? Am I not being loud enough?
Detective Devalue, after you and Detective Mitchell secured the knife, what did you do with the knife?
Knife was collected, it was boxed, and the Detective Mitchell passed it on to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office detectives with a proper chain of command, custody form and all that.
Did you have any other involvement in this case as far as investigation?
As far as investigation, that was it. Prior to, yeah, that was it. We collected that, and I think that was it. Detective Mitchell did collect some stuff before I got there, but I wasn't present for that.
Very well. Thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Stay with 10.
Cross-examination?
Oh, here goes the cross-examination. This ought to be fun.
Detective Duvalier, right?
Yes, sir.
We just met outside, right? We just introduced ourselves. First time I've ever met you, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Now, that investigation, I remember a lot about Stephen Mitchell and what he did. I wasn't sure how much you were there for. Was there any problems with gathering any of the evidence?
No problems at all.
What about tire tracks from the truck?
Tire tracks, yeah, he took a sample of the tire tracks, and due to the kit that we used that was out of date, and it didn't adhere to the tire track that was next to Cosmos, yes.
Next to the marine.
But that was
it's a marina, or
Yes,
is it a
sir.
marina or a marine store?
Marina, I believe
Marina,
they
okay.
work on engines.
But there were tire tracks there. You guys tried to get it.
Yes, and Detective Mitchell tried to pick them up, adhere them. It's a form that you put on there, and it's you use like plaster of Paris, put it on, mix it with water. He's the one that done all that process of doing it, but it didn't adhere to it, so he wasn't able to pick nothing up.
That's good to know. I asked Deputy Mueller, same thing. You said when you got there, they had already blocked off the street? Or was it
Yes,
still
the
just
street
the
was,
street? Or was it still
everything
the
was,
street?
yes, the scene was secured and blocked off.
Okay, it was already secured, blocked off?
Yes, sir.
So you weren't there prior to that?
Prior,
To them blocking off the street?
no, the street, when I got there, scene was already blocked off and secured.
Okay.
I was not there.
No pedestrians going through?
Wait, we gotta
Yeah.
take one at a
I'm sorry.
time, so
Yes, sir.
let him finish, and so we can keep it
Yeah.
separated. Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When I got there, that I was called out, scene was secured, there was yellow tape up, and they had police, deputies were already securing the scene, so I did not get there at the beginning of the call.
Okay, just checking, because again, I wasn't there, so I don't know. How about, did you guys make sure you got all the evidence, from the treehouse, or was there any left over? I mean,
Okay,
did you know?
the treehouse itself.
Yeah, the treehouse property
Detective Mitchell would have to answer that. As far as the outside that I could see and saw and documented, that was all picked up.
Okay.
And that, the only thing that I did collect and helped him collect was the knife.
Okay.
Anything that he collected, you would have to talk to him to see what he put in.
And the knife went into a box and then went to the evidence room? Is that
Yes, sir. That was, once that was collected, all items that were collected, once we collected it, it was turned over to the sheriff department, because we work for the city of Key West.
Right.
We just assist in them and assist other agency. All items that were taken were properly given to the sheriff's department and documented with proper receipts and chain of custody.
How long that took? Curiosity. About how big?
How long? That was done that
Yeah.
night. That was
Oh,
passed
that
over.
same night?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Good. Now, you said you handled the knife, it went into property. Did it ever go to the?
Something, I don't know.
The medical
Can you guys
examiner,
hear that, or is
Or
it-
make its
I
way
cannot
into
answer
the-
that because it's not my case.
I hear his
That's
Microsoft
something that the
Office.
sheriff department.
But you guys boxed it up?
Yeah, all we do is collect it, give it to them, Sheriff Department is in charge of the investigation. They're the primary response department.
Unit, yeah.
And the detectives that are working the case, the lead detective are the ones that take care of that property, sending it away.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure we know where all the evidence went and what
Okay.
happened there. So that was the extent of your investigation with this, though, right? It's just the crime scene when you first got there, the knife, and is there anything else? I think I seem to be forgetting something here.
Pretty much that's all I done. Detective Mitchell did collect a mask, and he did put that into evidence, but you'd
But
have
that
to
was
talk to
Detective
him. Yeah,
Mitchell.
you'd have to talk to him about that, because he's the one that collected it.
Now, is it normal for you guys to get called out when the sheriff's department investigates something, or is that kind of abnormal?
We do help each other out, assist other agency, which would
That
be
makes
helping
sense.
each other out. On this case, I believe the crime scene technician was out. I believe he might have been in the hospital that night, so they didn't have nobody on call to do evidence collection, which is crime scene investigation. So we went out to assist them to help them do it.
Okay, and you guys don't remember taking any DNA or scrapings from Paul Belmont?
All that is going to have to be under Detective Mitchell's.
Okay.
Good. You check his report, everything's in there on
I
that.
seem to remember it being
I
fairly
I
lengthy.
cannot testify to something I did not do.
Okay, no, I'm just checking, because
Okay.
I remember I even told you in the hallway, I don't even remember what you did for the
Yeah.
most part.
I'm going to object. There's no questions, Counsel. Mr. Shepherd trying to testify.
Okay, as I said, we want to take it one step at a time in terms of question, pause, answer. So,
Okay, I'll take it a little slower for the prosecution.
for the judge as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I don't think I have any further questions for the witness. I think you've pretty much explained what you did. Thank you. Thank you
I'll
for
go
your
so
time today.
slow. How about, I'll just
Is there a
go
redirect
slow
examination?
that I'll stop. That's what he basically said.
Right, and what about this witness?
You want me to go slower? Okay, I'll just stop.
Subject to recall, or he can be excused?
He may be excused.
Right. Thank you. You
Thank
can
you,
step
Judge.
down and be excused. Maybe we can approach the bench here a moment, to both sides, and address scheduling.
Yeah, I know, right, Steph? Like, I'll go slow for the prosecution. And the judge was like, and for the judge too. He's like, okay, judge, I'll just stop. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, somebody's microphone is popping so hard. They're like popping popcorn over there. Sounds like. Don says snarky, snarky, snarky. Right? Yeah, I've got a couple of articles I can share here in just a few minutes whenever Dale will be home here in just a few minutes, and so whenever he gets home, he'll take the kiddo for me, and I'll be able to share these easier. He was trying to insult the prosecution by saying that, and it backfired. Oh yeah, it backfired. The microphone is percolating, right? Yesterday it was Steph's candle that was popping, and today it's the courtroom's microphone. Yeah. I was gonna go in there and get me some coffee earlier today, or a while ago, and I was like, no, I'm gonna get me some water. So I've got water right now. Gotta stay hydrated, right? Right. Okay.
About scheduling, I like to keep the jurors as apprised as I can in terms of what our schedule is. So the state's going to call their next witness in a moment, and his testimony may have to be broken up before lunch and after lunch. So I figure we'll break for lunch somewhere, 12:10, 12:15, something like that. And you have some idea, so for purposes of planning. So state your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state's going to call Roger Raggett.
All right.
Did he just say Roger Rabbit? Did he just say Roger Rabbit? I would love to see Roger Rabbit on the witness stand.
Sir, would you please come forward right through the gate there? You get close to the deputy right here by the witness stand, this gentleman right here. That's good, thank you very much. Stay right there, face this lady, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
I'd be all for Jessica.
All right, have a seat
But that
right
does-
here on the witness stand and speak loudly and clearly. So
Does
we
not
all
look like
can
Roger
hear you.
Rabbit. I am offended. I'm offended. That's false advertisement.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. I'm going to ask you for your name. What's your full name, sir?
Roger Allen Ruggett.
Ruggett. How do you spell your last name?
Rugutt.
All right, Mr.
Okay,
Ruggett.
this dude's
First
a
of all, good
character.
morning to you, sir. Thank you for being here this morning. Mr. Ruggett, I want to talk to you a little bit about an event that happened to you a few years ago. Do you live in Key West?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived in Key West?
Since '84.
So a long time.
Long time.
And where were you born and raised?
Mobridge, South Dakota.
Okay, came to Key West in '84, you said, is that right?
Yes, I did.
All right, and have you lived in Key West ever since?
Yes, I have.
All right, are you currently employed?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of work do you do, Mr. Ruggett?
I'm over here at the golf course.
Over at the golf course?
Yes,
Here in Key West?
Stock Island.
Stock Island, okay. And what kind of work do you do over there at the golf course?
Maintenance.
Maintenance work?
Cut grass.
How long have you worked there, Mr. Ruggett?
Since '84.
Been there since '84?
Yeah.
All right, and do you live down here?
Stock Island, Key West, yes.
Okay, you have a home or an apartment? What kind of, do you live in?
I got a trailer over here.
All right. Now, Mr. Ruggett, you said you've been in Key West since 1984, is that right?
Oh, yes, '84.
All right, and you've lived your life down here, right? Since '84.
Yeah, '84.
During your lifetime down here, did you become friends with a woman known as Paula Belmonte?
Yes, I have.
All right, why don't you tell the jury, how did you become friends with Miss Belmonte?
We partied together.
You partied together?
Yes.
All right, tell us about that. What does that mean when you say you partied together?
Well, we had drank, smoked.
All right, well, let's break that down. You said you drank. You drank alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol did you drink with her?
Bud Light.
Did she also drink Bud Light?
Occasionally.
Was beer your beverage of choice?
Yes.
All right. What about hard alcohol? Did you used to intake any hard alcohol?
Captain Morgan.
All right.
Rum.
And what about Miss Belmonte? Did she also enjoy hard liquor too?
No, I don't think so.
Nope. She stuck to the beer?
Yeah.
All right. Now you said you used to party together, right?
Yeah.
How often would you get together with her to party? Daily, weekly, once a month?
Yeah, well, yeah, 3 times a month or 3 times a week or something.
3 times a week?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right. And when you'd party with her, where would you party?
My place, her place.
Okay, you said your place, you have a trailer over on Stock Island, right?
Yes, I do.
What was her place? Like, where did you used to party with her when you went to her place?
Different places, where she used to live.
Did she have a permanent home?
Not really. No, she moved around quite a bit, like me.
Was she ever homeless?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she was.
Living on the streets?
Uh-huh. Yes, she was.
And
Okay,
you
so
guys would still get together and party and what have you?
Yes, we would.
Now, you said you used to party
Morgana,
together. You said you used to drink, right?
Yes.
And you said you guys used to also smoke.
Yes.
What did you guys smoke? Tobacco?
Tobacco,
All right. Did you ever do any hard drugs with her?
like coke and crack.
Like cocaine? Yes, sir.
Yeah, we smoked crack and snorted coke and smoked cigarettes and
You smoked crack with her? Did you smoke the crack?
yes,
Did she used to smoke crack as well?
yes,
We're talking about crack cocaine, right?
yes.
And how do you smoke it? You smoke it, you put it, you heat it up? How do you do that?
You put it in a stem. They call a stem, and then you light it up and puff.
And that's how you get the high from ingesting the smoke, I guess, from it?
Yeah, you get high from just your smoke.
All right. And you said you used to smoke crack with Miss Belmonte, right?
Paula,
Or Paula. Okay, fair enough, Paula. How often would you guys smoke crack together?
3 times a week.
Okay. Who used to supply it? Did you supply it or did
Nope.
she supply it?
She did.
She supplied it?
Yes, she did.
Did you used to pay her for what you smoked or did she just share it with you?
She shared it with me, and sometimes I paid for it.
All right. And you guys would, I guess the word you used was party together, right?
Yes, I would.
All right. It's a hard lifestyle, right?
Yeah, you lose a lot of sleep.
Yeah? Takes its toll, right?
Takes its toll. Yes, it does.
All right, but this is the lifestyle you've lived. Is that fair to say?
Say again?
But that is the lifestyle you lived, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair to
It's the
say?
lifestyle.
And is that the
Drinking,
life?
Drinking and smoking, yeah.
Okay, and is that the lifestyle that Paula lived as well?
Oh, yes.
Now, at some point, did Paula take up residence in something called the Tree House?
Oh, yes.
All right, let's tell the jury, what is this place called the Tree House? What exactly is it?
A man has built a stairway up around the top of his trailer, and Paul needs to stay up there.
And was it an actual tree in the center of this
No,
structure?
It just wasn't it was no tree, it was just actual part that the man built, stairway going up.
Next to his trailer, you said, right?
Over the top of his trailer.
And the man that built it, do you know what his name is?
Yeah,
What's his name?
Fred, what's his name? Matt.
Matthew?
No, it wasn't Matt either. It was.
You don't remember?
Fred, or Ed, or Fred.
Okay. He's the one that built this structure.
Yes, he did.
Now, you said Paula was living there, right?
Yes, she was.
Or she was staying there, so to speak.
She was living there.
All right, now you say she was living there, but Mr. Raggett, I want to be clear. This is not a fully functioning home per se, right?
No, it's just a deck up there.
I mean, is there running water in this structure?
No running water.
No bathroom facilities?
No bathroom facilities.
What about electricity? Is there any electricity?
No electricity.
So at nighttime, I guess it gets pretty dark, right?
Yes, it did.
So what'd you guys do for light at nighttime when you'd be over there partying?
Flashlights.
I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Flashlights.
Oh, flashlight. Okay, fair enough. So there were flashlights, and I guess that was the way you guys would illuminate the place at night. That's how you bring some light to the place.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be.
Now, how long? Do you remember, like, how long Paula was staying at this place called the Tree House?
6 months. About 6 months, I reckon.
Was it normal for her to move?
Okay, so now we know, right? Because I didn't have a clue either. I was actually this morning, whenever I was looking for the pizza delivery murder trial that I was looking for, Whenever I went to look, I found this, and it was like day one, treehouse murder, and I was like, what? And so I literally had no idea what this was about, right? All I knew was that the dude was going to represent himself. So, I found a couple of articles that's got a couple photos, but they're not really, like, they don't really, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, but in this, I can't really say that for this, but I will share this real quick. Hold on a second. Let me share this. So this is the steps or the stairs. Treehouse murder. And really, that's all. I can't tell. Looks like right there is like a pair of, I can't tell, what is that? It's like a pair of flip-flops or something right here. But then there's like steps going up to that deck part. Yeah, it's not really easy to see what you're looking at, other than there's, these evidence markers, and I can't tell if it's like flood drops or something. But there was also another evidence photo that was there. It was a little bit closer, I think. No, it looks like the same photo. There was this picture here. It's a treehouse murder, the $100 bill crime scene photo. So there was that. But then over here is this. Yeah, I thought it looked like flip-flops too. But here is another a photo. Stock Island treehouse murder, suspects due in court. But apparently this is the treehouse on Laurel Avenue on Stock Island, where police say 3 people were living when the murder took place. So there's a fence. I guess this is the like top of the trailer, this white thing that goes across here. And then up here he said was the deck, which is apparently where they were staying, and some sort of like canopy here, probably for them to stay in under when it was raining or whatever. But somebody's got a satellite. Looks like somebody's watching some satellite TV somewhere. I don't know who, but and these are the other guys that were apparently involved. There's this guy. His name is Rory Wilson, 50, of Stock Island, was arrested for murder, 2 counts of armed robbery, and 2 counts of committing a second-degree felony while wearing a mask. And then here's our guy right here. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, 46, of Key West, charged with 2 counts of armed robbery, 1 count of felony murder, 2 counts of wearing a mask while committing a felony, 3 counts of aggravated battery, and with tampering with a witness. And then John Travis Johnson, 39, of Marathon, reportedly was the planned getaway driver, was arrested for 2 counts of robbery and with felony murder. That's the Johnson guy. He was the apparent getaway driver or something. Ay, ay, ay. So here it says Paula Belmonte, 53, was also wounded while being robbed by Tucker and Wilson, while Johnson waited in his pickup truck outside. Investigators say Tucker, Johnson, and Wilson planned the robbery after hearing there might be a large amount of cash at Belmonte's home. Johnson drove the two other men to the scene of the homicide in his black truck and waited. Tucker and Wilson, dressed in black and wearing masks, went inside just after 8 p.m. and held at knife point Belmonte and a male friend who was visiting. During the robbery, Belmonte's neck was cut. Tucker and Wilson fled and encountered Bonnet on the stairs. So Bonnet must have been the where was that at? Here. 3 accused of murder in connection with the slashing death of Matthew Bonnet, 59, during a robbery. Bonnet had gone over to a neighbor's house to help after hearing a commotion when he was attacked by 2 men. So, yeah. All right, so that's the information we have. Let me exile some of these tabs here. Guys. I'm just about to wash dishes. Tammy's trying to grocery shop. Oof. Steph says lit up the crack pipe, obviously. Don thought it looked like flip flops. Can't imagine living like that. I know. Awful. Sad. Super sad.
Around a lot, or did she stay put?
It was just normal for her to move around a lot.
Okay. Do you remember, or do you know rather, was she paying anybody money to stay in this facility? Like, did she pay anybody rent to live there?
I'm not sure. I never
Okay.
mentioned money.
Did you know a man named Matthew Bonnet?
Matthew Bonnet. No, I didn't.
Didn't know him? All right. But you knew Paula, right?
Yes, I knew Paula.
Okay, so you're there partying with Paula. I want to take you back to August of 2017. You remember that month?
August 17th, yeah.
All right, something big happened, right? While you were over with Paula one night.
Yes, it did.
All right, let's tell the jury about what happened. Do you remember the specific date?
No.
And I'm sorry, I said August. I think I meant to say November. It was November of 2017. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember where Paula was living at that point in time?
Yes, I do.
Where was she living?
Up in that tree house.
All right. Now I want to talk about the date specifically, November 17th of 2017.
All right.
Is that where she was living?
Yes, he was.
All right. Had you been over there to visit her when she was living there?
Yes, I was.
And on November 17th, were you over there on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
Was that the first time you'd gone over there, or had you been over there
No, I've been
before?
up there several times.
All right, and again, you guys would party, is that fair?
Yes, I was. Yes, we were.
So when you went over there on November 17th, did you go, what was the purpose in going over there?
Thank you, Don. I appreciate
visited
that.
Matt,
Thank you.
which
Thank
I
you, thank
remember
you.
now. Matt or her.
I
you
feel
know.
bad
right.
for this dude.
Now, you said Matt, you do remember
You can
Matt.
tell he does not want to be
now.
there.
Okay,
Right?
who's
He don't want to
Matt?
be there.
Matt is the owner of the property.
All right, and is that the one that lived in that trailer?
Yes.
All right, do you remember his last name?
No, I don't.
If I told you the name Bonnet, does that ring any bells?
No, I don't.
All right, how did you know him as? Matt?
Just Matt.
Just Matt, okay.
Just
So,
Matt.
would you ever party with Matt?
Just Jack.
Yes.
And where
Just
would you
Jack.
party with him, in his trailer?
Yes.
And what kind of stuff did you do with Matt when you partied?
Played chess.
Played chess? Did you ever drink alcohol with him?
Yes.
And again, what kind of alcohol did you guys drink?
Beer.
Is that what Matt drank as well?
Yes.
Matt ever drink hard alcohol?
No.
All right. What about the crack cocaine? Did you ever share or do crack cocaine with Matt?
Yes.
Did he used to do it as well?
Yes.
All right. So you were friendly with Matt as well as Paula, is that fair to say?
Paul and Matt, yes.
Now, on November 17th of 2017, do you recall going over to the treehouse that day?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you remember what time you went over there?
It was about 2:30, 4 o'clock.
Sun still up, or had it gotten dark
Yeah,
already?
Sun was still up.
Sun was still up?
Yeah.
And when you went over there, do you remember who you went to visit that day?
Paula.
Was Paula? Was she there when you went over?
Yes.
Now, did you have a way to contact her? I mean, did she have a phone or anything like that?
Yes, cell phone.
And did you have a phone?
Yes.
So when you'd go to visit her, would you contact her first, or would you just show up?
I'd just show up. Or,
All right.
Or call her.
All right. On November 17th, do you remember, did you call her that day, or did you just show up?
No, I just showed up, I believe.
Just showed up?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Ragged, if you need any water, I can get you some water, just so you know, okay?
No, I'm
You all right? Okay. So, Mr. Ragged, you said you went over there to visit with Paula, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Sun still up?
Yes, it was.
Daylight?
Daylight.
And is she at the treehouse?
She's in treehouse.
And do you make contact with her?
Yes.
And where did you make contact with her? Inside the treehouse?
Yeah, upstairs, not a treehouse, yes.
All right. And did you guys do any partying that day?
Yes.
All right. And again, just so we're clear, Mr. Raggett, so the jury's clear, when you say partying, on this particular day, what were you guys doing? Were you drinking
Yes.
alcohol?
I was, she wasn't.
She wasn't drinking alcohol?
No.
What were you drinking?
Beer.
Okay.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. All right. And you said Paula wasn't drinking that day, right?
She wasn't drinking.
Okay. What about the crack cocaine? Were you guys doing crack cocaine that day?
Yes, we were.
Was Paula doing crack cocaine?
Yes, she was.
And were you doing crack cocaine?
Yes, I was.
All right, and again, that's where you heat it up and inhale it, I guess,
Yes.
right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So, where did the supply come that day that you guys were smoking? Did you bring it, or did Paula have it?
Paula had it.
She had the supply?
Yes.
Did she ever sell it to you?
Yes.
Did she sell to other people?
Yes.
Were you ever there when she sold to other people?
Yes.
All right, so explain that to us. Her customers would come to the treehouse, I presume?
Yes.
And she would sell them what?
Crack cocaine.
Okay. Did she sell any other kinds of drugs besides crack cocaine?
No.
And did she do this regularly?
Yes.
And you said you were there at times when she would do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And
Truth.
yes, sir, that's what we want, the truth. Did you used to sell it?
No.
You didn't sell?
No, I just smoked it.
Just smoked it, okay. On November 17th, when you were over there with her, you said she wasn't drinking, but you were, is that right?
Yes.
And you guys were both smoking crack.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did day become night that day?
Yes, it did.
All right, sunset,
Yes.
got dark outside?
They're taking dark.
So when it gets dark outside, what's the lighting like inside of that treehouse?
Well, get the lights from a store and stuff, you know,
I mean, is it
Door
as
right
bright
there.
as it is in this room right now?
no, not at all, not at all. Darker,
Dark?
not dark.
Hard to see when it gets dark in the treehouse? That's a question, I'm sorry. Is it hard to see when it gets dark?
It's definitely hard to see.
Do you remember using flashlights on that particular day or not to help with lighting?
No, it wasn't that dark at the time,
Okay,
what you're getting into.
all right. And how long had you been there until something happened?
It was getting dawn, you know? I mean, it was getting a little bit dark, not much.
So not dawn, it was getting
Before it
dark,
went down,
right?
Before it went down, yeah.
All right. Were you there after the sunset and it actually got dark outside?
Yes.
Now, in the actual treehouse structure, where did she sleep? What was her area in that treehouse?
Right in the middle, tarped around with the tarps around her.
Okay, in the middle, you said, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, was there anything higher up in the treehouse that
No.
other people stayed in?
No.
Just her? And you said she stayed in what you called the middle portion, is that right?
Uh-huh, with tarps around her.
With tarps?
Yeah, just with tarps.
And what would be the purpose of the tarps?
Yeah, just keep,
Try to keep the rain out and stuff like that?
yeah, keep the rain out, yeah.
Okay. Now, you guys were partying, right?
Yes, we were.
At some point, did something happen that night while you guys were partying?
Yes, it did.
All right, well, let's tell the jury about that. What happened? You're partying, at this point, it's nighttime, right?
It's getting dark, yeah, it's getting a little dark.
All right, and what happens, Mr. Raggett? What happens while you're in there with Paula? First of all, let me ask you, was anybody else there with you besides Paula?
No, just me and Paula.
Just you and Paula? Do you remember seeing Matt that day?
Earlier.
Earlier in the day you saw him?
Downstairs in his place.
But as it became nighttime and you were in the treehouse with Paula, was Matt with you guys at that time?
Upstairs in the treehouse, yes.
That's where you were with Paula, right?
Yes, I was.
So where was Matt? As it became nighttime, I know you and Paula were in the treehouse, but where was Matt located?
He was downstairs in his trailer.
All right? Do you remember if anybody was with Matt or if he was alone, or do you know if he had people over?
He was alone, he was alone.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said something happened, right?
Yes, something happened.
All right, well, let's tell the jury what happened.
Two guys came up the steps, looked around the corner. They were wearing a skull mask, and they came up, and I stood up, one of them nailed me, knocked me right back into the chair.
All right, and let me stop you, Mr. Raggett. I'm gonna break this down, okay? Because I have questions while you're giving this jury the story. You said two men came in. Is that right?
Two people with skull masks.
With skull masks.
Yes.
Now, how do you know it was two? You were able to see them?
Yeah, they looked right around the corner, and I go, "What the hell is this?"
And they came right on in?
Yeah, they came right around. Yeah, you know. Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, sir, that wasn't clear. Could you repeat what you just said?
They just came up the steps and right around, they got to make a turn on the steps, you know?
Okay.
Uh-huh, then they right on the top there, and then they came walking up, and they popped me in the head.
All right, they popped you there. Let me ask you, Mr. Raggett, how are you able to tell there were two of them? Are you able to see enough?
Yeah.
Even though it was dark?
Yeah.
Could you make out their faces?
No, they were wearing skull masks.
Okay. Could you tell what ethnicity they were? Were they black, white? Could you tell anything in that regard?
No, they were wearing gloves as well as skull masks.
So you couldn't even see skin to tell if what ethnicity?
That's right.
All right. And you know there were two of them?
I knew there were two of them, yeah.
Now, you said when they came in, what was your reaction to it?
I stood up, said, "What the hell's going on here?" You know, they hit me, knocked me back into my chair.
All right.
And
Do you remember if they hit you?
Before I get back up again, this person took a knife and put it to my throat, or he put it right here in front of my face, and gave me the motion like this, you know, don't want to hear that damn thing out of you, you know?
And what did you take that to mean, that gesture? And Judge, for the record, the witness is putting his finger over his mouth. What did you take that to mean, Mr. Raggett?
Don't
talk?
Don't talk, don't do nothing. So I sat there.
Now, you said you took a couple of hits from this person, right?
Oh, he hit me, yeah.
How many times did you get hit?
Well, 4.
All right. And then you said when you stood up, they knocked you down again?
Yeah.
When you were being hit, do you recall was a weapon being used, or was it a bare hand hit?
Yeah, it was barehanded glove. I could feel the glove, you know, hit me too. Yeah.
Okay. So you felt the glove on his hand.
Yeah.
And That's what you felt. Where on your body were you being hit?
In the head.
In the head. All right. Did it hurt?
Yeah.
And when you got hit, you said about 4 times?
Three or four.
Were both men hitting you, or was it just one of the 2 men hitting you?
Both of them were hitting me.
Both of them were hitting you.
Huh?
All right. And ultimately, you said one of them gave you that sign, right?
Yeah.
Now, when he did that, did he leave you alone, or did he stay with you?
He kept that knife in front of my face, yes.
All right. And then at some point, do you remember seeing Paula during this struggle?
Oh, yeah, she was sitting right there, getting beat up too.
And who was beating her up?
The other guy with the skull mask on.
The other guy with the skull mask on?
Uh-huh.
So were they both beating on Paula, or at this point was one with you and one with Paula, if you remember?
One was beating on me and the other was beating on Paula.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swazier who that one was, you know, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew the Swazier, get that word right, Swazier?
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay. Were they, like height-wise, were they tall guys, short guys?
They mean
Were they the
swagger?
same height, or was there a difference between the two?
Tall, one short.
I'm sorry, and I talked over you, I
Swager.
Tall,
apologize.
one short.
Okay, one's tall and one's short, you said, right?
You've got to say yes or no, sir. I not or if you could just.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Raggett, you said one of the men was tall and one of the men was shorter, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall which one was focusing attention on you and which one was focusing attention on Paula?
Yes.
Okay, which one was on you, the tall guy or the short guy?
Tall guy.
And the other one on Paula was the shorter guy?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did this,
Yes. Okay.
oh, you did okay. How long did this go on for?
Hell,
I know it's probably hard to say.
10 minutes?
Okay. 10 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, it was.
All right. And at some point, what were they doing to Paula? Were you able to observe what they were doing to Paula?
Jerking her around, saying we cut your damn throat, you know?
Do you remember them
You know, come
doing
up,
any,
you
I'm
know,
sorry?
give it up, you know? Give it up, Paula, give it up, you know? She goes, Roger, help me. I said, yeah, give it up. You know, give them what they want, get the hell out of here, you know? Nothing to get poked about, you know?
Sure. At some point, do you know if they inflicted any injuries on Paula?
Yeah.
And what'd they do to her?
Hit her in the head.
Hit her in the head? Did they cut her?
Yeah.
Where'd they cut her?
Neck, it's right here, I guess.
Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Then how do you know she got cut there?
because, I handed her a rag before I ran down the steps.
Well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
At some point, when they kept saying give it up, were they specific about what they wanted her to give up?
Yeah,
What'd they want?
money and drugs.
How do you know that?
Because they said give up the money or the drugs.
All
Either
right.
one, take them both.
And did she ultimately give up the money and drugs?
Yeah.
And did she
Yes.
just hand it over? Do you remember how she was able to give it to them?
She said, right there it is. Take it and get the hell out of here.
And what'd she point to?
Little container on a little container.
All right? A small container, you said, right?
Yeah. a little
All right.
container.
When she pointed that out to them, did they grab the container?
Yes.
And did they leave?
Yes.
All right, now, did they leave pretty much together? Did they leave, did one leave before the other, or did they leave at the same time?
No, they left because, the man was holding a knife in front of my face, hit me, knocked me through the tarp, jumped over a railing after Matt, and ran down steps and struck that man, and then ran back up steps and said, "We gotta go."
All right.
All the time I was under that tarp, you know?
Okay. Now, were you guys calling for help while this was happening?
Matt did. I heard him yell,
Matt said what?
"Help!"
Okay. Did Matt come up the stairs to where you and Paula were?
No? Well, yes, he did. He came up steps and he turned around and went right back down.
All right, so Mr. Raggett, I want to make sure that we're clear for the jury, because I want to make sure this is clear. So during the struggle with these two men, at some point did Matt come up to that platform where you and Paula were?
Matt made it up to the platform, seen what was going on, turned around and started walking back down, and that man hit me, knocked me through a tarp, and
Paula
And
is
you said you heard
alive.
Matt yell for help.
Here's
and
the
then I
crazy
heard,
thing.
yeah, Matt yell for help.
Hold on, let me
Okay.
pause this.
And then that man would
Paula is alive and is actually going to be a witness for the Tucker guy over here. The dude, and that's representing himself. And yeah, Matt, the guy that he said was downstairs and got stuck, he's the one that died. He's the one that owned the trailer that this treehouse was around. Yeah, the defense. A witness for the defense. I know, crazy. But she didn't die. He did. I found something. I don't know if it'll work, but yeah, there's a video or something that somebody shared, supposedly like an interview. Yeah, that works. So there's actually an interview that I'll share in a little bit of this Paula chick that I found a while ago. Somebody, yep, Tammy, the Matt guy died. Yeah, Matt's the guy that died. The one that died. Matthew, yeah. That's crazy that she survived and the defendant did say people said he wasn't there. Yeah, I know. So, Paula, like I said, she, and in this interview that I'm going to share with you guys here in a little bit, she's apparently, I haven't watched it yet, but apparently in that interview, she says that the Tucker dude is innocent. I had no idea. What, Steph? What? Oh, yeah. Next week. When did you hear that? And where? Hold on. I gotta go look up Delphi, because if that's the case, whoa, spaghettis, O's. People will be all over Delphi like white on rice pretty soon, because that's all anybody's talked about. Where are you seeing this at? Oh my Lord. I'm looking. I'm not seeing. Um, is it a hearing though, or I don't think it's a trial, right? Um, January 18th. Ooh, thank you. Okay, Lee. See you when you get back. Oh no, it's a hearing. Okay. Freaked me out for a minute. I was like, what? Trial planned for October if it goes through. I don't know. I don't know know that I trust this judge in the Delphi case. But yeah, whenever that one happens, I'll definitely be on top of that one because, yeah, that one is important to me. So, all right. So, yeah, straight from the court reporter's mouth. Steph is the court reporter. She's like, straight from the newsroom. Preliminary hearing, right? Right. So Tammy asked a while ago, why isn't Paula a witness for the prosecution? She's not a witness for the prosecution because she says the guy that's the defendant that's representing himself on trial for this murder and attack on her isn't guilty. She said he's not the one that did it. So, anyway, all right, let's get back to this. See where we end up at here in a little
Knocked me through the tarp with that skull mask on. Said, we gotta go to the other guy.
All right.
With the mask, with a skull mask on. And they left.
And do you know if they ever made contact with Matt?
No.
Do you know if they ever got to Matt? I mean, were they able to get to him? Did they interact with Matt at all?
I'm going to go check this link out, Steph.
With Matt, when that person jumped down the steps there and stabbed his ass.
Stabbed Matt?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where they stabbed Matt? Was where on his body he got stabbed?
No.
And you said he came back upstairs, this man in the mask, and said to the other guy, we got to go.
We got to go. That's the only thing he said.
Did they leave?
Yes.
Now, when they left, what did you do? What's the first thing you did? Did you go to Paula?
I went to Paula, see how she was, found a rag for put on her wound, and I ran down steps. I jumped over Matt, and I headed out to the alley to see where they went.
All right. Were you able to see where they went?
No.
When you got down to the alley?
They were already gone.
Already gone.
Uh-huh.
Did you go back into the treehouse then after you went out to the alley?
Nope, I took off.
Took off.
Yeah.
Did you ever render any aid to Matt when you saw
No.
Matt? When you last saw
not.
Matt, was he standing or was he on the ground?
He
Do
was laying down, he was laying down.
you remember if he was bleeding at all?
No,
You don't remember, or he wasn't?
I don't remember, but I didn't see it. I didn't see no blood.
Okay. But you did render aid to Paula, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I gave her a rag. I found a towel there and I grabbed, hold it, I gave it to her, and I ran down steps.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to show the fence what's been previously marked as Echo Composite 1 through 4. Have you shown the fence, Judge? May I approach the witness? Yes. Mr. Reagan, I'm going to have you take a look at these photographs, okay?
Okay,
Tell me if you recognize them.
Okay, Steph. Okay.
Before we talk about them, tell me if you recognize them.
yeah, it's Paula.
Okay?
I'll miss you.
Yeah, there's just Paula. Don't recognize that.
Okay.
Well, it's probably Paula's hand, but
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
Let me ask you, do these photographs appear to show Paula? So these two you don't recognize, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Okay, Judge, I'm going to pull these out.
yeah.
Let's go with the two that you do recognize, okay?
That's Paula.
Do these pictures fairly and accurately show the injuries that Paula received on that night?
I believe so.
Is that what you observed on her that
I
night?
didn't look. All I did was head her rag and leave.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I seek to move in what's been previously marked as Echo 1 and 2 to evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, so admit states E, identification 1 and 2 is 5, A and B. Yeah, get the ones that went to Crawford, give them back to the prosecutor, mark and admit the two.
Thank you. Okay, now that they're in evidence as states Exhibit 5, composite A and B, Mr. Ruggie, I'm going to show these to the jury. Let's keep this one first. I'm going to have you tell them what they're looking at here. Is this your friend Paula?
Yes, that's my friend Paula.
All right. She's got some redness on her face. Is that from the beating she took that night?
Oh, yeah, it worked over good. Oh, yes, yes.
And this one here, you said you put a rag to her neck, right?
I gave her a rag. I didn't put it there. I gave her a rag.
All right. Why'd you give her a rag?
Because she was bleeding. Well, she said she was.
And after you gave her the rag, that's when you went downstairs, is that right?
Ran downstairs.
Okay. Mr. Ruggie, do you know Tyrone Tucker?
Say again?
Do you know Franklin Tucker? Do you know a man by the name of Franklin Tucker?
No, I don't know Franklin Tucker.
I'm going to have you take a look at the defense table. Do you recognize that man?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, on this particular night, let me ask you this. How did you know it was two men? I know they had masks
I didn't
on.
know those two men. They had skull masks on. I didn't know them.
But how do you know it was men and not women?
Say again?
How did you know they were males and not females? You know.
That's a hard one.
Okay. But in your memory, it's two men.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you ever have contact with Paula again after this particular day?
Oh, yeah.
You seen her again?
Oh, yeah.
Have you guys talked about what?
Later on, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I had seen her later on that day. Not that day, but after everything was over with.
And have you guys partied together since then?
No,
Never again since that night?
nope,
Now, all those events that happened here in Monroe County, is that right?
yes,
Okay. Do you remember, you said you saw a knife. Do you remember how many knives you saw?
I seen 2 knives, yeah.
You
They were
think?
carrying knives, big ones, big knives.
Okay, they weren't or were not steak knives?
Oh, it was a big old white handled steak knife,
Okay?
right in my face.
And you think that there was more than one knife?
The other guy was carrying a knife too.
So you think they both had a weapon, or a knife
They-
rather?
Yes, they both had weapons.
Mr. Raggett, give me just 1 second. Let me check with my partner, okay?
Well, it was fast, Steph. You already back? Welcome back. Da, 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 da. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Whenever that lawyer asked him, he's like, how do you know it was 2 men instead of 2 women? He's like, oh, that's a hard one. He's like, I don't want to get myself in trouble. Ooh. Wouldn't it be something if we could like Photoshop that courtroom wall? Lord have mercy. Let's Photoshop that wall. Oof.
Defense counsel is marked for identification as Foxtrot.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Raggett, I'm going to show you a photograph, okay? Tell me if you recognize this person.
He said, yeah, I know it. Talking about that
It's
photo.
like Matt, isn't it?
Is that who you knew as Matt?
I thought, no, maybe. I don't know who that is.
All right, you don't, you do or you don't know?
Well, it looks like Matt. Looks like Matt personally.
All right, Judge, at this time I seek to move in F for evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states F for identification is admitted as next in order, being state 6.
So, Mr. Raggett, this is the man that you knew as Matt?
No, it kind of looks like him.
Kind of looks like him?
Yeah.
You can't say 100%.
Well, his hair's a little shorter.
Okay, fair enough. But you think it looks like Matt? Is that right?
Yes, it kind of looks like Matt. Yes, I did. Yes, it is. Yes, it does.
Fair enough. Thank you, ladies. Mr. Raggett, I don't have any other questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Well, you certainly set me up.
Okay, sir, if you just kindly stay in place there.
What did he mean by
please.
that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to address the jury. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your patience and attention during our morning session. As I told you, when this witness was called, we'd break for lunch about now, and that's what we're going to do. Now, leave your notepads there on the seat when you get up.
Wonder what he meant by you certainly
I
set me
have a
up.
hearing
What did he mean by that?
Short hearing in a separate matter at 1:30, so I'm going to ask that you please be back in the jury assembly room by, let's see, it's 1:45. That's about an hour and a half for your lunch break. Follow the cautionary instructions that the court has consistently given you. Enjoy your lunch. 1:45.
When you talk to him on the
be
phone,
back. Be excused.
and he's like, I'm mentally drained. I get it. I get it, kiddo. I get it. Key lime green because they're in the keys, right? True, true. True, 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 true. You heard that too, Don?
I wait to hear the doors closed. Okay, so the jurors are now gone. Mr. Raggett, you're going to be back on the witness stand after lunch because the defense has the right to ask you questions also.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody wants me to give them any special instructions during the lunch break or not, you know.
I don't think it's necessary, Judge. Nothing from the state.
Avoid talking about the case. It's
Oh, okay, so the rule of sequestration of witnesses has been invoked. That basically means that you shouldn't be discussing your testimony or the case with anyone during the lunch break.
All right.
All right?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you know, enjoy your lunch and please be back here at like 1:40, all right? It's like 12:16 right now, so you're back by 1:40. That should give you ample time for lunch, and we'll see you then, all right?
Okay, yes.
All right, thank you. You can be excused
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
for until after lunch, 1:40.
Okay.
Anything else from anybody before we break?
Nothing from the state, Judge. I'm sorry. Nothing from the state.
Mr. Tucker, anything before we break?
no, Your Honor.
All right. Enjoy your lunch. We'll
Thank you,
be
Judge.
back.
Okay. So they're gonna go on their little lunch break. I know we have plenty to catch up on, but do we want to let me see. I want to see what you guys want to do. Do you want to go back to the other trial, see what's going on there? Or do you want to continue with this one? I'll let you guys discuss it amongst yourselves. And I'm going to go over here to Twitter and do a little digging, see if I can find out anything on this. Let's see if I can find anything on this other one, this other trial. Okay. All right, so nothing on that. Let me look over here for the Erica Stefanko. Okay, still nothing. Wow. They're not giving any information on that one when it's supposed to start anyway. Annoying. Check the other one. Do they want to? Okay. We can do that. All right. I will exit out of this. let me save this link real quick before I forget. All right, so I've got that thing saved. I can exit out of there. All right, let me run over here. Share this tab. Dun, 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 Nickelodeon. Why do I have that song stuck in my head? Ba-dum, bum, ba, ba-dum, bum, ba, 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 bum. All right. Are you guys with me? With me, with me, with me? Keeping Judge Jenny busy. Oh my God, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Gail said it sounds good. All right, that's what we'll do then. We'll go over here. That's where we are. And me. Goodness. Okay, we listened to that guy. Don't get another one, I know, right? Don't get another copyright strike. So we finished with this dude. Didn't we? We haven't heard from her. Maybe we didn't hear from, did we hear? Okay, wait. We didn't finish up with this cat. Let's go back over here and finish up with this guy. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. That don't make no sense.
Good afternoon, please be seated, thank you.
Okay.
And Sergeant Romano is resuming the stand, and we can bring the jury out.
Oh, is that what it was, Gail? Okay. I couldn't remember. Do you remember? Okay. We're going to watch the part of this. And how do I get a timestamp on here? On this tree house one. I need like a timestamp so that I know where to restart. Come on. And play. Why aren't you playing? Hmm. Hmm.
Will council stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Romano.
Good afternoon.
I think we left off before the break discussing, the state was asking you questions with respect to 54 wells. Do you recall those line of questioning?
Oh, that's sweet, Tammy.
And you testified before the break as well about obtaining video surveillance from that residence.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. How many camera angles did you, or how many cameras themselves did you obtain from that residence?
2.
Can you briefly, well, what were their names?
It was camera 3 and camera 7.
What area did camera 3 cover?
That covered the garage area looking south from the house.
Did it encompass any area of the road?
Yes, it did. It picked up a partial section of Wells Lane.
And camera 7?
Camera 7 was mounted on the front of the house, and that picked up Wells Lane as it passed in front of the residence.
The road that both camera 3 and camera 7 picked up, was that the same road?
Yes,
Okay, and is that Wells Lane?
yes, it is.
Okay. If I may just have one moment, Your Honor, counsel. Okay, at this point, Your Honor, the state is going to play states 3. So I'm going to ask you to direct your attention
And
to
stage
this.
3 has been admitted as a full exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, sir, on 54 Wells, for camera 3, about how many hours did the New Canaan Police Department or yourself at download for that time or that camera?
We downloaded approximately 24 hours worth of video, one whole day.
Okay. And with respect to camera 7,
The same amount.
what, was there anything of evidentiary value on those 24 hours?
There was.
About what time period?
The first item that we noticed was at approximately 7:58 hours, 7:58 a.m.
If I can, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. Upon the state's 3, I'm going to, for the record, Your Honor, play what is titled Cam 3 75800-75930. Yep, just going to stop it real quick. Sir, if you wouldn't mind just explaining what is depicted on that screen.
So this is the driveway in front of the garage at 54 Wells Lane. It's looking effectively south, and what you'll see in the top right of the screen is actually Wells Lane as it travels past the residence.
If you wouldn't mind, please, if you can stand up and approach and just point out that area on that screen.
Sure. So this being the driveway area, at the very top is where Wells Lane passes that residence.
Okay, and with respect to the numbers on the upper left hand, what is that?
That is the date and timestamp from the actual DVR unit or the unit, the system itself, that puts on the video.
Was that timestamp accurate?
Yes, it was.
And you can have a seat, sir. I'm going to hit play. Sir, I'm going to, well, let me ask you this. Does that vehicle that passes appear on another screen?
It does. It also shows on camera 7 during the same time frame.
State's going to play states 3, cam 7 underscore 758 75830. And same questions, I paused it right at the beginning. If you can, sir, just explain what we're looking at right here.
So this is the front of the residence at 54 Wells Lane, the driveway, and then in the background is Wells Lane as it passes in front of the residence.
And the numbers on the top, please.
That is the date and time that the video was recorded.
I'm going to hit play. Actually, if I can, I am going to pause it and bring it. And I pause it at this clip. It states 19 seconds. Sir, did you watch this video on May 20th? Would it be the 24th or the 25th?
It was probably the 25th and beyond.
Okay. How did you identify this as the vehicle?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is, well, characterization. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Well, in this court's view, the exhibit does not speak for itself. There's more than one black Chevy Suburban. The testimony elicited has to do with how this officer determined which black Chevy Suburban it was overruled.
If you can answer, sir, please.
So we had previously located Jennifer Doulos' vehicle, so we knew exactly what it looked like. And as we reviewed the video, when we found this, it matched up with a vehicle that we had previously impounded. Therefore, we knew it was her vehicle leaving her residence.
Now, is this the same vehicle? I'm sorry. Is this the same vehicle that you had spent the preceding night standing by?
Yes, it is.
And is there anything distinctive about that vehicle?
The wheels matched up on it, and there are also stickers on both rear quarter panels, passenger and driver side. Those decals matched up with the ones that were on her vehicle that we had impounded.
And is that what drew your attention to this, I guess, segment?
Yes, that and it exited from the same vicinity that you could see in camera 3 was the same vicinity her driveway exited to Wells Lane. In addition, looking at the wheels and the sticker that's on the rear corner there, it matched up with the vehicle that we had impounded.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you see that vehicle on those cameras again?
Yes, we did. At approximately 8:05 a.m., it came back the opposite direction.
I'm going to play states 3, cam 7 underscore 805-80540. Sir, if you can just direct your attention to the screen behind you again, please. And again, I'm going to pause it briefly. What does this depict?
This is again camera 7, which is depicting the front of 54 Wells Lane and the Wells Lane itself as it travels past the residence.
And the timestamp?
The date and the time, which again is 8:05 hours.
And just to be clear, is this the same camera that we just saw on the other camera 7 clip?
Yes, it is.
If I can, I'm actually going to pause it and bring it back. And the same question, sir. How did you identify this clip as its evidentiary value?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So the vehicle, again, matched the vehicle that we had previously impounded. The wheels matched up exactly, and so did the sticker that can be just seen on the left rear quarter there.
Can you see that sticker on the screen at this point? I believe I stopped it or paused it at 24 seconds on the clip.
Yes, I can.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, could you please get up and point to it?
So if you look at the rear of the vehicle, right down in this corner, there's a white sticker that's there just behind the gas fill cap.
And again, Cam, oh, I'm sorry if I can, states 3 Cam 3 _ 805-806. Sir, please take a look behind you.
Okay, I'm confused. What is up with the vehicle? I mean, if it was, he said previously impounded.
Sir, is that the
So if they
same
impounded it, why is it out
timestamp the same?
running down the
Yes, it is.
roads?
And is this the camera 3? I believe, is that the same camera that we saw previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, after 8:05 that morning, did you continue to watch these cameras?
Yes, we did.
And do you see that vehicle appear at another time?
Yes, I did, at approximately 10:25 a.m.
Is that depicted on camera 3 or camera 7?
Should be depicted on both.
Okay, if I can, states 3 Cam 3 _ 1025 to 102530.
Or am I like completely misunderstanding? And he's saying
And I'm
maybe.
just going to pause it briefly, sir. Again, the numbers on the top upper left-hand corner
That is the date and time the video was recorded.
and the timestamp, please.
10:25 and 6 seconds.
Thank you. I'm actually going to stop that and play states 3 Cam 7 _ 1025 to 102530. And the same question, sir, is this the same camera 7 that we have seen previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the timestamp?
That is the same at 10:25 and 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah, but he's saying it matches. The stickers match on the one that they had impounded. He said previously impounded. So
And I'll stop
is
it
he
at 6
saying that
seconds,
they
yeah.
impounded this vehicle?
Sir, how did you know that that was of evidentiary value to you?
We were looking for anything depicting vehicle movement, of Jennifer's vehicle moving, and the fact that that was leaving the residence again was of interest to us.
Do you see that vehicle appear on those cameras again?
We did not.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Sherman. I represent Shelter Conus. I just have a few questions. You're watching, how many hours of video did you watch yourself from the neighbor?
In total, it was 48 hours, 24 hours from each camera 3 and camera 7.
And did you see, starting when?
Starting at midnight on the 24th of May.
Did you see any other vehicles coming and going that?
Okay,
other
Steph, that's
than
kind of what I.
Suburban that we just watched?
Yes.
Did you capture any of those pictures as being of any evidentiary value?
We did not. Initially, we noted them, but as the investigation went forward, they were determined to be neighbors' vehicles or visiting vehicles. It had nothing to do with the case itself.
And you mentioned that there was something about the hubcaps on this particular, the wheel covers on this particular Suburban that were unique or stood out. Can you tell us what that was? I'm just curious.
They weren't unique, but they matched up with the vehicle that we had already impounded.
Do you know how many different styles of hubcaps or wheel covers there are for Chevy Suburbans?
Not offhand, I do not.
So it was the sticker that you're referring to that we see in the back panel on some of the video clips, right?
That was a piece of it, yes.
Without that, it would be like any other Chevy Suburban from around that year, right?
It's feasible, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state would call Kelly Coughlin. Let me just switch the clerk Lily.
I'm with you, Tammy. I'm a wee confused. It's okay though. I can go back later and rewatch it so catch what I'm sure I missed bits and pieces. I think this is the cop that was with the first one whenever he was doing the
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you
check through
solemnly
the
swear or
house.
solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kelly Coughlin, Kelly. Coughlin is Coughlin.
You may be seated.
And your affiliation?
Police officer, Town of New Canaan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Coughlin. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. You work for the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes,
What is your current rank?
officer,
Okay, how long have you worked for New Canaan PD?
8 years.
Okay. Do you work in a particular division or department of New Canaan?
I'm a patrol officer.
Okay, do you have a specific assignment?
No, just general patrol.
With respect to being a New Canaan police officer, patrol officer, if you will, do you have a specific training and experience as part of that?
Yes,
Can you briefly describe some of your training as a New Canaan police officer?
I received 6 months of training at the Connecticut State Police Academy prior to working in New Canaan. Then we go through a field training program for approximately 10 weeks before being a certified officer on our own in patrol.
And with respect to, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes,
In what way?
I'm the school liaison officer there.
And what does that mean?
School liaison officer is a police officer with our department who is a form of communication or a line of communication with the administration at the school and somebody who visits with staff and students regularly.
With respect to, how long have you been a liaison officer with New Canaan Country Day School?
Since 2018.
What exactly is New Canaan Country Day School?
It's a private school in New Canaan that has students from pre-K through 9th grade.
How big is it?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Is it one building or more than one?
It's a campus with multiple buildings.
Okay. If I can, Your Honor, states 5, I believe there's no objection. If that's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
States 5 admitted as a full exhibit.
Officer Coughlin, I'm going to draw your attention to the TV screen behind you if I can. By the way, Are you familiar with the area around New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
And there's only one photograph on.
Sounds like a
States
very
5, Your Honor,
fancy,
just for the record.
fancy country day school. What?
Officer Coughlin, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
What is it?
The campus of New Canaan Country School and the surrounding area.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, may I ask?
It's probably like Hogwarts or something.
Would you mind,
I'm
please?
kidding.
Thank you. With respect to New Canaan Country School, could you identify it on screen, please?
Yes, here.
Okay. Is it that area, or how many buildings does it encompass?
It encompasses the buildings up here, the fields to the side, and the buildings here up until Frogtown Road.
So what is the road on, I guess it is kind of going from top to bottom. I don't know if that's north or south. Perhaps you can describe that for me.
This road here runs north and south through New Canaan. It's called Conus Ridge Road.
And the road that kind of goes across the middle but up the side, what is that?
This road goes east to west. It's Frogtown Road.
Is Wells Lane depicted on that photograph as well?
Yes.
And could you please point that out as well?
Wells Lane runs here.
Okay. And particularly, do you know where 69 Wells Lane is?
Yes.
Could you please point that out? And for the record, you're pointing to the middle, center, right, I guess? Thank you. Now, are you, at some point, you can have a seat, ma'am, thank you. At some point I'm going to draw your attention to May 2019. At some point, did you review video surveillance from New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
And what was your assignment with respect to that?
I was reviewing multiple sets of videos that came into the police department in reference to the investigation from different houses, schools, different locations.
When you say investigation, what are we talking about?
The missing person investigation for Jennifer Dulos.
So was New Canaan Country Day School one of the videos that you were reviewing?
Yes.
During that time period? Okay. And was there, did you find anything of evidentiary value on that video?
Yes.
What did you find?
Jennifer's vehicle was on the New Canaan Country School campus on the morning that she was last seen of May 24th, 2019.
Do you recall what time?
8:03 a.m.
And with respect to the, is that depicted on a camera footage, by the way?
Yes.
Where is that, well, let me just, why don't I show you? I may have a moment, Your Honor, just. State 6, I believe there's no objection to it being a full exhibit, Your Honor. Is that correct? The video, the clips.
No objection.
Thank you.
Stage 6 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there, playing State 6. If you could just take a look behind you, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. Going to hit play. Officer Coughlin, was that the video that you identified? Or
Yes.
a clip of the video that you identified?
Yes.
Okay, if I can have 1 second, and I'm going to pause it and ask you a question. Okay. Officer Coughlin, if you can go up to the screen again, and I know it's small, but in the upper left-hand corner, let me see if I can't scroll on, there is some writing on the top. Can you see that?
Upper left-hand corner.
Yes. What is that writing?
2019-0524, referring to the date of May 24th, 2019, 8:03 and 44 seconds AM. MS North, JD Video.
With respect to the 8:03 time period, or I apologize, I'll strike that. With respect to the 8:03, what did that mean?
8:03 was the time that this camera captured the vehicle passing through Country School campus.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Officer Coughlin.
Oh,
have
goodness,
you,
Tammy. Somebody needs to give that kid a jacket.
Did you respond at all to Lapham Road that night?
No.
Did you review or see in person the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road?
No.
Okay, so when you reviewed this footage, how did you identify that vehicle?
I viewed photographs of that vehicle, which were taken when it was recovered on Lapham Road and later processed.
And did you utilize those photographs in your review of the video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, actually, if I may have one moment, I just have to change it out. And I have a few more questions. I'm going to put back in states 5. And draw your attention back to the screen behind you, if I can.
I was always that way too,
Just
Tammy.
to
You can't
close it
hardly
up
get me to
here,
wear a
that
coat.
Video screen that we saw in states, I guess, 6. Where was that? If you could, is the camera that video came from depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please stand up and point to where that video or that angle was? Here. Okay. What is that white building?
That's the middle school on the campus of New Canaan Country School.
Okay. And is that a one-way, or if you can just describe it, please?
The way in which Jennifer's vehicle was seen traveling out is a one-way exit out of the main portion of campus and goes towards Ponus Ridge Road.
What time does New Canaan Country Day School start in the morning?
Typically there's different start times based on grade level, but typically between 8:15 and 8:30.
Is there a time for drop-off, or that the school is open for drop-off of the children that go there?
Typically between 7:45 and 8:30.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Same here,
Now,
Morgana.
with respect
I'm like,
to
no,
when you
they suffocate
found,
me, especially in a
saw this
car.
vehicle on the video, did you share that information with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you share that with?
The other officers in the detective bureau who were working on the case.
And who were they?
There were numerous members from the New Canaan Police Department and the Connecticut State Police.
If I may just have one moment. No, I have nothing further. Thank you, Officer Coughlin.
Thank you. Cross-examination, please.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you. Was this particular camera that you just showed us the video from a continuous running, or was it motion active?
Continuous running.
And how long a period of time did you watch?
Right, Billy? Right?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was a short period of time.
Thank you.
Morgana, I'm always hot.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. You may stand.
Okay, let's see who's after this.
If I may, Your Honor, the state, if I may, I'm sorry, Officer Coughlin, you don't have to move, but just for the record, Officer Coughlin will be recalled. She's still under subpoena. The state intends to recall her for other parts of the trial and testify about other things. I did inform counsel of that as well. So
Okay,
she's
thank
still
you.
under subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You wear sweatshirts but not a coat. Yeah, that's how I am too. I mean, I'll wear like a hooded, like sweatshirt, like a zip up hoodie. I'll wear that as a coat, you know. But an actual coat, not unless I'm going to be outside for a while. And even then, it's got to be dang cold. Or I'll just be in a hoodie and whatever.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
First name's Corey, C-O-R-E-Y. Last name is Clabby, C-L-A, B as in boy, B as in boy, Y.
Thank you, and your
Clabby.
affiliation?
I'm with the Connecticut State Police Major Crime Squad, Western District.
Thank you.
Clabby.
Thanks.
Makes me think of clabbered
Detective Claddy,
milk.
how are you?
Very good, how are you?
Good. You work for the Connecticut State Police?
I do.
Okay, how long have you been with the Connecticut State Police?
Since May 7th of 2010.
And do you work for a particular division or
Midriff
department
on.
within the Connecticut State Police?
Presently with the Western District
Jacket.
Major Crime Squad out of Troop G in Bridgeport.
If you could walk me through a little bit, you said Western District Major Crimes.
Correct.
What,
Too cold for that.
well, how
Clabby
many
Patty.
districts are there?
So the state's broken up into 3 districts. There's Western, Central, and Eastern District.
And with respect to Western District Major Crimes, what, I guess, troops would it be that does it cover?
Each district has several troops within, and within each troop, there's a group of major crime detectives who work out of that troop.
With Western District Major Crimes, what towns do those troops cover?
Well, it would depend on the troop coverage area. So for Troop G, we cover a massive area, mostly like Fairfield, New Haven County. So we either cover those towns directly, or we cover like the state facilities, highways, so on and so forth. So it depends. If there's a local PD, so for example, in this case, New Canaan, they may utilize us for assistance and we'll come out to assist them. But other than that, we just cover mostly like state facilities or jurisdictions.
Where is Western District Major Crimes headquarters?
It's in Litchfield.
If you cover Bridgeport, Fairfield, down to New Haven, how do you get up to Litchfield as the headquarters?
Basically, you would take Route 8, Route 25, and just keep going up to Litchfield.
That was a very bad question. I guess my question is really, how is your headquarters in Litchfield if you encompass a town area that is down at the,
Okay, so basically there's a command structure throughout the agency. So in the Western District, the headquarters, the command staff is located out of Litchfield. So the detectives themselves, we branch out to the local like troops. For me, Troop G, we have.
Dammy's a few
detectives Troop A,
seconds
Troop B, and
behind, so
Troop L.
she's laughed when she saw Steph in the chat top Clabby Patty.
Correct,
gets
Cute.
to, and you're a detective.
correct.
Is there also a crime scene unit?
Yeah, so within each major crime squad, and there's 3 throughout each per district, there is a crime van, and they basically handle like scene evidence, video.
I'm gonna have to make
photography of
another
the
cup of
scene,
coffee.
handling of the evidence,
Lighten my butt
maintaining the
up.
evidence, seizing the evidence, and so on.
And the van would fall under Western District Major Crimes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so where were you in relation to Western District Major Crimes? If you could just explain the structure a little bit.
So at the time of this incident, and still presently, I'm assigned to Troop G. So my office that I report to is in Bridgeport at Troop G.
Is that in the crime scene van area, or is that an
The
investigation?
van is located in Litchfield, where the headquarters is for the district, and they would respond from there. And it's kind of where they get their orders from.
What are the other districts, I guess, that cover Connecticut?
Hey, welcome back, Dawn.
So the other districts would be
Welcome
Central
back.
District, which is basically the middle of the state. If you look at a map, top to bottom,
Welcome
and then out
back.
east would be Eastern District, and they'd be on the other side of the state, so.
And if, by the way, if I use the terminology van, what do I mean by that? Just
So it's
we're
the
on-
crime van, so it's basically, each district has a van. Within that van is equipment, and there's people that are assigned to that. There's several detectives, and their job, and a sergeant, is they operate within that van. Everything they do to process the crime scene is located within that van.
How many vans and crime scene units are there in each district, I guess, Western District, Central District, and Eastern District?
There's one van per district.
Okay, so there's only 3 essential vans that cover the state police?
Correct.
For major crimes, okay.
Correct.
In May of 2019, where were you?
I was where I am now, working in Troop G.
And did you happen to respond? Actually, before I go to that, can you just briefly explain to the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a state trooper?
Okay, so we go to a state police academy, which is in Meriden. It's a 7-month academy. It's kind of fast and furious, physical. There's a lot of academics. There's a lot of training on investigations, equipment you utilize, basically everything you utilize. Crime investigation, motor vehicle investigation, tactics to kind of like de-escalate situations, basically everything you need to know to do the job.
And how did you get to a detective with major crimes?
So that's a tested position that you have to apply for, interview for. You have to supply work that you've done, case work, whether it be search warrants, arrest warrants, and you go through an interview process, and it's a rank system. And if you rank and do well, and there's a position for you, you get the offer, you accept. And so
In May of 2024, specifically, so I'm going to draw your attention to May 24th, 2019. Did you have occasion to respond to 69 wells that day?
yes.
In what capacity?
So Sergeant Bisson was patrolling the van on that night. He called me and informed me that they were going to be going out to a scene in New Canaan at 69 Wells for the report of a missing person. It was believed to be a large residence, and he wanted some extra help to handle the scene. At the time, I was considered an alternate on the van, so if they needed manpower, I would go with them and assist them in processing the scenes. So he asked for me to go, and I said yes.
As a, I guess, alternate on the van, do you have to have any specific training or anything to have that position?
It's the same training you have, you know, you're taught by the people you work with, and
And would you only be an alternate, I guess, if you were in that Western District Major Crime
Correct.
Squad? Okay. With respect to 69 Wells, who was your sergeant that day?
Sergeant Bisson was in charge of the van that day.
And normally, who is your sergeant?
Sergeant Ken Ventresca,
And that is out of the Troop G office?
out of the Troop G office.
And that is, well, I'll withdraw that. When you arrived, did you have a specific assignment?
When I arrived, I was assigned by Sergeant Bisson to do the scene video.
What is the scene video?
So when we begin to process a scene, the first thing that happens every time is that we will go in and video the scene as is. So you can basically see a look of like what we walked into, what we saw, where things were, if things were disturbed, if they were not, if there was evidence somewhere. It's basically the general surroundings. So you're going to see it the first time as we saw it when we arrived.
Is there a certain process or procedure that occurs when you go to assist in, or you are processing a scene or a residence?
Normally it is, we're going to do so, like in this case, is based on a search warrant. We'll wait for that approval once we know it's official and we receive, you know, instructions from the supervisor on scene. We start, video starts, photographs follow, and then there's just a system that goes. We identify evidence, someone handles the evidence, someone does a sketch of the scene, they do a map of the scene, we do video, we do photographs, then there's collection of the evidence.
Let me ask you this, sir. If you're naming a lot of assignments, did everybody get a specific assignment, or was everybody a piece of everything?
Everyone gets a certain assignment at the time, and then obviously as you complete yours, you then assist somebody else with theirs if needed. So you're not just standing there with your hands in your pockets.
Okay. And your assignment that night was?
Was video.
Okay. And was there somebody there to take photographs?
Yes, there was other detectives that took photographs.
And you also mentioned collection of evidence.
Mhm.
Who was assigned to that?
Officially, I don't recall. It might have been Detective Riley, if memory serves.
Okay, but you didn't have any role in that?
No.
If I may have, what time did you took the video that day?
Correct.
What time did you start?
So the video commenced at 4:21 in the morning on the 25th.
And when did it finish?
It finished on the 25th at 5:31 p.m.
Did you have anybody assist you?
For the video, no, it was mostly me. Unless maybe if I needed some extra lighting, someone would hold a flashlight for me, but as I recall, it's pretty much just myself.
Was anybody inside the house when you conducted the video?
No. So as I would progress forward through the house, people doing photographs would follow, but prior to me, no one was through the house, to my knowledge.
Is there a initial walkthrough?
Normally there is with the case officer and perhaps the scene supervisor, but I was not present for that.
Your Honor, the state's intention is to play state 7. I believe there's no objection.
That's correct.
For the record, Your Honor, it is approximately, I believe you said, how long is it, sir?
Well, it's probably about an hour or more.
Yes, Your
State
Honor.
7 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. At this point, Your Honor, it is the state's intention to play the entire video.
So what we will do, counsel, is we'll play the video until 3:15. Take our afternoon recess and then resume.
Thank you. If I may just have one moment. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor, it looks like my computer decided to stop. Okay. A couple questions before we start, sir. Do you document the entire residence in it by itself?
Yeah, so you'll normally start from the outside, do a full video from the outside, and then we'll start and try to systematically go through room by room, depending on the layout of the structure. In this case, it was a large one, so it was kind of difficult to seamlessly go through it, but, and then we'll
Exactly,
end with
that
the
house
final
was
picture of
massive.
The exterior when we're done.
The house is so
With respect
big.
To the entire residence, do you document a certain area if you find anything of evidentiary value in it, or what do you do?
Clearly, if we see something that we believe is of concern for the investigation or evidence, then we'll obviously try to focus on that and show that, so the people that may see it in the future can have an understanding of what we saw and what things look like, prior to our collection and scene processing.
Was there a particular area of the house that you focused on?
The garage was of importance.
Okay. And when, in relation to watching the hour-long video, where is the garage in the video?
It's probably towards the end.
Okay, why is that?
It was just, if I recall, I went through the front door and it kind of branched off and worked around and ended out coming through the garage.
All right, if I can, just one question before we start.
I guess it's going to be like the body cam footage from his
Actually, if I can,
camera.
just have a moment, Your Honor.
Because I know a lot of times whenever they'll have like trials, they'll show like the body cam footage from each
Okay. So if I could direct your attention to the screen right behind you.
perspective.
What is that?
So that's basically just a quick way that we show documentation of a case number, the location, and who's doing the film. So you'll see that in the beginning and you'll see that in the closing. And it usually will have the date and the start time at the top. And you'll notice in the end, you'll see the date and the end time at the top. So it's just to document kind of like, this is what you're looking at, who did it and when.
And what is the date and start time there?
The date is May 25th, 2019 at 4:21 a.m. military time.
Yep, you're right. That house is gorgeous, man. So pretty. I mean, the way the angle is, it looks like it sits like it looks like it's straight uphill. You know, it looks like it sits on a very steep hill. Maybe it don't. It just looks like it from the angle, but looks like a fun hill to like sled down in the wintertime, especially on that driveway. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm gonna skip through um, some of this unless it gets to something good. Ooh, something's gonna be problematic. Did you hear that? What's gonna be problematic? I wanna know. I wanna know what's gonna be problematic. There's that big Jackie O portrait picture. Look at that. How beautiful. Oh. Was that a FedEx package? Such a beautiful house. I want to know, though, what's going to be problematic. What was she talking about? I heard her whisper, this is going to be problematic. Right, Billy? Right. See if I can catch it. Or, whisperings. Yeah, I know. Right, Steph? It's gorgeous. Like, I'm wanting to skip through all of it, but I'm also like, ooh, that's pretty. I don't want to miss the pretty things.
afternoon recess. Manning, we can. Jody Manning, we can stop the video now and we can take our afternoon recess till 3:30.
All rise. Everybody stand. This honorable spirit court is now in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
I'm gonna listen to see if they have any arguments after the jury's gone, and then I'm gonna see. I'm gonna fast forward it through a little bit more.
You can bring the jury in, please.
He says you can bring the jury in, please.
Actually, before the jury comes out, maybe this would be a good, there are a couple of small issues that housekeeping matters. If we could wait.
Well, we can take it up.
We'll take it up at the end, that's fine.
He's like, a jury's already coming in. No. Not right now. Ay, ay, ay.
Counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we stopped prior to the break at 22:49. I'm going to hit play and resume the video.
Thank you.
And I'll resume putting through it till we get where we need to be. We don't need to see like the bedrooms and everything, right? Because nothing happened in the bedroom. So can we like skim through that? Hey, Mary Lou. Hey, hey, hey. Like, I really want to see all their pretty things, but also I'm like, oh. Envious of all of their beautiful white organizational closet things. Right? Come on, internet. It's not wanting to go. There we go. I mean, look at that. That is a big, massive closet right there. Look at that. Okay, Gail, we'll see you later. Later, Tater. Goodness gracious. Beautiful home. Oh, look at that. Wow. I wonder if she has any remorse at all when she sees that photo of them kiddos, them babies. I wouldn't want to live in it because I wouldn't want to clean it, Steph, and maintain it. But like a smaller version of it, yeah. Somebody's organizing some bills and such. Pretty bathtub. That hallway is massive. Oh, no, right? Morgana, right? Lord have mercy. Okay, here we go. Now we're at the garage. Okay, there's a scuff mark there on the back end. Wonder if they'll show up close shots of the bloody footprint and stuff. Is that the bloody footprint right there? Right here? Yeah, I think so. Yep. There it is. Right there. That looks like the heel part of it, and that's the toe part. What, baby? I don't know yet, Billy. Is that another like footprint, or does that look like a? I don't know. It looked like 3 lines, like 3 like finger lines, maybe. That's another footprint, isn't it? Or a wipe, a swipe. See, that looks like a footprint there. So there's more than one bloody footprint? Wow. You would have thought that they'd have done a better job cleaning up, right? And they got cornhole boxes. I love to play cornhole. I wonder if that trash can has any blood on it. I'm just wondering how many like footprints or shoe prints they have. Because that one, if that's what that was right there, then that's what, 3 or 4? Unless they've shown a couple more than once, you know. I don't know. And are those drops of blood? I mean, I see like those dark specks. It's the only thing I can think of that. See, they're saying the last time that she was seen was dropping the kids off at school. And I think the theory is she comes home from dropping the kids off at school, and that's when her husband kills her. So he's looking with his flashlight. I don't know if they're trying to locate other things for the camera guy to get, you know, more footage of. I heard somebody's belly growl. I heard somebody's belly growl. I wonder if it was a lawyer's or if it was the guy running the camera. I don't see anything on the car other than that little Buffy mark that he showed. I'm not seeing anything on the car, but I mean, are you guys? I see that. Steph says it's mine. Is your belly grumbling? Is that your belly growling? Are you hungry, Steph? Yeah, I see those scuff marks. Oh, wait, is that blood right there? That looks like blood. Right there. Okay, and I see it like splattered up on the car. Okay. Okay. Now I see it. Yeah, and there's a lot of it. Ew. Oh, wow, yeah. Lots of it. Okay, wow. I heard him say something about the tire too in the first video that we watched, but I couldn't see anything on that body camera footage. So maybe this guy will get an up close of the tire. You'd have thought that he would have done it just then, but. Yeah, there's a whole bunch, right, Billy? Spaghetti sounds yum, Steph, and so do pretzel dogs. Pretzel dogs, yum. Don't see any blood on the white walls.
If I may, Your Honor, I believe that Detective Clabby, did that conclude the video?
It does conclude the video.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor, for Detective Clabby.
Finish your own work.
Can we approach for a moment, Your Honor? Does the state intend to recall this witness?
I believe that Detective Clabby will be called later, Your Honor.
Well, then there's a housekeeping procedural matter that I would like to address. Maybe the jury can excuse for a moment.
Well, perhaps we can just, how long will it take?
About 48, about maybe 120 seconds.
Do that at a sidebar.
Lord have mercy, 120 seconds. Really? You couldn't just say 2 minutes, really? Really? What's she doing? She knitting? Crocheting? Literally, what is she doing? Looked like she was knitting or crocheting something. Huh. That will require more than just a minute or two. Oh, headphones? Were they headphones, Billy? I didn't catch it. It looked like all I saw was like a string.
May I inquire, Your Honor, do you want Detective Clabby to step out as well?
Court does not know the nature of the house.
Yeah, I'm not going to request that he step out from this.
Okay, thank you.
No, can you hear this? Before the court reconvened after lunch, I had asked Attorney Manning whether or not the witness may be recalled. She has indicated that certain other witnesses may be recalled, but for matters that were indirectly or shall I say completely separate. Certain witnesses, such as the detectives that were involved, not just now, but throughout the investigation, I might have more lengthy cross-examination. And I said I would then, if you're going to recall, I'm not going to object, but I'm going to defer my cross-examination until then. The state indicated to me off the record they're going to object to that. So I think the matter needs to be resolved, and here's why. Several witnesses, including Detective Clabby, I may have some more extensive cross. I might even have things that might be impeachment type evidence. I shouldn't have to do that piecemeal, since confrontation and the right to cross-examine is a constitutional right. So in some cases, the state, I mean, the court has ordered that if there's going to be a witness, and if I object, then the state has to put that witness on for everything that it wants to use, and then I only have to cross-examine once. If I'm not objecting to their doing it in piecemeal, where they're going to recall the witness 2-3 times maybe, I shouldn't have to do a cross and then wait and do another cross, maybe have to repeat the same kind of impeachment. It doesn't make sense. Plus, I submit that that's ineffective, and I think it wastes judicial resources as well. If I'm going to cross, if I want to come back to this in a week or two, when the witness comes back, if there are matters I want to address, it may actually relate to something that happens later. I shouldn't have to say I'm going to do this and be limited to that, and then have the witness come back, and then I can't go back to that. So I'm going to ask the court either that the witness has to testify to everything if I don't want to, or that the court will allow me to defer my cross-examination. They can move on to the next witness. And if I have information pertaining to this, it may relate to something that's going to happen later. I shouldn't be precluded just because the state doesn't find that convenient.
Well, of course, you this. It is easier to follow cross. It is easier to follow a cross-examination right after a direct examination for the jury's sake, for the fact finder's sake. The fact that certain cross-examinations may be repeated should not sacrifice clarity for the jury. Court sees no problem with returning to any witness. If one witness is called and the direct examination is limited, then the cross-examination is limited to the scope of that direct. It's easy for the jury to follow. But if, for example, if Detective Clabby were to be or would return in a couple of weeks, and then the jury would have to reference what happened 2 weeks ago to understand the nature of the cross-examination 2 weeks from now, that is more difficult to follow.
That may be, but that's on the defense. But I would note that the right to cross-examine as a constitutional right is, I think it's paramount to whether or not there's a sense of clarity, which to my knowledge is not in the rules or in the Constitution. To the extent that what I might want to ask this witness is about what he did today is related to what's going to come in. I can't control the order of the state's witnesses. That's true. But I shouldn't have to sacrifice the right to confront and cross-examine for the sake of expedience or clarity. And that's why I'm asking, what I'm asking, and right now is that I would defer my cross till the witness returns. Your Honor will recall that this witness was involved in some of the other aspects of this based on the suppression hearings that we had. And I would rather do the cross-examination at once rather than breaking it up. And, you know, if I do it only once, if I've waived it, if the jury forgets as to what I'm talking about, again, that's on us, that's on the defense. But I shouldn't have to repeat or, for that matter, break up my cross-examination for the sake of the state's convenience, which is what it sounds to me like we're doing here. To be honest, Judge, I've never, ever been in a situation, and I've been practicing now for 42 years almost, that I could not defer. If it's the same witness, you know, I'm the one, then if the jury forgets about the issue at that point, then I'm the one who loses that ability for the juror recall. But I shouldn't have to cross-examine on one point, the state brings the witness back in a month or in 2 weeks, and have to cross-examine on that point, and then maybe they bring him back a third point. I'm limited to that. I believe that as a right to cross-examine, I should be able to do it once, if that's my choosing. That if I want to do it at once, and that's it, rather than break it.
So the practical question is this: if the jury hears direct testimony today and 2 weeks later hears the cross, and there's an objection based on the fact that the state may claim, well, this cross is beyond the scope of the direct 2 weeks from now, then the court would have to rule. And the court may not remember what was within the scope this day, such that it would overrule the state's objection. So in other words, if we're going to talk to Detective Calabi 2 weeks from now about this video, but the state is not asking about this video 2 weeks from now, the claim can be objection beyond the scope. The court would have to try to remember what was within the scope on this date.
I will note, Your Honor, that one of the aspects of cross-examination tests memory. It tests bias, prejudice, et cetera, which is a fundamental right to cross-examination. I shouldn't have to do that more than once. I do it once. If I have to do it again, then that just, since the witness, unlike when we're dealing with sequestration, it's the same witness. And for that same witness, for me to have to reinvent the wheel each time, I submit is...
Somebody's
never mind that
phone's
it's
ringing.
maybe it's less efficient, but it's, again, a fundamental right as opposed to just a matter of convenience. My
Whose
alternative
phone
then
is
to object
ringing?
To the recall of this witness. I should only have to cross-examine the state's witness
Oh
once.
my
Well,
lord.
that's not a rule. You should only have to cross-examine a state's witness once. You can point to no authority for that.
It's
You wish to
true.
be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, there's multiple problems with this. The state has a right to present as our witnesses in our case as I see fit. By requiring us to indicate whether or not we're going to be recalling a witness for another particular issue, regardless if it's Detective Clabby or Officer Kaufman.
I
as
know,
I
right,
indicated
Steph?
before, actually puts the state in a position of making a decision prematurely. It is hindering the state's ability to perhaps pivot later in our case. And again, the same concept of the idea that I don't have to disclose that. There's nothing to indicate I do. I do because I am informing the court as well as the defense counsel that the witness is still under subpoena and the state has an intention to recall that individual. I may change my mind as the case goes on.
Okay,
The
they're
idea that
they're
counsel
driving me
would
crazy.
Prevent or
I'm
stop
gonna
the
forward through this.
cross-examination, with respect to the subject that the witness has testified to, puts the state in a position of being
Okie dokie,
forced
Steph.
to recall somebody that we may not see that we have to. The authority. The testimony is subject if he wishes.
And I asked, so that's
Nay, ay, ay. Yeah, I need to go too. Dale's been home for a little while, and
Thank you.
I'm gonna go get dinner, and
I just need a moment.
I gotta get some stuff done for my live stream tonight. So I gotta get some work stuff done there, but yeah, we gotta get dinner fixed. We're having chicken tonight.
And I will note while the jury is out that I'm going to ask that the witness, I'm going to ask some questions, but I'm going to ask that the witness remain under this case in order.
If I may just be clear on one matter, Your Honor, he has the subpoena power. He can issue a subpoena today if he wishes. As the state and clean, if Your Honor wishes to extend that today in court, I understand that. I just really have concerns about the state's subpoena applying to the
Well,
defense case.
This is an easy matter. The court is not going to order a witness to appear for the defense under a state subpoena.
the request is denied.
Mm.
Bring the jury back in.
Yeah. Looks like after all that argument, he didn't.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I have one witness left for today. I am going to ask that she be released. She will come back tomorrow.
Because we are planning to dismiss it, 4:45.
Thank you.
That's okay, Billy. That's okay. You can always catch a replay.
Counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, sir.
As I understand your testimony and was watching that video, sir, you started filming at, you said, 4:30 in the morning?
It was 4:21 a.m., sir.
And at the end of the video, it looked like it was 5:31 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that wasn't a 13-hour video we just saw, was it?
No, sir.
So you filmed a little bit, turned it off, and then filmed something else, turned it off again?
Correct.
So what were you doing in the hours in between each segment?
10
I
p.m.
was
Tammy.
assisting Detective Loprior doing scene
Eastern.
measurements, sketch maps, and then I assisted at the time Sergeant Davison with his efforts at the scene.
All right, so you mentioned two individuals, I just want to be clear. One was La Fiore,
Correct.
and he was at the time a trooper.
I'm not sure of his rank at the time, sir.
At some point, he became a detective, right?
Correct.
But wasn't he in transition about that time from being a trooper to maybe joining the major crime squad?
I would refer you to him. I'm not sure of his path through the state police.
Fair enough. And who was the other individual that was there?
At the time, his rank was Sergeant Davison.
Davidson?
Correct.
And I notice at one point, when you're filming the side of the Range Rover, we see in a reflection a cameraman or a camera person. That's you, correct?
Correct.
And then you see two individuals walking behind you in that same reflection, correct?
Correct.
Was that one of those people, Trooper or Detective La Fiore?
I don't know who they were.
Well, what about Sergeant Davidson? Was one of those two people in the reflection Sergeant Davidson?
He was not on scene at that time.
So who were all the other people that were on scene while you are in various rooms filming?
That would be other members of the unit who were assigned to the van to process the scene.
So tell us how many people were in there at that time?
At the time, I would say at that one moment where you see the reflection, there was a total of 3 people.
And how about during the course of your filming from 4:30 or 4:21 a.m. till that time?
The majority of the time would be myself. The only time I would be with other individuals is if I requested another light. As you can see, I'm using another light to illuminate the room so you can visualize what I'm trying to record. And at times, either a battery would die and I would request another piece of equipment, or another individual who works within the unit who's on scene would assist in providing light.
Well, my question had been, who else was in there during the course of your filming? And I haven't really heard you tell me.
The exact individuals that were in there with me at that time, I don't recall exactly whom.
How many?
As I stated, 3, sir.
Total of 3 others for the whole day.
At that one time that you requested is a total of 3.
Now, I asked between 4:21 a.m. and the end of that film, how many other detectives were inside the home?
The exact number, I cannot tell you. I would refer you to the notes of whoever else did reports. There was a handful of us there doing certain things such as scene. 2 people will do photographs. A person will do video. A person will do sketch. We have a supervisor on the scene. And we have another person doing evidence.
So if I subtract you as the person doing the video, we're talking about at least 6 other people, at least, right?
Possible, yes.
Were you made aware before you started filming that there had been uniformed police officers that had walked through the house?
I was aware that there was a response to the scene that uniform officers had indeed entered the house.
Were you aware that officers had actually moved some of the items and had picked up items to look at that? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Nobody told you that, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Were there any New Canaan police officers or detectives on the scene while you were filming?
Well, any of them on the scene would have been down in the cul-de-sac,
So no one was in the house while you were filming?
not when I was in the house, correct?
Were you aware that civilians, for want of a better term, had already been through that garage that day?
At the time of filming the video, I was not aware of if that was a possibility.
Were you aware that at least the babysitter had been in there?
At the time of filming, no.
Were you aware that at least one of the children had been in the house?
Objection. We could get a time frame.
Between the, okay, that's fair enough. Between the time that the report of a missing person came in and the time of your filming, were you aware that at least one of the children had been in that house?
I would not be aware of that.
Were you aware that at least one detective from the New Canaan police had already gone through?
I would not be aware of that.
Were you aware that a cleaning person or a housekeeper had been in through the garage?
I would have,
Objection. Can we get a time frame again?
Again, between the time of the report of the person being missing withdrawn. I now realize why that objection is correct. Between the time that the last time that Jennifer Doulis was seen in her vehicle and the time of your beginning the video, you're aware that the housekeeper, cleaning person had been in that garage.
at the time of filming, I would have no way to have that information.
It was funny because he was like, "Oh, I think that objection was not correct," or was whatever he said. That was funny.
I have no further questions at this time.
Is there a redirect examination?
Not at this time, thank you.
Detective, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
As I indicated, Your Honor, I have another witness, but it is late in the day. If we could call that person tomorrow, they will be here bright and early.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to hear any more testimony today from any witnesses.
They said no more witnesses for today. So, I guess we can check back in on these guys tomorrow. But yeah, I am going to get out of here. Like I said, we got to get dinner done and that kind of thing. So, and I got to get some other stuff done before much later tonight. So thank you guys for joining me today. We've been on for quite a while, so thanks for hanging out with me all day. And you'll have to let me know which of the cases that we covered today are you the most interested in. There's a handful of you guys left in here with me. Everybody's ducked out. You'll have to let me know which one you're the most interested in. So you can think about it and we'll talk about it tomorrow. So, but I'll plan on being back, in the morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. ish, somewhere in there. And that'll be that. So please, if you haven't already, give the video a thumbs up before you leave. And, I appreciate you guys being here, as always. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Bye, guys.